Good morning. Good morning, Melly Joe. Can you do me a favor, Melly Joe? Can you text Maggie? I didn't realize that she. Never mind. Can you just text Maggie? Tell her we are live. Um, well, I'll try to fix this really quick. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Thank you guys so much for being here. Well, I can't get their chat off. Um, there. Okay. All right, guys. And let me vote that is exploded on the bottom. Where do she just had a fall? No kidding. She just fell? Oh, wow. Wow. I jumped up out of bed and came over here real quick to start making my coffee. And then I realized that y'all, it's like pea soup outside right now. I don't even know what the weather is. But I ran over here because I just knew it that my electricity had gone off during the night. I could tell by the way the weather looks. So, anyways, welcome you guys. Welcome if this is your first time here. My name is Leanie. We will be covering the Lindsay Clancy trial um, while it is going on right now. We're waiting on court TV to go into. Here we go, too. We will do minimal talking while the trial is going on. Uh, Whenever they go to lunch or have breaks or sidebars and stuff like that, I'll be taking notes and we can talk then. But feel free to jump in here um, and join chat and let us know what you think about this case. Listen, even if we don't agree on the outcome or what we think happened or who should be held responsible. Um, I love a good discussion, and so does Maggie, my co-host, if she's able to get here, who is from England. Anyways, we love a good discussion. You don't have to agree with either one of us. We just are respectful enough to realize that everybody is allowed to have um, their own opinion. So you're welcome to yours here, or whatever other channels do if you don't agree with the creator. No, I don't care if you agree with me or not. That's what this is about. It's about discussion and things like that. So um, we're just kind to each other. That's it. That well, we try to be. When we start getting mad and stuff like that, we'll just kind of back up from it. Just agree to disagree and move on. But yes, we're waiting for the trial to start now with Massachusetts versus Lindsay Clancy. Today is opening statements, and then I guess they're going to call their first witness today. You guys remember tomorrow, as far as I know, the last I heard tomorrow. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Misty Blue. Um, I love that it says finger heart. So does that mean that you're flipping me the finger? Because that means listen, listen. If I'm getting two fingers, I feel like I'm double loved. It's like it's I don't know. No, I know what the finger heart thing is. I'm just kidding. Hi, Brittany. Good to see you, honey. Good morning to you. So, anyways, guys, yeah, get down here. Let's get some chatting going on. Let's get some, uh, you know, as soon as we all get woke up, I hope you brought your coffee. We'll be covering this every day that it's on. Good morning, lunch lady. Good morning. It's so good to see everybody here. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming in. Yeah, as soon as it starts, we'll get on with it. We'll have discussions on breaks and lunchtime. But I'm gonna try not to stop anything that's going on in the court. unless they're having a sidebar. If they're having a sidebar, I feel like, hello, Mary Jane Doe. If they're having a sidebar, I feel like we should be able to chit chat through that because we're not supposed to be hearing that mess, anyways. But listen, y'all, I thought about this all night long. I have to tell you, the live from yesterday that Maggie and I did to cover this, remind us all of what we're here for. At first, when we first started doing it, like my heart just went, of course, the reason why we're here is for Cora Dawson and I'm sorry, I got a wake up brain going on. Dawson, Cora, and what is the baby's name? Don't tell me. I can see it in my head. Y'all forgive me. Forgive me. It's not that I don't care. It's just that I'm tired. And I've had zero sleep yet. The baby's name is, it starts with a C. For some reason, I keep seeing Connor, and that's Lacey Peterson's baby. It is. All right, you guys can tell me in chat because I forget. I just can't. My brain won't think right now. I need some coffee. No, not Corey. It's it's right there on my community page, you guys. It's Callan. Okay, Callan. Lord have mercy. Okay, Cora. Let's not forget the victims in crimes like this are often forgotten so quickly, not on purpose, but very quickly when a trial starts. And I just don't want to forget those babies that died senselessly. We went over this trial yesterday, and at first I was livid with her mother, with the kids' mother. By the time I ended it, after reminding myself of everything that went on and went down, I want to punch Patrick in the fucking face. And I'm sorry. Which I know it's too early to be cussing, and I'm sorry about that. I'm trying to hold down on that. Those are my dogs saying good morning and how much they love each other. All right. So, hello, Maggie. Can't hear you, honey.
Hello, Gail. Can you hear me?
Yep, can hear you now. How are you?
I've just gone flying.
I
That means I
heard.
had a full. Oh, do you know what? It always happens to me. What happened? Thank God for Melly Jo, because I was chatting to
Did
Melly Jo on and off,
she pick
and
you up
she's.
all the way from Australia?
Oh, Alec had to run in. I had to phone Alec dead quick because I couldn't get up. But what
Oh,
happened was Melly said, "Are you going live in 7 minutes or 10 minutes?" I went, "What now?" And she went, "Well, I said, "Oh, I'll have to go in and change it." So we went and looked at all the court things, and everyone was ready to go live. So I thought, shit, I'll have to go upstairs, get the laptop and the headphones to go live, and I'll phone Leanie. So I phoned you, we didn't get an answer. And I was outside because I was going for my walk. So I come back in and I'm trying to get things ready. And the next thing I went flying. I bent my shoulder. I said, Mel, I'll have to go. I've hurt my shoulder. I'll have to get Alec. So he come and pick me up. I'm okay. I've hurt my finger and my shoulder at the back, but it's not tragic. Do you know what I mean? It's just a bit sore where I banged it. So anyway, I'm here.
gosh, Maggie, I hope you don't have problems with your shoulder
No, I'm all right.
because of
Yeah,
that,
I'm okay.
because I know
It's
how your
okay.
shoulder gets.
I know.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you guys for being here. I'm Leanie, and this is
Maggie.
Maggie. If she sounds funny to you, she is not English. She's Scouser.
I'm a Scouser from Liverpool in England.
In England, but she's not English. Anyways, as soon as court starts, we're waiting for it right now to start. We will be going live with this. Then we're going to shut off our microphones because Maggie and I could talk for days and days and days. And Mags, I will let you jump in chat right now and say hi to everybody that has missed you. Wow.
Oh,
I just check on the case again.
Yeah, well, yesterday we did a good live, I think so anyway. I enjoyed doing it, and we learned so much. You know, you can have one opinion in your head. I was like on the fence as to what I was thinking because of her reaction when she woke up in hospital, and that was swaying me to not believing it. But then when we heard, I mean, and we haven't heard all the evidence yet, but when we read up about all the medication this girl was given over and over again, things weren't even getting a chance to work. They were just changing them all the time. She must have been so mixed up. The cry for help was relentless. She just never got any help. And there was only, after all of it, I mean, this was going on and on and on, one doctor seen it, and he brought it into hospital. And they were going, "Oh, she doesn't fit the criteria." Well, guys, I don't know. You must have to be on the end of your life, you know, because that girl, she couldn't have done any more, you know. But I think the mother-in-law, who was a nurse, should have stepped in there big time, and her own mother and her husband saying, "No, she needs admitting," but none of them did. So that was that. Anyway, hello, chat. Melly, hello, girl. Did you hear me falling, Melly? Did you hear the bang? Got a bit of a headache. Yeah, I thought I set the time for the live wrong. Hi, Misty. Good for coming in and seeing you last night as well. Thanks for coming in, love, and I hope you're okay. Brissy, good to see you again too. Lunchy, hiya, girl. I messaged you because I was worried about you. I said to Leanie, "Have you heard from Lunchy?" She said, "Yeah," and she explained you were on vacation. So that's good. Hiya, MJD. Good to see you. You're awake now. Where are we? Where are we? Who else? Who else? Who else? Let's have a look. I think that's it, isn't it? I'm going right down the list now. Yeah, I think I've said hello to everyone. So yeah, hello everyone. And I don't know whether you want to go and get a little cup of coffee, Lee. I don't know whether you've had any sleep, you've just got up or whatever. I don't
I
know.
got
So if you
about
want,
two. I got about 2 hours sleep. I'm gonna try because you guys know I use the pods. I use the Keurig, and my husband uses the coffee pot. Well, when I came home from Ohio, there was no more little pods left anymore. So now I have to go work out in his coffee pot, like because the Keurig is stronger. The coffee is stronger. So every time I drink out of his coffee pot, I mean, he's just drinking pee, y'all. I don't know what the hell the man's drinking, but it ain't coffee. So I
yeah,
am gonna add a ton of coffee to it and get that going. I just want to welcome everybody in the bushes one more time, you guys. Thank you for being here. Look,
oh
um,
yeah,
you don't have to agree with come on down and chat. We're good people. We're animated people. We're funny people. We are emotional people. Basically, we're middle-aged uh, women. Everybody's in some stage of menopause. That's what's happening.
yeah.
So if you
Just
could deal
nice to
with
be
it,
able to meet people, isn't it, Lee? To
yeah.
have a laugh with when it's a laughable time and be serious with. And it's just a group of women that's around a table in my head having a gab.
Yep. So you're welcome to join in that. Listen, anything you hear from us on panel, if you don't agree with it, let us know in chat. You're not going
Yeah,
to be
that's
bashed
fine.
at all for having a different thought. Half the time, Maggie and I are on two different planets when it comes to things, and that's okay. That's how discussion is brought about and
Mhm.
understanding is brought about. We just have to remember that not everybody is going to agree with us, and they don't have to agree with us. You don't have to agree with us.
Yeah.
We just don't. We just have to be adults about how we present it and choose to engage in that discussion. So we'd love to hear your take on this. We'd love to hear you throughout the trial when it actually starts, when they actually get this thing going. You guys, Maggie and I will mute out. I will be taking driving notes really during this, and when we have like sidebar or a break or and of course lunch, then we will jump back on our headphones and have an open discussion about it.
So,
So
Lee,
yes,
shall I open share my core TV in case you have to go and I've got control?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, we should probably do that. Um,
Okay, I'll do it now.
okay.
Just
Let
to
me
make
know
sure
when
I've
you've
got the
got it.
right
Yeah.
one. Yeah, I will. Right, I've already got it up and about to share now, Lee.
Okay, let me take this one down. Thank you guys so much for being here. We appreciate you. Actually,
Um, just making sure I've got the right one. That the right
yeah.
one, Lee?
Yeah, if you could make it a little bit bigger. Yep. Also, Court TV is going to be doing different analysis and things like that during their breaks. Um, we
Is that
won't.
okay?
That is perfect. Um, we won't be playing their analysis because hey, we got something to say here too, y'all. If you want to
Yeah.
go on over to Court TV and listen to their analysis and them talk about it in the right way, in the professional way, in the you know,
Go over there because you won't
they'll
get
they'll pa-
professional here.
they'll
Haven't got a
pamper
clue.
your hiney and make sure that they're not offensive. Listen, I'm offensive. So is Maggie. I wasn't offensive until I met all these women. They drove me to drink.
I really do try to be professional,
I
but it
couldn't.
never works. Everything
I know.
goes wrong. I want to sound like Grizzly, you know what I mean? But it's
I'm.
not happening.
Listen. I feel like I'm Nancy Grace's little sister. I'm her protege, and I had a dream actually that I met Nancy Grace, and she was holding a sign. I'm not lying to you. She was
I hope
holding a
I was in
sign.
it.
No, you weren't there. I'm telling you, you weren't there. You're not allowed to meet her. But she was holding a sign. This is no lie. It said, Maggie, you're my favorite. And I took a picture with her. I was like, what?
Go ahead,
Like,
Nancy.
what? What? I mean,
See
I
me.
could not, but I actually took a picture because I loved you and I wanted you to
She's
have a
fuming. Nancy
picture.
will love me more.
But I was like, Nancy, like you're my girl. Like, you're my boo thing, Nancy. You're my what do you
I'm
love
just gonna have to come to
Maggie?
terms with it. You have to come to
And
terms with it.
I'm going, everybody loves Maggie. Where's Maggie? Where's Maggie? Lenny's mean to Maggie. Oh my God.
Only because I talk different. Otherwise, if I was American, they wouldn't be interested, would they? Because they're American. So just because I talk different, very different.
Yeah, and you sound sweet and I don't.
Do
And
I
that's,
really? Do
yes,
I
Maggie,
sound?
you
I
sound
think I
very
sound
sweet.
right. A Scouser would say I sound like a typical Scouser. Like when I'm talking like this, I'm Scouse. But I hope when I'm reading that I don't sound like I do now. Can you
You,
tell me?
yes, I would love to tell you. And I'm not telling you this because you're my friend. I'm telling you because it's the truth. When you read, it is so soothing.
Oh,
Like
good.
even when I have teeth in my head and I can read and sound decent. Good morning, Big John. Good morning, my bug.
Hiya,
Um,
John. Good afternoon.
but Maggie, I love hearing you read, and I'm pretty sure
And
just
I do
about all
you.
Americans
And
do.
I love reading. So don't ever think, I mean, yesterday I couldn't, it was just blades. I
Do you
couldn't
know
see a
whenever
thing.
thank you guys so much for sending us those jewels. We appreciate you because we're on StreamYard. We can't see them, but thank you so
Oh,
much for
yeah.
those. We
Says floating.
appreciate you.
What
Um,
do they mean? What do these
I
mean
don't know
now? Do
what
you
the
know?
hell they mean, but I think it's good. They're not
It
giving us
must
the
be, mustn't it?
finger. I
No.
mean, even if they were giving us the finger, I'd laugh. I mean, I think
Well, they
that's
must be an
very,
important thing for the channel
I'd
to get
probably
if they're
give,
giving them.
it must be
So
important. We're not sure what we can do with those jewels, but it's important. And
we
if
can
you
fight
guys want
over
to
them
hype
later.
this, if you guys want to
I
hype
did
this
it
for
before.
us, well, everybody else should do it too. So
Yeah,
everybody
I
get
get
up
it
there
all
and
the
hype
time.
this. That way more people can find it that we're also covering this over here. Listen, like we said, we try to be professional. Be professional. We've been through no schooling for this. I know that's hard to tell y'all. Okay, I know that when you listen to me, Maggie, you're going. I can't believe it that they actually haven't been to school. They sound so educated.
Look, I've sent you some.
What is Unk Alert?
Uncle Elise, I don't know, I just seen it and wanted to send you.
Oh my God, Maggie, you said 440? Hot dog, hot
Oh my
diggity dog?
God, it says turn it up. Let's see, turn it up.
Well, let's turn it up. Turn.
So what it is, you get one free, and then the next one you got to pay for.
Oh, holy hell. We just paid for that?
Let's have a look. So the first one was free. Let me see if I can send it again.
Oh
No,
my
so
God,
now
don't send it again. They're going to charge.
it says
Thank you.
50.
Misty
Oh,
Blue
we are.
is Misty Blue is spending all her jewels here. Thank you so much. Thank you, MJD. 440 jewels. Good night.
Oh my God, we're going to be like queens.
We are going to be like queens. Shut up,
We're going to be
Nancy.
loaded. You're going off with me, Lee. Don't be stepping down on me. We're going half.
We are all right. Listen, Nancy doesn't even get jewels, y'all.
No,
I
Misty,
mean,
you're fine. It tells you, it takes you to your payment part when you're paying. So if it hasn't gone there, you're okay, but you get one free. So, Lee,
no,
any reading, I'm happy to go as long as I can see it.
yeah, and let me tell Misty this real quick. So yeah, you will collect free ones somehow, because I know on, if I go into according to Leanie, it shows how many jewels we have up there, and then once they're used, they're used. But I don't know if we get more because you guys are sending them to us or what.
Right. I've
But
just discovered you can
you
send 50 free, but when you click that one, it takes you to your bank details. So what will happen there, if you accidentally, after those have gone, click, it's got your bank details and it's going to take it. So be careful.
Yeah, so when the bank thing pops up, just decline, decline, decline. But anyways,
Like
Maggie, I
that.
wanted to tell you that um yesterday, so whenever you brought up when we were reading the timeline, and yours,
Mhm.
by the way, was much better than mine. I don't know where you found that, but that was so good. Much more descriptive. Um I when you put it up on the screen, the same thing happened to me. I couldn't see it that well either to read it either. So I think it's just because it's so small anyways. Second of all, we're old. Third of all, it's like we're sharing a screen, so
But the left part of it that was more prominent could be seen. So I don't think it was us, Lee. The
okay,
other part was very
let's blame
blurred,
the
and I could read that.
right, let's blame the eclipse. Let's be happy that with
Blame the
that.
eclipse. Don't be blaming the age.
I
Speak for yourself, Leanie.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to throw you into
It's all
that.
right, but you know what? Scouse girls like to look good. So,
Girl, no. I want to be scouser. Oh,
do you
so
know what
as
I
soon as
think's brilliant? I've got a gang of women from America and Australia, and I can absolutely be myself and talk, and you all understand me. You don't understand, because I've never been understood when I've gone anywhere in here. No one understands me.
I remember when we first started. Y'all, we're just waiting on court TV. That's all. We're waiting
And
on the
Maggie,
court.
Melly telling me to slow down. She couldn't understand.
Slow down, Maggie. Just slow down. Because you would just get into that scouser
Look
mood,
how
and
far you have come.
look how far you've come. I mean,
I know.
listen, you know how to cuss like an American now.
Fuck. Fuck you. Oh, yeah.
I taught her that, you guys. You're welcome.
She
You're
taught you that.
welcome.
Oh, Big John
Oh,
understands me. That's because you're British, John.
that's right. All right,
You
Maggie,
think
I'm
I
gonna
sound sweet. You'll understand I don't sound sweet. I just sound like a scouser.
no, no, you have a better heart than I do, obviously, and it comes out of your mouth
I've got
more.
a stupid heart.
I'm
It's
You
such
do
on
not
me.
have a stupid heart. I have like my heart will flip. I mean, it's lovely, beautiful, welcoming, and just warm. And then it'll turn on the dime and go black, especially if someone pisses me off. I mean, that quick, boom. But I take care of it that
You've
quick
gone
and it's
better.
over with too. Yeah.
You've got
So
better,
I don't,
100%.
I have gotten better at control. I'm telling
You
you,
have.
I'm growing up.
You have. You
I am
handle
growing
things
up.
so different than you would have at the beginning.
I'm growing up, Maggie. I'm
You're near
starting to
60 and
use,
you're growing up now.
I know, I'm
You're
using
60, you've
my
got a few years, yeah.
filters. My mom always told me, Lainey, you've got filters. You need to use them. I couldn't find them. So you guys have helped me with that. I appreciate you. Mags, I'm gonna go in here and make this concoction of
You
coffee.
go on.
And I will be RB.
Gail Dad cooking up deliciousness. Hit the like button if you haven't. Thank you very much, Gail Dad. Thanks a lot. Oh my God, Misty Blue's throwing these jewels. I'll be able to make a necklace and a bracelet with all these jewels we're getting. Could someone find out what the jewels mean and let us know? Because I need to know now. I should have looked that up earlier on, but there was too much going on. I was going for my walk, for my little exercise, for my little legs race, and it's a gorgeous day. The sun's shining. We've had nothing but rain all weekend. And here I am, gets outside, talking to Melly Joe, and she informs me that the live's starting. And I'm like, what? The live's starting? She went, yeah, in 7 minutes. Oh, guys, I had to get upstairs, get everything. But in that time, I went flying, near through the wall, and I just did bash. Melly, did you hear the bang? Melly must have heard the bang because I was on with it. So, anyway, that's why I didn't look. I didn't even give it a thought, to be honest. But I'm dying to know what they mean. So, listen, I cannot wait for this trial. I can't wait. So when we found out last night, I mean, there was only Lunchy and MJD that wasn't here last night, and John, you weren't here. Melly hit the bang. Oh God! So, I mean, was anyone else shocked? Did anyone else? Has it changed anyone else's mind, opinion? For now, because we haven't heard it all, because it has mine. Tell me if it swayed you another way, because I was so shocked at what I was reading. And like, as you know, I had to go back and read it again. Even Lenny was saying, hold on, whoa, Maggie, can you go back and just read that again? Because I couldn't absorb what I was reading. I couldn't believe it. I was thinking, this can't be true. So, yeah. So Misty said, yeah, I feel so sorry for Lindsay. Me too. How much more could she have cried for help? And I'm thinking, was there a reason that Patrick, her husband, wasn't pushing it in to get help? See, I'm starting to think all different things now. So MJD, you know about the case, yeah? Or are you asking Lunch Lady what happened? Hang on. Oh, let me know if you're asking Lunch Lady in case I go in depth to everything and I'll be dry as a bone in my mouth. But all the times last night we read, I wish I could get that up again just to give little recaps of some of it. Misty said the medics need prosecuting the amount of meds she was given. There is no wonder she went psychotic, I'm telling you. Oh, that's good. So you're up to date with it all. Brilliant. How many meds did she get? I mean, it takes 6 weeks, they tell you, for medication to get in your system. You've got to wait 6 weeks to give it a chance to work. I don't know if she was on any of them for 6 weeks in total, because they just, every time the girl went for help, they changed them or upped them and put it on another one as well. So they were both mixing. She must have been so confused. But I get where people are thinking, no, but she was so, like, it looked like she had her shit together the day of the murders. She didn't seem confused. But was that part of the psychosis where she's acting because this voice in her head is telling her she's got to do this, she's got to do it? She was obviously scared. She said she was scared because of all the thoughts that were going in her head. So she had to find a way of doing it. I mean, what person puts in Google, was it how to kill someone? No, not like who wouldn't know how to kill someone? Because there's a million and one ways, isn't there? So that for me looked like she wasn't, she's not thinking straight on that bit. So that's the only thing, isn't it? That's a bit conflicting, as she was so okay on the day. Oh, we've got movements. We've got movements. Can you
All
hear
right.
it?
Yeah, we can hear it. We are in court, so we're gonna mute out and let's listen to this. Okay, gonna be opening arguments first. Thank you everybody for being here. Double tap your screen.
All right, all right. Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have a matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Robinson. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Hopkins.
All right, counsel, good morning. Ms. Clancy, good morning. I apologize, everybody. We had some technological problems here, but I think we're ready to go forward. Before we continue, could I see counsel at sidebar just briefly?
All right, guys, while they're doing sidebar, we can make comments and stuff like that because they're going to shut it off. Thanks everybody for being here with us. This is day one of Massachusetts versus Lindsay Clancy. If you don't know about this case, Maggie and I did a live yesterday on this case, and okay. Anyways, I've got too many devices going. I got my TV, so I need to turn this down so when it becomes live on the computer, I will know. So, anyways, we did a live yesterday recapping this, telling you the story, and getting caught up with what all was going on, reminding ourselves what went on. I feel like that was a good live. Just skip through all the little talk between me and Mags and go and catch up, especially the timeline. That's the most important thing, I think, in this case. Let's go ahead and just put out YouTube. We are using Court TV's footage of this, but we're using it as a fair use. Here's our fair use disclaimer. It is floating across the bottom of our screen. It is also in our chat. Copyright Act of 1976 gives allowance for this content to be used for purposes of criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. And that is what we're doing. Maggie, are you sure that we are on live? Because, oh, no, yeah, okay. I just checked the TV. They're still at sidebar right now. Thank you guys so much for being here. Can you double tap your screen? I promise magic happens the minute you guys do that. If you feel like hyping this for us, we would surely appreciate that. We will be here every day in one way or another. Either Max will be by herself, I'll be by myself, we'll be together. And on days we just can't get here, I will still stream it. Come in and chat. This is going to be a long trial. You guys are saying anywhere from 6 to 8 weeks. That's a long time for us to put life on, for all of us, not just Maggie and I, to put life on hold. Stuff happens, you got to handle it. So we're just as human as everybody else. Mags, what says you?
I'm actually just looking for that timeline that I had yesterday. I'm going through the history because I want to read it again after, or, bring things out. So that's what I'm looking for. So, yeah, of course, I didn't realize I got so many things open yesterday. And what
Girl, I know it. Every time we do something like that where we're investigating, being the sleuths that Maggie and I are, I mean, my whole screen is filled up of tabs open. Sometimes I use them all. Sometimes we just don't get to them.
I've got it.
All right, cool.
So that's there, ready if I need it.
Okay. They're on a sidebar still. As soon as you guys hear them, that's when we're hearing them, and then we will mute out. Because sidebars we can't hear anyways, even though I would love to hear the sidebars. Wouldn't you? Like the judge? Because you guys, let me tell you, I was watching, was it Vinny? No. I was watching Her Highness herself, Nancy Grace, my boo thing. And listen, let me tell y'all something. These lawyers, they were going at it during jury selection. I mean, their personalities already came out. They've already pissed off the judge, two jurors.
So did you watch that, Lenny?
Yeah, I did. I watched.
Oh, I want to watch it. Can't we bring it up while we're waiting for course?
Yeah, you could bring it up. It's on Court TV, actually. It's
So,
jury.
well, do you want to open it?
Nancy. Oh, Nancy. Yeah, I could.
Yeah,
find
where
it
they were
and
all
I'll bring
killing
it up.
each other. If you open it, yeah. While I
Oh, there
keep
were
this open.
several times that judge finally told, oh, y'all, I'm just saying this is going to be fiery, because yesterday in our live, we actually played an interview done by Lindsay Clancy's parents and her lawyer. And y'all, even as old as that man is, I'm telling you, he's full of it. Listen, my son would tell me there's a difference between conceit and confidence. And I was struggling. I heard myself in my head say, Leanie, that man is conceited. I mean, he just knows his crap. He said, this is what he said on camera. When I tell you it's going to start, because this trial's been put off a couple times. When I say it's going to start, it's going to start. I was like, oh, excuse you. But then I heard my son's voice also in my head say, Mom, that's confidence. So there is a difference. And let me tell you, the DA is not backing down either. She is a female and she's tough. And like I said, I hope I'm like Maggie. When Maggie, for once, we started off on the same ball in a live and we ended on the same ball. A lot of times it's not like that when we cover cases. And we were both like just like wanting just to go over and slap the hell out of Lindsay Clancy, right? And then we just started deep diving it. And the deeper we got into it, the more we were like, this poor woman, like this. I don't understand psychosis that well. I have never known anybody to have even an attack or whatever you call an episode of one, but I'm beginning to understand it. And whether she had psychosis or not, the question is she guilty for this crime of killing all three of her children? And by the end of our live yesterday, y'all, I just wanted to drive to Manhattan, New York, where, spoiler alert, is where Patrick Clancy, her ex-husband, yes, you heard me right, her ex-husband, whom he divorced or she divorced. I don't think she would have been allowed to divorce in her right mind, going, through all the stuff she was going through. Anyways, they're divorced. He's remarried, and Maggie says he just had a baby boy with his new doctor wife.
Yes, he did. Yep.
So you listen, he leveled up, you guys. He was dating, married to a labor and delivery nurse. He is now married to an infertility doctor, and he moved to Manhattan. He's moving on up to the east side, to a deluxe apartment in the sky. That's what he did. Yep, he did that, and his name is not Jefferson. So by the end of that live yesterday, I'm letting you guys know I wanted to go and beat the hell out of that man. Because regardless how this case turns out, if the jury finds her guilty of murder, or if they say this is all psychosis and it's medical doctors that did her dirty and didn't, which I believe that totally, that the medical doctors didn't handle her situation correctly at all.
Total neglect. Total neglect.
Yes. She was neglected by her whole family, her in-laws, her mother, her father, and especially her husband. And I will shut up now.
So we're gonna bring her in now. And then
You excited?
All right, counsel.
Oh my God, you guys, my heart is beating so fast, like this is going to end in 20 minutes. You know what I mean? My heart is beating so fast. And listen, justice for these babies. Let's remember their names. It's Cora, Dawson, and Callan, and they're back up for a sidebar. The reason why it started late, the judge says, is because they were having some audio issues, which we're happy that they have fixed them, because I love courtroom, being able to see all the ins and outs of it and hear the story as they're hearing it. Couple things we will not, as a spectator in this, nor anybody else that is not pertinent to this trial, we will not see any of the autopsy photos, which I'm completely fine with. We will not hear any of the 911 audio. I'm not fine with that. I'm not okay with that, because I feel like, we talked about this yesterday, Mags, I feel like a 911 audio has a lot of evidence in it. And I just think I understand why he doesn't want to replay it, but he can suck it. Listen, any man that could, you marry for better, for worse, for in sickness and in health. And obviously the woman's sick somehow. I mean, I don't know the logistics yet, but we will figure it out. And he just didn't even see this through for his children before he got on with his life. I don't know about y'all, but as a parent, there's no way I would even be thinking. Now, listen, I know everybody needs a little something, something every now and then. Go pay for that, or call a friend.
He was having a little something while all this was going on.
Yeah. I mean, come on. Before
Right
you
up to
carry
the day of
on.
the murder.
Right. So for me, I have a problem with the fact that he couldn't see this through for his children before he carried on with his life. I will not understand that.
Yeah, because guys, right, this was supposed to be a happy marriage. He was very happy that, and they had no problems. That's what was said. And then she's like, she hasn't been charged. She's not in, she's not in jail. She hasn't been given a sentence. Here we go. And he just divorced her. Why didn't he even wait until he found out what was happening to her? If he loved her and nothing was wrong. Anyway, I'm shutting up.
Nellie Joe, I'm pretty sure I think he's gonna be one of the first person, if not one of the first people called to the stand, Patrick Clancy, and they're gonna ask him about that. But we did the timeline yesterday. I don't have the notes in front of me.
I can
From
remember.
that live.
One year, 1 month after he got married.
Yep. They got married 13 months after the babies were killed, but he also moved to Manhattan.
Within 4 months.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Well, wow, these two girls in the front row here in the white shirt and the black, they look just like Lindsay.
Oh my God, it's got to be his sisters. Oh my God, that makes it worse every day.
All right, Judge, let's get this going. We've been patient enough. Don't piss me off.
I know, hurry up, will ya? Come on.
Welcome, everybody. Do me a favor. Magic happens if you double tap your screen. I promise you. Can you do that for me? That's all we ever ask here. We are covering the, obviously, Massachusetts versus Lindsay Clancy, who is on trial for the murder of her 3 children. Her defense is that she was in a psychotic state when it happened and actually heard a male's voice tell her to do it. And the defense is calling bullshit. They're like, negative, that didn't happen. Like, no. But if you look at the timeline of events from when Callan was born, she had been seeing psychiatrists and nurse practitioners and even been to the emergency room several times to get help. She had told her ex-husband now that they forgot to sign papers before this started. That's what's going on right now. But she had told her ex-husband, her mother, her own mother, and God knows who else, that she was having suicidal ideations, and that sometimes she would also tell them that she had thoughts of harming her children. My problem with the whole family in this, her sisters, her mother, her father, her husband, his mother, who is a nurse as well, is that at what point do you step in and take the kids and say, listen, this is not a safe environment. If it was, I have 10 grandkids, you guys. If it was me, I bet you I'd be over there and I'd be gathering those babies up and saying, I'm taking them to my house. You get the help you need. You stay here with her and get the help she needs. And y'all can come to dinner every Sunday night. Don't interrupt school night. You know what I mean? Or my kids can come take over my house. I'll go take over their house and watch those babies. Nobody did that. But yet, all rise to the jury. Here we go. But yet nobody did that for those babies. I'm holding responsible every person in Lindsay's life. They also neglected her as far as medically and neglected her children. So there's that. That's where I stand with this. You don't have to agree with me at all. Come on down. Let's do some chatting. You will never get blasted here or blasted or
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham. Yeah.
Can anyone hear beeping, or is it just my earphones?
no, I hear the beeping too. I thought it was because I had something else open, but I don't.
No, I don't. And it's only just started anyway, so
Yeah, you're right.
it's a bit strange, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But I just find the way that they do it up there in the New England states so different than
Yeah,
and interesting, very interesting, very old school. I love it. Even in the South, they don't do it like
All
that.
right. Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry, that's the the technology.
Does anyone
we
want
have here. I
subtitles
apologize.
on?
Before we get going, I want to ask you just a couple of questions to make sure that everyone was able to follow my instructions from last week. And so the first question would be, has any member of the jury read, seen, or heard, or overheard anything about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? All right. All answered no in the negative. Number three, the last question I just want to ask you, is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? All right, very good. Thank you again for following those instructions. And Madam Clerk?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please stand and raise your right hand. Do each of you solemnly swear that you shall well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar according to your evidence, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Members of the jury, hearken to these indictments. On docket number 2383 CR 00198, offense 001 on the charge of murder. The jurors of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Lindsay M. Clancy of Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, on or about January 24, 2023, at Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, did assault and beat Cora Clancy, intend to murder her, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder said Cora Clancy. On docket number 2383 CR 00198, offense 002, on the charge of murder, the jurors of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Lindsay M. Clancy of Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, on or about January 24, 2023, at Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, did assault and beat Dawson Clancy with intent to murder him, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder the said Dawson Clancy. On docket number 2383 CR 001, offense 003, charge of murder. The jurors for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Lindsay M. Clancy of Duxbury, Plymouth, on or about January 24, 2023, at Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, did assault and beat Callum Clancy, intend to murder him, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder the said Callum Clancy. To these indictments, the defendant at the bar pleads not guilty, and for trial places herself upon the country. Which country you are. You were sworn to try the issues. If she is guilty, you shall say so. If she is not guilty, you shall say so and no more. Members of the jury, hearken to your evidence.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, members of the jury, and really, this is the first time I can technically call you members of the jury, because you don't become the jury in this case until you take that great oath that was just given. And that's an oath that has been given to jurors for hundreds of years here in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, where you've sworn to well and truly try this case. We have confidence that you're going to be able to do that. And so what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to give what we call a pre-charge. All right, and all that really is kind of an orientation to you to the procedures that we're going to have as the case goes forward, and kind of go over some of the terminology that you might hear, to give you a little bit of an idea what some of the principles of the law are that you'll have to apply to the facts as you find them. So as we go through this, I just kind of, again, I'm going to explain it, and then after that, we're then going to go right into the opening statements of counsel. All right, so first, as you know, this is a criminal case, and the defendant was charged by the way of an indictment on 3 counts. All right, now you have to understand that an indictment is not itself any evidence of the defendant's guilt whatsoever. It's merely the formal way of accusing a person of a crime in order to bring her here to this courtroom for trial. You are not to draw any inference of guilt from the indictments or from the fact that she was indicted and formally charged. Now, in every criminal case, the defendant is presumed to be innocent unless and until she's proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The law requires the Commonwealth, that is the prosecution, to prove that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. the law does not require the defendant to prove her innocence or to produce any evidence. At the end of this trial, you must find the defendant not guilty unless the Commonwealth has proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed each or any of the offenses with which he's charged. Now, I'll more formally instruct you on what reasonable doubt is later. But a charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if after you've compared and considered all the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. It's going to be your duty, the duty of the jury, to determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. And that decision has to be based only on the evidence and the law that's presented here in the courtroom during the trial of this case. Now, the defendant has been charged in 3 counts of murder. There are 2 different degrees of murder. There's murder in the first degree and murder in the second degree. If you find the defendant guilty of murder, you shall decide the degree of murder. The Commonwealth alleges that the defendant committed murder in the first degree on the following theories: murder with deliberate premeditation and/or murder with extreme atrocity or cruelty. Now, to prove the defendant guilty of any crime, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was criminally responsible at the time the alleged crime was committed. The Commonwealth bears the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the crime with which he's charged, and also that the defendant is criminally responsible for her conduct. The defendant has no burden to prove a lack of criminal responsibility. Criminal responsibility is a legal term. A person is not criminally responsible for her conduct if she has a mental disease or defect, and as a result of that mental disease or defect lacks the substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality or the wrongfulness of her conduct, or to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law. Now, just so you know, at the end of this trial, I will go over all of those legal principles in much greater detail. All right, so I just kind of wanted to give you a little bit of kind of an outline of what the law is on these charges. Now, I want to go over how the trial is going to proceed. And so that as soon as I'm done giving you this kind of pre-charge, the attorneys for the Commonwealth and the defendant will have an opportunity to present their opening statements. The Commonwealth goes first. The assistant district attorney will make her opening for the Commonwealth. And after that, the defense may choose to make an opening statement at that time. They could defer to give it later in the trial, or they could just not give an opening at all. Because remember, the burden of proof is not on the defendant. All right. After the opening statements, one thing I did want to tell you, the opening statements are very important, but they are not evidence. All right. They're really, we used to call it when I was a lawyer, kind of just roadmaps. So you can kind of see where the case is going. So you can kind of see what each party's position is. All right. But they're not evidence. And it's important for you to keep that in mind. After the opening statements, the Commonwealth will then have their opportunity to introduce evidence in support of the charges. After that, the defendant may present evidence in her behalf if she wishes to, but she's not obligated to do so at all. Remember, the government, the Commonwealth, has the burden of proof, and the defendant doesn't have to produce any evidence whatsoever. Now, there also, in this case, may be some rebuttal evidence. So you may, and we'll go over that, kind of how that works in regards to the case when we get to that point. All right. Now, what is the evidence? Well, the evidence is generally from testimony. This is where the witnesses will testify from generally here. There may be some documents, there may be some videos, there may be some audios. And in addition to the evidence, we're going to take what we call a view. And the view, and I'll go over that again also a little bit later. But a view is we're just going to go to a number of spots and sites that may be relevant in this case. We're going to do that probably sometime either later this week or sometime next week. And I'll keep you advised as to that, so you can kind of check the weather and kind of how we're going to go. So that would be generally the evidence. After the evidence is done, we'll go into what they call the closing arguments of the attorneys. Again, very important, but not evidence. All right, and then after the closing arguments, I get to come talk to you again. And at that point, I give what they call the judge's charge, or just the instructions. And really what it means, I'm just going to explain to you what the law is. And you're going to have to take the facts that you find during the course of this trial and apply the law that I give to you to arrive at the verdict. All right, and I'll explain what the law is. Believe me, much more detailed at the end of this trial. Okay. Now, I just kind of wanted to go over everybody's kind of function in this trial as we go forward. My function is pretty simple. All right. My function is to see that the case is tried in a way that's orderly, fair, and efficient. It's also my function to decide on questions of law that might come up during the trial, and as I said, to instruct you what the law is that you have to apply. And it's your duty as jurors to accept the law, as I stated to you. All right. Well, what's your function? Well, your function is to determine the facts in this case. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. You alone will determine what evidence to believe, how important any evidence is that you do believe, and what conclusions all the believable evidence leads you to. You are going to have to consider and weigh the testimony of each and all the witnesses who will appear before you, and you alone will determine whether to believe any witness and what extent to which you do believe that witness. It's going to be your responsibility to resolve any conflicts in testimony that might arise during the course of the trial, and it's your duty to determine where the truth lies. All right, that's your function. Now, you should, I want to comment, I'm going to sometimes be making rulings on objections and evidence issues. I'm going to be talking to the attorneys and talking sometimes to witnesses. Don't try to read into what I'm doing. In other words, I have no opinion as to what your verdict should be. All right, so if you think you're trying to read between the lines, don't. All right, I have no opinion. Also, during the course of the trial, you may hear either the three lawyers objecting. All right, don't hold that against the attorneys. That's their job. All right, and generally the objections go towards the admissibility of some of the evidence or the questioning. It might be a different form that's needed, and that's what they're supposed to do. So don't hold it against either side if they're making objections. And what will happen is sometimes I'll just rule right from here where I'm sitting. There may be an objection. If I say, well, that's sustained, that means I agree with the objection. And a lot of times the question is just asked a different way. If I say overruled, just means I disagree with the objection, and the question can go forward and the answer can be given. All right, so that's just kind of the shorthand we use. There's going to be times during the course of a trial that I have to talk to counsel over at sidebar. When I say sidebar at this point, that's going to be over here. All right, in this courtroom, this is the sidebar, and so a lot of times I'll have to talk to counsel over here because the law requires me sometimes to make decisions outside of your hearing. All right, so we do that over here. It can be annoying, I know that, but we do it over here because it's actually quicker than if we ask you to leave the courtroom, because you've now seen you'd have to stand up, file out one by one, all the way down to the jury room. The court officer then says they're all in the jury room. Then I talk to the lawyers. Then we resolve that. You have to then file all the way back. So we found it's quicker. And so a lot of times those things really move a case along. So I apologize if we're doing them, but that's the reason we do it. And that's the reason why we do it in the courtroom. If we're doing a sidebar conference, if anybody needs to stand up, kind of stretch, you have bad back, you're like, those are pretty comfortable chairs, but maybe sitting there for a while, by all means do that. But when we're over here at sidebar, don't discuss with any of the other jurors kind of what's going on or what you think's going on over here, right? So you just want to stretch, you can. Now, if during the course of this trial, anybody needs to communicate with me about anything, just let the court officer know and they'll let me know, and I'll talk to the attorneys who will deal with any of your concerns or any issues. Now, until this case is submitted to you after my final instructions, you must not discuss it with anyone, even your fellow jurors or your family, friends, or employees. All right, so it's important that you keep an open mind and not decide this case in any way until the entire case has been submitted to you. All right, and that sounds easy at this point because you haven't heard anything. But as the case gets going, it gets harder and harder sometimes, even in the jury room. You can't start deliberating until you hear all the evidence. You can't start talking about it until you hear all the evidence, until you know the law that you got to apply. All right? We're going to allow you, as the case goes forward, to take notes. All right, and so anybody who wants to take notes, you can. You don't have to. Some people find it helpful to remember. Some people find it distracting. So that's just, it's up to you. That's your option. All right, you should know that those notes are your notes. By that I mean, we can't let you take them home, but at the end of each day, they're collected. They're put in a secure place. Nobody reads them. I don't read them. The attorneys don't read them. Nobody reads them. At the end of the trial, they're destroyed. Okay? But just some people, if you want to do it, we'll hand those out in a couple of minutes. Now, I want to just kind of go over just some cautions as we're getting ready to start this trial. All right? First is, as I said already, please keep an open mind. Don't form any judgments or conclusions or views as to any aspect of this case. You haven't heard all the evidence, and you must keep an open mind throughout this case and until the case is given to you in your deliberations. 2, as I said, don't talk about this case, about any aspect of the case, with family, friends, acquaintances, or anybody like that. 3, don't talk to any of the witnesses or parties or attorneys involved in this case. They've been instructed not to talk to you. We really want you to be comfortable, all right? And so if you do pass by one of the people involved in the case, if they go by you and don't say anything to you, don't hold it against them. Don't think they're not being respectful. They're following my instructions. We just want you to be comfortable throughout the course of this trial. Now, another caution is during the time that you serve on this jury, there may be reports about this case in newspapers or social media or on the television. You may be tempted to look or listen. Don't do it. All right. My instruction to you is do not read anything about this case. Don't listen to anything about this case. If something comes on, turn it off. Or if somebody starts talking about it, just say you can't talk about it. And you can blame me. That's my instruction. All right. Now, sometimes during the course of a trial, evidence is presented that produces an emotional reaction. And that might happen in this case. But as jurors who have taken the oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you that the law says you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight of the evidence. You must find the facts in this case based only on the evidence. All right, I may go into that a little bit later, but I just kind of wanted to remind you of that in regards to that. Don't do any research on this case. All right. If you have any questions about things as you go forward, you're not to do any independent research. You've got, as I said before, we've got 3 very, very experienced lawyers. They'll get you the information that you're going to need to come to the right verdict. All right. You can't do any research. The other thing is don't visit the scene of any place that's described during the course of the testimony. So no field trips. All right. As I said, we very well may be taking a view or to go see some of these places later on the trial, but that's the only time you should be there. Because at that point, you'll be under the supervision of the court officers, the court, the attorneys will be there. So that's the only time you're going to be allowed to do that. Now, I think the reason for all of these cautions is probably pretty clear, but it's just we need to ensure that a fair and just trial is given to all the parties in this case. So if you follow those instructions, you'll be able to do that. In regards to the schedule, as I told you, what we're generally going to do is go start at 9. We're going to go to 11. Might be off kilter a little bit today because of this part of the procedures. Go to 11, then we'll go till 1. There'll be a break from 1 to 2, and we'll generally go 2 to 3:30 or 4. All right. Now, after saying that, as I told you, I think everybody, this is a case that we may not be sitting every day, all right? And we may have to break early on certain days. So what I'm going to try and do as best I can is give you as much notice and explain to you kind of where we are as we go through the case. And then, so that being said, we're not sitting tomorrow. All right, something's come up that has nothing to do with any of the participants, but we can't sit. So the thought would be we'll hopefully go most of the day today, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. All right, as the week goes on, then I'll address you about how it looks for the next week. All right, and we'll try as best we can to keep you, up to date in regards to the schedule and also the progress that we're making on this case. All right, so that's pretty much what I wanted to address you in this pre-charge. These instructions are very preliminary. They're intended, as I said, just to acquaint you with the procedure and the framework of how this case is going to go forward. I'm going to talk to you later on in the trial in a much more detailed explanation of what the law is and what your obligations are. But I know that you're going to try this case according to the oath that we talked about that you took as jurors, where you promised you would well and truly try the issues between the defendant and the Commonwealth according to the evidence in the law. If you follow that oath and try this case without fear or prejudice or bias or sympathy, you'll arrive at a true and just verdict. I'm confident of that. And also, have confidence in yourself. All right? You can do this. The lawyers and I asked a number of questions, and we all decided and chose that you would be the people who could make this decision. So everyone has confidence in you. You should have confidence in yourself in regards to sitting on this jury and delivering the just verdict on this. So at this point, I'm going to now see if the Commonwealth is prepared to give their opening statements. Commonwealth? Ms. Buckingham? Sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Cora. She had just turned 5. She was sweet, silly, smart. She loved sparkly dresses and wearing bows in her hair. She loved princesses and baby dolls. She even tried to convince her preschool teachers at the beginning that her name was Sophia because she loved the Disney character Sophia the First so very much. Dawson. He was 3, a boy's boy. He was a bit rambunctious, but funny, full of energy. He loved trucks, construction trucks, fire trucks, and he spoke with a raspy little voice. Callan. Callan was just 8 months old. Always smiling with chunky cheeks, a sweet little baby. We are here, ladies and gentlemen, because they are not. They were strangled, deliberately and meticulously, killed by this defendant on January 24th of 2023. One by one, she wrapped exercise bands around each one of the kids' necks and pulled until their little bodies were limp and lifeless. First Dawson, then Cora, and finally Callan. Your job, ladies and gentlemen, is not easy in this case. The evidence will be difficult to see, to hear, to process. Testimony of witnesses, family, friends, teachers, people who knew the Clancy family, people who saw them regularly, people who saw them on the day in which this defendant killed them. They're all going to come before you. And it may be heartbreaking to hear what they have to say. You'll see photographs of the crime scene. You'll hear testimony from first responders. They're going to tell you about what they discovered when they came into the Clancy home at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on January 24th. You'll hear evidence about the defendant during that time period, observations of her physical appearance, her demeanor, You'll hear testimony about what she was reporting to her friends and family and doctors during this time period. The list of witnesses is quite long. Law enforcement, firefighters, friends, family, teachers, crime scene investigators, forensic scientists, toxicologists, medical examiners, experts. We expect over the next few weeks that you'll be able to, or will be able to present to you a clear picture of what was occurring in the Clancy household on January 24th of 2023. We ask that you keep an open mind when you're hearing this evidence, and during the course of the trial, don't forget that you use your common sense and your life experience. Those are things that you bring as jurors to the courtroom every day, and it's what's going to take you into the deliberation room at the end of this trial. So what happened? On January 24th, 2023, it had recently snowed. It was in fact a Tuesday. Tuesdays were days that Cora and Dawson usually went to preschool. They attended the Learning Sprouts preschool in Duxbury, but they didn't attend on Tuesdays. So on this day, they were home. On this particular day, Cora, who had just turned 5, had an appointment at the doctor's, an annual checkup. And so the defendant brought her first thing in the morning to the doctor's. The defendant's husband, Patrick Clancy, was home and he was caring for Callan and Dawson while defendant took Cora to the doctor. Pretty normal. You'll hear and see that Patrick and the defendant exchanged text messages that morning. Patrick sends a photo of Dawson, who had just dressed himself that day and he was jumping for joy. And he sends that text to the defendant while she's at the doctor. And while at the doctor, the defendant sends a text of Cora and her little Johnny and mask to Patrick. When the defendant and Cora returned home that morning, Patrick went downstairs to his basement office to do work, same as he had normally done on any other day since returning from paternity leave. And then the defendant was charged with caring for the kids for the rest of the day. She put Callan down for a nap, bundled up Cora and Dawson, took them outside to the backyard, and played in the snow. They built a snowman. The defendant sent pictures of the snowman and the kids in the snow to Patrick when he was working in the basement, and her mom, who was living in Connecticut, who had just been there that weekend but had gone home. The day proceeds as normal. You'll hear Patrick describe it as a good day, actually. In the late afternoon, around 4 p.m., the defendant searched on her phone for kids' Miralax. She searched takeout freebie, and she opened the Apple Maps on her phone and searched the route that it would take to get from their house to the 3B restaurant in Plymouth. She searched how much time and how far it was. Now, this restaurant had been a place that the family had eaten before, but wasn't their normal takeout spot. She also called CVS and asked them about the kids' Pedialax or Miralax. And that's because at the doctor earlier that day, the doctor had recommended a laxative for Cora because she had some stomach issues. She had complained of an upset tummy at school the day before, you'll hear. She had some issues where she didn't like to go to the bathroom at school, a little bit embarrassed. So they suggested the Pedialax. So she calls CVS and she confirms that they actually have it at their local CVS in Kingston. Then she sends a text to Patrick and asks if he wants to get takeout, if 3V is okay. She didn't feel like cooking dinner. It was a long day. He says, sure. She calls in the order. When Patrick leaves the house around 5:15 that evening, everything is normal, seems normal. He sees Dawson eating chicken nuggets and green beans on the couch before he walks out the door. Patrick leaves to go to 3V, and he's going to stop at CVS on the way there. That's when the clock starts, ladies and gentlemen. The defendant knows that Patrick has to stop at CVS, go to 3V. She knows that it's about 5 miles from their house to get to the restaurant. She knows approximately how much time she has for him to go there and come back. She then takes the children down into the basement. She separates Dawson from Cora and Callan, and then she proceeds to wrap exercise bands around each child's neck and pull until they are dead. She leaves the bands wrapped around each child's neck and goes back upstairs. In the kitchen, she gets a knife, and then she proceeds to the second floor of the home. In the middle of this, she misses a call from Patrick. He's at CVS. She misses the call. She calls him right back, and they talk for 14 seconds. Nothing that she does or says in that phone call is of concern to Patrick. He proceeds on his task, and she proceeds with hers. She goes to the second floor master bedroom, locks the door, crushes up some pills, and attempts to take her own life. She uses the knife she got in the kitchen to slash her wrists and her neck. She moves the bed away from the wall, away from the window. She opens that window and goes out. She lands on the cold, hard ground. Shortly thereafter, around 6 p.m., Patrick comes home. He's got the takeout bag and the CVS bag with the medicine. He enters into the house through the mudroom door into the kitchen area, places the bags down. It's eerily quiet. He calls to the kids, no answer. He calls to the defendant, no answer. He takes out his phone and dials the number for Lindsay's phone, defendant's phone, no answer. He then goes upstairs and finds the master bedroom door locked. He opens it and enters the room, sees blood and the window open. He then goes to the backyard, and that's where he finds the defendant. She's on the ground outside that window, moaning and mumbling. At 6:11 p.m., he calls 911 for help. First responders arrive to the home almost immediately. He's still on the phone with 911 when the responders arrive, and they go right to the backyard and tend immediately to the defendant. While they're with the defendant, Patrick tells the first responders, "I need to find my kids." He had asked the defendant where the kids were, and she told them they were in the basement. So when he went in the house, that's the first place he went, down into the basement. He's still on the phone with 911 when he finds each child with an exercise band still wrapped around their neck. He screams for help, and he says, "She killed the kids." Efforts made to resuscitate Cora and Dawson were futile, but first responders from Duxbury and the surrounding communities were persistent, and they kept trying to resuscitate them all the way to the hospital. But when they arrived at the hospital, there was nothing more that medical staff could do for Cora and Dawson. The staff at Beth Israel were able to get a heartbeat on Callan, but he never started breathing on his own. He never regained consciousness. He had no brain activity. Nonetheless, he was transferred to Boston Children's Hospital, where he died 3 days later on January 27th. The defendant was taken to South Shore Hospital and then transported subsequently to Brigham and Women's in Boston. She had multiple traumas, including spinal injuries, as well as superficial injuries to both her wrists and her neck. She is paralyzed. We expect during the course of this trial that you'll hear the defendant made claims that either right after Patrick left the house or after he called her from the CVS, depending on which version of the events she's telling, she heard a voice, a male voice, a voice that she had never heard before, a voice that she never heard again. And that voice told her that it was her last chance, that she had to kill the kids so that she could kill herself. She immediately took action when she heard the voice, with no direction or details from this so-called voice, and she killed the children. Once she killed the children, the voice stopped. When you consider this information in the course of the trial, ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you consider the source, the timing, the substance of her statements about this voice, You're also going to hear from, or you may hear from, forensic psychologists and psychiatrists who talk about what's called command hallucinations and voices that people hear before they do something. And when you hear that testimony, I ask that you keep in mind the details of what she's saying the voice told her, and the details of when this voice spoke to her. Another important thing to remember throughout the course of this trial is that this is not a case about the Lindsay Clancy that sits before you today. This case is about the Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023, at the time of the crimes. This was not a woman in the throes of psychosis on January 24th, 2023. This was a woman who acted intentionally, rationally, and swiftly to accomplish a very specific goal: to kill. You'll see and hear evidence about all the things that she did that day, what she did in the days leading up to this incident, leading to the murders. You'll hear her spending time with her family and friends. You'll hear her appearing to be in good spirits and doing better for all intents and purposes. On that very day, you'll hear she interacted with people at the doctor's office. She came home and took care of the kids. She talked to people on the phone and via text message. The evidence will show you she was not psychotic that day. Throughout the evidence in this trial, you will learn about the defendant being the classic overachiever in school, in her personal life, in her nursing career. She was someone who liked to control every little detail of her life, of her family's life. In contrast to pictures you'll see of the doting mother, the dedicated nurse, you'll also see a side of Lindsay Clancy that's different. Somebody extremely controlling, meticulous, and manipulative. The days were laid out with specificity. Strict schedules were expected to be maintained. Food was planned carefully. Sleep was scheduled to the minute. And at the time after Callan was born, her last baby, the family had to adjust. And by all sources that I expect you're going to hear at that trial, that summer was great. But after Patrick had finished his paternity leave and was back to work full time, when she no longer had a nanny to watch the baby, do laundry, tidy up the house, follow her schedule, when she was responsible for it all, it was hard. It was hard for her to maintain that control. It was hard for her to bond with her kids. And in efforts to maintain control, she withheld information from her husband, from her doctors. She reported serious symptoms that were inconsistent with her daily activities, you'll hear. And ultimately, on January 24th, 2023, the defendant made a calculated decision. This was a woman who no longer liked the life she thought she wanted. It was getting harder and harder to control. And when she saw the opportunity to escape, she made the selfish choice to take it, and to take Cora, Dawson, and Callan first before attempting to take her own life. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a public debate about women's mental health and how the medical system treats women. This case is about this defendant, Lindsay Clancy. There is no dispute that she was dealing with mental health issues during this time period prior to the murders. There'll be medical records, medical doctors, mental health professionals that will talk about treatment, prescriptions, hospital visits. All that's going to be before you. The evidence will show that this defendant had a means and access to mental health that most people don't. And she chose to deal with her mental health issues in the worst way. She chose to manipulate her providers, seek out the quick and easy fix when she was feeling depressed and anxious. And when she didn't get what she expected, she chose an alternate route. She sought a different doctor. She changed medications after days. She disengaged from treatment when she didn't like the plan. After only 4 months in treatment, She made a choice, a deliberate and intentional decision that she did not want to try anymore. And because no one could take care of her kids the way she wanted them to, she had to take them with her. Despite all the precision that she exhibited that day, you'll hear, the timing of it all, the swiftness of the killings, overcoming the interruption of Patrick's phone call, what she did not anticipate was that she would not be able to complete the act by killing herself. Ladies and gentlemen, people with mental illness commit crimes every day and are responsible for them. The fact that someone may suffer or have a mental illness, a mental disease or defect is not the end of the inquiry when it comes to guilt or innocence. It is whether a person can appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of the conduct and conform their conduct to the law. Do they know what they were doing, and can they control their actions? The evidence in this case will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant coldly and efficiently executed first Dawson, then Cora, and finally Callan. One by one, she strangled the life out of each one of them. She did so with no hesitation, with deliberate premeditation, and extreme atrocity and cruelty. She is criminally responsible for the murders because the evidence will prove to you that she knew exactly what she was doing. She drew her husband out of the house, their father, so that she had the opportunity and the time to carry out these murders. She maintained the ability to control her conduct, conform her conduct, when she attempted to kill herself to escape the consequences. At the conclusion of this case, we're going to come back and we're going to ask that you return guilty of the murders of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy, because the defendant committed those crimes.
All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Reddington, do you wish to give an opening?
I do. Your Honor, I might use the easel, may it be placed in front of the TV screen so that the jurors are able to. Yes. Thank you. You know, normally, we thank jurors for time away from your life, your jobs, your family, coming to court, listening to a trial, certainly is a service that's provided by you as citizens. But in this case, God bless you. You people are going to have to listen to some of the most horrific things. Look at some of the most horrific things. And jurors, it's a beautiful system. You pass between, as you heard Don Clerk say, you probably don't remember it, but it's old language, goes back to Old England. It says that you as jurors pass between the government, them. And she places herself on her country, which country you are. You owe allegiance to nothing but your oath, your consideration, and your time, your common sense. You bring your life experience to this trial. You render a verdict. And as jurors, experiences, take the job very, very, very seriously. You people will never forget this case. And thank you for that service. Government says that this is a situation, it's not a referendum on women's having babies and having postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, but it sure as hell is. Because you're going to hear, consistent with what is told you in the instructions, consistent with the obligation that the government has when they brought this charge. Tim Cruz, the DA, right in the front row, brought this charge. He knew, as did his office, the facts of this case. And he knew when he brought this charge that it was going to kill the soul of this young woman. And they would bring their evidence in front of a jury that she knows that she killed these children. We'll sit here, listen to their evidence, but I suggest to you that the issue for consideration is what was going on in that woman's mind. You're going to hear evidence that, as the government said, Lindsay was a kind of a parent pleaser. She was a person that in school had a lot of friends, still has friends. You'll hear evidence to this day from the 6th grade. High school, college, nursing school. You're going to hear evidence that Lindsay, in the course of being in high school, she was a high achiever, gymnastics. Stopped doing gymnastics because she hurt herself and didn't like to do the backflips and stopped doing gymnastics, but she was very athletic. You're going to hear evidence that right after she had the birth, the last child, within 4 or 5 days, she ran a 5K. She was very, very, very physically fit. Her life was such that she watched what she ate, watched what she did in her life as far as activities, and was one heck of a mother. She loved her children. All the things that the DA said to you about those little kids and their life and what they like, she knows 1,000 times more than what they know. And in that capacity, as a mother, daily you'll see evidence that she would decorate rooms, that she and Patrick did have that achievement of a wonderful life. They had it all. They met in Boston. She was a young nurse out of school. He was working in his industry. They ended up falling in love. They got married, bought a nice house. And, you know, people will say, oh, they're living in this mansion. No, they're living in a very, very humble house in Duxbury that they had to struggle to pay for. That house, you will see, not from the view, because it's not enough that we have photographs. On top of the photographs, we have to have a video. And on top of the photographs and the video, we have to have an auto-computerized animated display. And on top of the photographs, the video, the automated animated display, we have to get on a bus and go take a ride and look at the house where some guy and his wife are now living, that it doesn't look at all like what it looked like when Lindsay and Patrick were living there with their 3 kids. But there are videos that show what that home looked like that day, prior to that. You'll see in every room, there are things hanging on the walls, alphabets, colors, numbers, pictures of different cartoon characters, and I'm too old to even remember what they are. Movies, all sorts of toys, erector sets, trucks, all over the living room. There was no dining room. It was a large thing for the baby to be in, and then surrounded by toys. Every single room had toys in it. These children were loved and nurtured and cared for by her. She didn't want to get rid of her kids because of her selfish life, as the government indicates. She loved those children right up to the time of their death. You're going to see that there's photographs in this case that you will be able to evaluate that show that. Some of them might even be in the videos that the state police took. This case is a massive production by the district attorney's office. You have the district attorneys the assistant district attorneys, the assistants to the assistant district attorneys. You have the state police crime laboratory. You have the detectives. You have the state police, the armed men that will go out and interview witnesses and will investigate this case. You have the victim witness advocate, very nice lady, by the way, that deals with witnesses and people in a case such as this. It's a massive operation, and that's great. We should have that. But when you're considering the evidence, you consider the fact that you have two young people that were living this life, that were working, and Patrick, not because of COVID, not because of he just didn't want to work in an office anymore. He worked out of his basement. He worked in an office in the basement. He was there because of what Lindsay was going through. He was there. He lived it. And he will testify to it. He doesn't have to testify, quite frankly, and identify clothing and be distraught and placed in a position of horror in this courtroom. But he will testify to what they went through as a husband and a wife, the wife being pregnant. They had 3 kids. After the second child, she had postpartum. You're going to hear evidence that that's one of the issues that is important because that can lead to bipolar. One of the things that you don't do, which is taboo, is if you have somebody that's bipolar, you don't put them on an antidepressant. You don't put them on Zoloft. You don't put them on what's called an SSRI, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. It messes with your brain. You don't do that, but it was done in this case. The reason that Lindsay went to the doctors was in September 2022. July and August of 2022, they were very happy. Lovely little family. September, things went sideways. And she looked for, and you heard the government saying, and remember what they say in their opening, and remember that when they prepare a case, and remember how they can point at different aspects of the case to show consciousness of guilt, that show that somebody's conniving. In this case, how many times we heard she faked the suicide. Faked the suicide. Little cuts, dinky little cuts, scratches you'll get, stated in the opening statement or time of the arraignment. That she asked for a lawyer. That's rich. You're going to hear evidence that she was in her bedroom after the horrific act in the basement. And that she was up in the bedroom, that she stood in front of a full-length mirror, that she took the knife that was in the kitchen that she had taken. And when she took the knife, she cut her throat in front of the mirror. This is no fake suicide. This is her when she was brought to the hospital. When she was in the hospital. That's what her appearance was at the South Shore Hospital. When she's at the South Shore Hospital, she had wonderful care and treatment that was able, against her will, to save her life. Fake suicide, little scratches, dinky little scratches. This is a photograph that was taken at the South Shore Hospital of her neck. Photograph taken of her wrist, showing the split in the skin. Photograph showing you'll see evidence of this, the bedroom floor next to the bed with the blood. The knife next to the cup. Sadly, a gift saying because kids. You see the white residue inside the cup? That's where the pills were crushed up with leftover lemonade from the night before when she consumed that. That's the knife. This here you'll see is sleep aids. See this here, deep sleep pillow spray. She couldn't sleep. She couldn't sleep for months. More photographs of the injuries to her neck. And then, in the course of the fake suicide speculation by the police, you'll see the evidence that she hung on the window ledge and, like Spider-Man, I guess, slid down the wall of the house. You're going to hear evidence that she flung and threw herself out the window, striking her head on the ground, full ground, causing what's known as a Jefferson fracture of her neck. She shattered, exploded her thoracic spine, shattered her cervical spine, the first disc, broke every rib. And the Jefferson fracture, you'll hear evidence, is not consistent with a fake suicide by any means. Jefferson fracture is consistent with Superman when he got thrown off the horse. It's consistent with people that have the tragedy where they dive into a swimming pool, as a result of which they get that fracture in their neck and they're paralyzed. She's paralyzed. She's not going to get up miraculously and walk out of this courtroom. She's paralyzed and will be paralyzed for the rest of her life. She's living her own hell. She knows what happened with those kids. And she wanted to die. When she was in the hospital, you're going to see evidence. The Brigham and Women's Hospital, when they transferred her from South Shore Hospital, air flight, into Brigham and Women's Hospital, and she was then given the emergency room and the emergency treatment at the Brigham and Women's Hospital. You couldn't move in that room. There was so much equipment, so many wires, so many breathing tubes, so many machines, humming, banging, clicking, and she's spread out like she's crucified on the bed while she's being treated in that room, surrounded by armed police officers. Out in the hallway, guarding the hallway against what? Anyone could guess. Guarding the hallway, guarding the room, guarding the bed, standing there. She's handcuffed to the bed. She goes to South Shore Hospital. Government speculates that, again, you see how the government is able to create what they want for facts, that she is so cold and calculating that she said that she heard voices after I brought a psychologist, Dr. Zeisel, into that room to see her. I had to move heaven and earth. You'll hear evidence that they wouldn't even let her have visitors. She couldn't even see her family for over a week. The cops wouldn't let anybody near her. That room was an armed camp. I had to move heaven and earth and practically get a court order to be able to get in there and see her while she's laying in the bed. And they suggest, and will suggest, that she said, I heard voices, I heard command hallucinations telling me to kill the kids and then kill myself, after she talked to Paul Zeisel as if he was telling her what to say because I'm the lawyer and I brought him into that hospital. You're going to hear evidence that Paul Zeisel is one of the most respected psychologists. You're going to hear evidence that he was embedded with the military in Afghanistan for years. You're going to hear evidence that he works for the government when there's a shooting involving the FBI, the CIA, or any of those alphabet soup cops. He's involved out interviewing these people for post-traumatic stress. I knew that he was the man to talk to this young woman in the hospital. When I finally was able to get into that room, into that hospital, he was with me. He did not tell her command voices. He, as a human being, gave her a cell phone so she could call Patrick. But you know what? You're going to hear evidence from a woman who works at Brigham and Women's Hospital. I saw Lindsay as soon as she came out of her coma. She is a woman that works with the religious services in that hospital. And the first thing that Lindsay wanted to know is, where's my family? And then she told her about what happened and told her about the command voices. And this is well before she ever met me or Paul Zeisel. So you have to keep focused on the evidence because it's so easy to manipulate. There's no fake suicide. And there was no plan to fake her sickness. This is a young woman that, with her husband, tried very hard to get the help she needed. She went and saw a doctor by the name of, oh, by the way, remember in the open, the government says she shopped around for doctors, I guess, that she wanted to get doctors to, I don't know, give her drugs or something. You can hear evidence that she went online and she looked for someone that was into neonatal, post-baby delivery, because she knew that she was in trouble. She couldn't sleep. She had insomnia. It wasn't just, you know, when you get up in the middle of the night because your phone's on. She couldn't sleep. She only get 2 hours a night, 3 hours a night if she's lucky, as time went on. In September, she went to see Dr. Tufts. Jennifer Tufts is the name of the doctor. Jennifer Tufts then gave her a prescription for Zoloft, which is an antidepressant. It's one of those SSRIs. She didn't take the Zoloft for a couple of weeks because she was breastfeeding. She was afraid to have the baby have anything to do with drugs, but ultimately couldn't do it any longer, took the Zoloft and was spun out of control. Well, because you can hear evidence because she was bipolar. You don't give a bipolar person Zoloft, but she got it. You're going to see what the effect was that it had on her as that week went on, as that month drove on, and she couldn't sleep, and she was unable to emote, had no emotions, had no feelings, was unable to really react to anything, but had to take care of the kids. And as the government says, well, she was able to talk to people. She was able to talk to neighbors. Sure, you're going to hear because they don't call them, we're going to call them. People that knew Lindsay as a mother, people that knew Lindsay, teachers of those kids will indicate what kind of a mother she was, as will neighbors, as will friends, as will people that saw her during that period of time. You're going to hear evidence from Patrick as to the effect that this sickness had on her. She was looking into it. You're going to see her Google searches. You're going to see her Google searches go on and on and on about how to take care of postpartum. What type of drugs? Can you become addicted to benzodiazepines? What about, is it possible to have a treatment, a ketamine treatment? What do I do as far as insomnia? What do I do about my thoughts to kill myself? Ways to kill. How do you kill? What do you do to kill? Government lashes onto that. Oh my God, she's looking up ways to kill. Let's make that a basis of our prosecution on this case. This is not a righteous prosecution. They're looking for every single piece of evidence that they can to show some ridiculous concept that she wanted to kill her beautiful kids because she didn't want to be a mother anymore. This is a woman that was a nurse. She worked for one of the best hospitals in the country. She was in a labor delivery. You're going to hear from labor and delivery nurses that will tell you how dedicated she was. Cora was named after the very, very first baby that she delivered as a nurse in the hospital. That's where the name Cora came from. Cora was named after her first delivery. This is a woman who did nothing in her life but dedicate her life to helping people and be a good person and a good nurse and a great mother. And as time went on, looking like anyone else would, please help me. That's what it's all about. Give me help. And you can see, well, the government will say, God, she was able to talk to people. She wasn't drooling. She wasn't putting tin foil inside of a hat when she was going to the schools. No, she was able to talk to people. We actually have, we meaning the government, we have video of her and Patrick and the kids at the Museum of Science. And they were actually having a good time. We also have video that shows them down at the Cape Cod, down the Cape, with the kids, and they're in bathing suits. I guess she was fine. She put on a pretty good face. So what does she do? She goes to see, September 12th of 22, she looked for a psychiatrist. That's when she hooks up, if you will, with Dr. Jennifer Tufts, early October of 22, initial appointment. October 20th of 22, reports the adverse reaction that she was having to the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor Zoloft. November 16th, She goes to the South Shore Hospital emergency room because she was so depressed and so maxed out from lack of sleep and so unable to emote. She couldn't laugh, she couldn't cry, she couldn't have any feeling. She was a robot. She went to South Shore Hospital. She was referred and engaged with South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. This was Patrick's mother. This is Patrick's mother, Mrs. Clancy, who's a nurse, well-respected nurse, wonderful woman. She works at the South Shore Hospital, labor and delivery as well. She knows Lindsay. And she told Lindsay, you gotta go to this outfit here, which was the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. She didn't look them up because she wanted to get drugs. She was referred by her mother-in-law, who's a nurse. She went to see these people, November 21st of 22. When she was engaged at the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health, she's going on one drug to the next to the next. The drugs that she was prescribed, you see here, and you'll hear evidence that, first off, Jennifer Tufts, September 15th, 22, sertraline, that's the Zoloft. Then lorazepam, October 21st, Jennifer Tufts. Then hydroxyzine, Jennifer Tufts. Lorapazan, Jennifer Tufts. Buspirone, Jennifer Tufts. Lorazepam, increase, Jennifer Tufts. Buspirone, increase from 1 milligram to 5 milligrams, Jennifer Tufts. Trazodone from another individual. Fluoxetine, 10 milligrams from another person named Julie Paul. Julie Paul worked at the South Shore Hospital when she went there to go to try to get some help from South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. More medications, spiraling, continuing on, down. Pat lived this, and he will testify to what they went through. At this point, at the end of November, around Thanksgiving, she's reporting disassociation and confusion. They put her on Remeron. This is around Thanksgiving. Things were so bad at this point that her mother and father came up from Connecticut and lived with them to take care of the kids, to help, because she was walking around absolutely a zombie. She would rock on the sofa, crying hysterically, banging her head into the pillow of the sofa. Patrick will tell you what he observed with her. She dealt with her parents. Her parents were there to try to help. Is this someone that's faking because she doesn't want to be a mother anymore? The parents were there. Mother and father, wonderful people. Mother's retired. Dad took pictures of high school kids for yearbooks. They did what they could. Coming into December, after Thanksgiving, and they went, by the way, during the holidays, down to Connecticut at one point to visit with the family. But December 4th, she calls a suicide hotline seeking help. December 5th, she's evaluated by what's known as the Aspire Crisis Team. You'll hear evidence about that. December 6th, the next day, they have an appointment with Nurse Gelada. Now, Nurse Gelada comes into this action because, again, not looking for more doctors. Paul retired or left or went to another job. So all of a sudden, Nurse Paul, who was treating her and prescribing meds, leaves. Here's Nurse Gelada. She's now going to be your person you deal with. That's all. She wasn't looking for some other doctors to get additional medication. She now is dealing with Gelada. They have an appointment with Nurse Gelada. And Pat goes with her because he was so upset and says to Gelada, you'll hear evidence, do you think possibly that she's over-medicated? Do you think somebody screwed up? And she says, it's possible. And then she puts her on more medication. She puts her on, okay, December of 2022, you're going to see that Nurse Gelada, who is now on this chart, is in blue. Nurse Gelada puts her on quietapine, 25 milligrams, November 30th, December 6th, diazepam, 5. December 7th, diazepam. December 7th, quietapine. December 9th, diazepam, 5. December 13th, diazepam. And then she goes back to Jennifer Tufts because they just couldn't handle dealing with Rebecca Gelada because she wanted to wean off the drugs. Gelada told her to stay the course. She ends up going through the December 19th, 21st, 22nd, dealing with quietapine, 300 milligrams of quietapine. Now, what happens is they then suggest that what she has to do is go to Mass General Hospital. She goes to Mass General Hospital, At Mass General, they say, well, you can do like a day program, or you can go to this fantastic program down in Rhode Island called Women and Infants Program. So she goes to Women and Infants Program. She goes down for a day. She sits there in a group with other mothers and they talk. And they look at her medication and they say, you're going to see it in the medical records. We can't really help you as postpartum, and that's what they specialize in, because you've got medications that you're going to have to clear because the medications can be affecting you. She was there for a day. One day. They never said anything. You're not suffering from postpartum. Postpartum, every one of these doctors and nurses knew that she was suffering from postpartum. And now it's turning into psychosis. Now as she goes through the period of time, in January 5, Aliyah Goodhart from McLean Hospital puts on trazodone, 50 milligrams, lorazepam, 1 milligram, leaving the hospital. She goes to that hospital on New Year's Eve. She and Patrick decide this is it. The two of them get in their car. Family takes care of the kids. She goes to the hospital. Now it's locked wards. She goes into the hospital. She's there for 4 days. During that period of time that she's there, she's in group. She doesn't see a doctor but once. There's no discussion of medications till the very end. You'll see the medical records. You can look at the medical records. You'll see that her daughter's birthday was coming up and she wanted to leave rather than the 5th on the 4th. This is not a discharge against medical advice. They cleared her. They said, yeah, fine, you're okay, good luck, go home. She went home and she went to the birthday party. The government will have witnesses apparently to show that she was able to socialize, like, hi, how are you, at the trampoline where they had the birthday party for Cora. She's still living her nightmare. During this period of time, January 9th, back to Jennifer Tufts, puts her on diazepam. Jennifer Tufts kicks up the trazodone to 150 milligrams. January 13th, you've got Rebecca Jawada, puts her on diazepam. And by the way, when she was down at Rhode Island in the nurse and babies hospital, not a hospital, it was like a service, the people that were treating her for that one day reached out to Jawada to find out what's up with the medication, and Jawada never called them back. You're going to hear evidence, and it's in the medical records, that when she and Patrick called Jawada to say, I got to wean off this. She didn't want more drugs. She wanted off the drugs. Jawada says, stay the course. She's going on vacation. I'll see you in a week. Comes back in a week. You're going to see that now Jennifer Tufts puts her on the diazepam 2 milligrams on January 16th. Amitriptyline 10 milligrams, January 16th. Diazepam and diazepam between Tufts and Jawada. The last script is diazepam 2 milligrams, January 23rd. During that period of time, you can see that on December 20th and 22nd, she was evaluated at the Women's and Infants Partial Hospitalization Program in Rhode Island. December 30th, she returned to Mass General Hospital emergency room. December 31st, that's after Mass General told her to go to the hospital, you can go to McLean. New Year's Eve, December 20th of 22, they were admitted to McLean Hospital for psychiatric treatment. January 6th of 23 was post-discharge follow-up appointment with Dr. Tufts. January 10, 16, and 23, appointment of Dr. Tufts, Dr. Tufts, Dr. Tufts. Day before the killings, Dr. Tufts. These are the medications that she was on, that she had filled, that she took, that she didn't take, and apparently, according to the opening statement by the government, was manipulating the doctors, not telling the doctors. She told them that she was suicidal. She told them that she had suicidal ideation, and in December, to his and her ever dying regret, told Patrick in the presence of her mother that she was having psychosis, thoughts of hurting the children. This is a woman that did not get the medication, did not get the medical treatment that she so deserved. This is a woman that was suffering from psychosis at the time that she went down to that basement. She had no motive. She loved her children. She intended to kill herself. She didn't fake that. Threw herself out the window. Goes to the hospital. You're going to see that when she's in the hospital, they said to her, you want to, what do you call it, a DNR? Do not resuscitate her. With her. Absolutely did not want any DNR. Didn't want to be resuscitated, wanted to die. To this day wants to die. That's what we're dealing with on this prosecution. So you're going to hear from witnesses. It's going to be emotional. And thank you for your service. Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take the morning recess at this time. All right, I'm going to ask you to go out again. Don't discuss the case. We'll be back here probably about 15, 20 minutes, and we'll begin with the Commonwealth's case. All right, so we'll be in recess at this time.
Court, all right. Jury, this way, please.
Okay, guys, we are
Okay.
in. I'm sorry, Maggie.
No,
Hi.
we both did it at the same time.
Hi, everybody. Welcome. I am Leanie, and this is.
Maggie.
And Maggie is not English, so don't mistake it. Maggie is not English. She is a Scouser. Oh,
I'm
hold
a
on, let's hear
Scouser
what-
from
let's hear what he's
Liverpool
saying.
in
Hold on.
England.
20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, 20 minutes. We've got 20 minutes to go over this. Just some of the
I've got
stuff
the
that
list.
we've heard. Just some of the stuff that we've heard. Thank you guys so much for being here. This means so much to Maggie and I and everybody that here at According to Leanie, that we're just a group of people, mainly women, that come together and live life together. We don't hide our crazy. We don't have time for the fussing and the fighting. We all have our own minds. We think with our own minds. We use our own minds. We don't always agree, but we agree to disagree, and we're all adults about it. That's it. That's all. That's who we are here. And sometimes Maggie is really foul. So just excuse her for that. Chelsea, good to see you. Thank you for being here.
I absolutely am. And it was all taught to me by Leanie. She told me how to say, fuck you, in America, because I've never been able to do it. And she said, no, Maggie, you've just got to put everything in the fuck. So I went, fuck. And she went, that's it. That's how we roll.
It's good to see everybody here. Kiki, it's so good to see you. Thank you for being here, you guys. Do me a favor, double tap your screen. Magical things happen when you do that. Like we actually get a like, and that's really nice. If you feel like hyping our live today, we would appreciate you doing that. That's how we don't even ask it. We just say, if you feel like doing it, do it. If you don't. We're okay. Everything's good here.
It's okay. We won't side-eye you. We won't side-eye you.
Yeah, we'll just talk behind your back in Discord. Just kidding.
Yeah.
No, I'm not kidding. It's really going to happen. For real. I'm writing your names down, guys. Anyways, and listen, y'all, I don't normally talk like this, okay? All right? I did a really weird thing, and it was so weird, you guys.
Yeah, she did.
I am completely honest with the weird things I do. I am so weird. I had all of my teeth pulled. And don't ask, it's a long story. It was a big fight. I needed 4 teeth pulled. I came out with 26 pulled. It was, but I got what I wanted. So I'm still waiting on my teeth. I don't normally have a list. And my plan was not to go live while this was happening and never to tell anybody. I just was going to cam up and be like, y'all like my Hollywood smile?
As if Leanie can shut up. I knew she'd come on.
I can't shut up. I can't shut up, y'all. I miss you guys.
You
This is my
shut up.
therapy. It's my therapy, Mags. So
we know
anyways,
it.
yeah. So one day this is going to get better. I thought it was just like a bada bing, bada bang. Couple weeks I'd have teeth. Oh, negative. No. Do your research. And I did do my research. I freaked my husband out, all of my children out. My grandkids, half of them love it. Half of them are scared to death of me. And Maggie loves it. I send her,
Oh, I love
listen,
it.
every time I FaceTime Maggie, I do this really weird smile and I let her take all the pictures she wants to. And she told me never to piss her off because it's
I'm
going
gonna share
all over the billboards. Yeah.
that with
Hollywood's girlfriend. Listen, Kiki, you listen, girl. I have always hated my smile. Now I will say this. Maggie was like, do not do this. Do not do this. Don't do it. Do not do it. Get the 4 teeth out and get the bridge. There's nothing wrong with your teeth. And I'm like,
No.
Maggie, I've been my whole life. And then like 2 days afterwards, when I could finally talk, I was like, Maggie, I've been looking at pictures of myself and my teeth really weren't that bad. She was like, oh,
See
fuck
what I
off.
mean? See? Then fuck off, Leanie.
So anyways, I did write a couple notes down, you guys. Like I said, welcome. Thank you guys for being here. Double tap your screen. That's all we ever ask, just to get a thumbs up if you want to. If you don't, give us a thumbs down. Just show that you interacted with the channel in some way. We appreciate that. This is the Lindsay Clancy trial, you guys. I'm Leanie. I live in Indiana. My co-host is Maggie. We have the greatest mods in the world. Maggie is from Liverpool. She's not English. She's Scouser. What says you, Mags?
Yeah, I am. I'm a Scouser. I live in England, and when you're a Scouser, we've got our own way, our own dialect. So, yeah, I'm not English. I'm Scouse.
And that's a real thing apparently. I've learned all kind of stuff. You guys just got to hang around the channel. Listen, the Americans, the English, and the Australians, and a lot of the Irish, we're tight people now. We're tight. I'm learning all
Yeah.
kind of things about the different countries. And you know what? All the fairy tales I had in my mind about Australians throwing boomerangs in their yard at family Barbies, you know, kind of like what we would play volleyball at when we're having barbecues. It's not happening. Nobody's throwing a boomerang, and there's not kangaroos bouncing everywhere. I just want you guys to know that. And just so you know this as well, Maggie hurt my heart 2 years ago, almost 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago, and I'm still hurt because Maggie doesn't have high tea. I still respect her because I choose to live in the fantasy world. Okay.
She actually calls like the Queen, drinking
I-
tea, all
Don't
dressed
you guys
up,
think that
with
they're
a pair of
drinking tea?
with a pair of gloves on and a hat.
Yes, and a hat.
I'm like, oh my God, yeah. And pearls around my neck. It wasn't happening, Lee. It doesn't happen.
Shut up. Yes, it does. In my mind, it does, and I like living there. All right. Listen, I took a couple notes on these opening
Can I
statements.
just
By the way,
read Chelsea's comment?
yes.
Chelsea said, I didn't hate my kid. She went through psychosis herself. I
What?
didn't hate my kid. I didn't hate my kids, thank God. But I thought God was talking to me audibly. Went days without sleep. They tossed meds at me left and right. See what I mean?
Oh my God,
Oh,
I didn't even
Chelsea,
see
God
that
help you.
comment. Chelsea, how long ago was that, and how did you pull through? Are you still struggling with psychosis and things like that's very interesting. I think a lot of us women, not to keep the men out, but men, we value your opinion too. I think a lot of us women have at some point maybe gone through a little bit of, at least a little bit of postpartum. They used to call it the blues when I had children. And now they call it postpartum depression or something else, but they didn't say postpartum. They just like, oh, Leanie, you've got the blues. It's okay. I only had it with my very first child. And it was only when at nighttime, like when my husband and my mom left the hospital and I was there by myself. So obviously my mom had talked, I was very young. My mom had talked to me about that possibly happening. And so I understood it. And then she said to also tell my doctors right away. I did. And you guys, I mean, I came out of it okay, but I went on to have 3 more kids after that with no problems at all. I took down a couple of notes. We were talking yesterday about this guy's case on this case for 3 hours yesterday, just to prepare ourselves, remind ourselves, and to bring things that we didn't know to the forefront. One of the questions that was asked was answered today in opening arguments. We were talking about, we wondered who, um, who was the first victim, right? In what order did it go? And that may be gruesome to think about, but it does matter. It does matter. Because we know that Callan, the baby, the 8-month-old baby, he lived for 3 days. Now, was he, I'm just going to use words that I know how to use, you guys, okay? I don't want to be offensive to anybody. I don't try to be offensive, but this is the way that I talk. And I don't have much education, to tell you the truth, okay? This is all self-learned, okay?
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Didn't have a clue.
Yeah.
Just
We learn words on here all the time. We're writing them down and shit, and we're looking in the dictionary. It's great fun.
Yeah,
But
and I
anyways,
read out and I can't do the big words, so I just
Yeah.
miss the most.
yeah, we have to explain words to each other. But we know that Callan, the baby, 8 months old, he lived for 3 days. Now, was he brain dead? We don't know.
Oh,
We don't know. I think we're going to end up finding out. I would assume that he was, but that's just my assumption. And how they, in the order it was done, was Dawson, who was 3 years old. The middle child was strangled first, and then Cora, who was 5 years old, the oldest, and then Callan. And I wondered why, or who was first, who was the first victim, because Callan remained alive, right? At least he was
so the
able to be
prosecution
revived.
said he was brain deadly.
Oh, they did. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Sometimes when I'm typing in chat, I can't do two things at once, like pay attention
there's
and
great
type.
discussion going on in chat about all this mental health and psychosis. Even these girls have been through some of it. And
Oh
if you
my
read these
gosh.
comments, Lee, you won't believe it.
Go ahead,
Me.
Maggie. Let's get into chat real quick and see what they have to say.
Well, Sarah says, I thought about throwing my baby out of the car window. How I thought I would do this while driving down the road and she was safely strapped in the back, I don't know, but I definitely thought it.
Wow. I love the honesty.
Irish, yeah.
I
Irish
love the
said,
honesty.
yeah, with my youngest, I had it with my youngest and knew it right away, but my husband said I didn't. 6 months
Wow.
later, I finally got help. It was such a different feeling than when I had my first son. See what I mean?
It is. Isn't that amazing? Because we talked about that yesterday as well. Like how could, because the husband was like, oh no, we had a perfect day. She was fine. I was working at home. They went and played out in the snow and went to the doctor. And we were all like, how did he not know? But I mean, right there, Irish Hottie said her husband didn't know and said, no, you didn't have it. I mean, how do you not know?
How? Yeah. And Chelsea replied to you, Lee, it was December 23 until about September 24. I was in and out of episodes of psychosis. I did go to a mental institution voluntarily for a few days. I was misdiagnosed with psychosis from a UTI.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Oh
First of all, I cannot believe, I mean, listen, ladies, we're all getting older. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but we are. But I'm going to look Hollywood great with my new smile and my red lipstick. Can't wait to show you. But anyways, y'all ladies watch those UTIs. The older we get, the harder they are to identify for us. And they can be a killer and they will change your mindset. It's amazing that a UTI can actually do that. Go ahead, Maggie. I love the honesty in chat. Thank you guys so much.
It really is, yeah. Because it, you know what, it helps with
help.
the case as well, especially when you've never been through that. So Chelsea replied, it was mid-high conflict. It was a mid-high conflict custody battle with my oldest. I lost custody of her due to PPP and spent 100K in family court last year trying to get her back. I'm well versed in court language.
Chelsea, God, that's heartbreaking.
Chelsea.
That is heartbreaking. I pray everything works out on you and your daughter and even the other side's behalf.
Yeah.
Keep going, Maggie. Let's
I will.
keep
I'm just
going.
looking at these comments. I don't want to miss. And Misty Blue says, all those meds you have to wean off them, but seems they just added more and more meds on top. That's exactly what they did do, Misty, because we've got the list of everything they were doing. It was just, you know, but some of these comments, Lee, are just heartbreaking to read. So Misty said, I had it after my second, and I've been on antidepressants ever since.
Wow.
Says, it was the blues when I had mine too. That was 32 years ago. Had 2 more after with no problem. Isn't
Isn't that weird that, I mean, it's amazing what our hormones and, I mean, because it's a combination, I think, right, of the hormones, even the meds that you're putting in your body, even an aspirin at that time, where your hormones are just different inside your body, off, on, too much, too little, can make a difference in your reaction to things.
Sarah says, men are uneducated about women's hormones. That's how they don't know. The lack of research and knowledge about women's bodies is criminal.
Listen, men, I love me some men. You hear me? Like, I love me some men. But y'all you gotta educate yourself. Listen, we know, we get it. The one thing that people like to talk about is that women are crazy. That's the word that we hear all the time. Listen, we're not offended. Nobody cares. We don't care. We know where our crazy's at. Okay. And just because we're mad doesn't mean we're crazy. It means you done pissed us off. So listen, educate yourself. We're all different. Even men, I think sometimes we women forget they have hormones as well.
Yeah.
And I do believe now that I'm older, I'm 50, am I 57? I was born in 69.
I think you're 57 this year, aren't you?
Oh, coming this year? Okay, well, I'm 56 or 57. So. And after, watching my brother-in-laws, my own brother, my own husband, listen, they go through some kind of funk too, menopause or something. But listen, we understand that we can be very, what's a nice way to put it? Passionate with our feelings and with our nerves. We do get passionate here.
We really do.
We do get passionate here. That's a good way to describe this channel. But a lot of it is not because of, it's a choice, like I believe this case to be. I believe the medicines failed her. I know enough to know that the medicines they're talking about, you guys, the list of medicines that Maggie read off to us yesterday. These are the big ones, you guys. These are the big ones. And they weren't taking time to start weaning before they threw, just a massive dose of another medicine on top of that. You guys know it takes some time to wean off of the medicine before you can. So usually you start weaning down from one medicine, they add another medicine to you, and they slowly raise it as the other one is leaving your system, correct? Because you cannot stop just automatically taking these kind of pills. It could kill you. And I think we're seeing some evidence today of exactly what happens when you when these medications are being misused. Maggie, what says you?
So Chelsea says, I started drinking to fall asleep after days awake and to stop the voices. Now in custody court, it's framed as a short substance abuse stint. Full custody of the kids with my husband, supervised with her.
Chelsea, my heart breaks for you. Maggie, have you ever given that this much thought? To what really happens? It's
I have seen some people, going through it, and it's very real to them. You know, people are going, you know, it is very, what they're saying is very real to them. They are seeing it. And, you know, I know if you're on the outside and you're not experiencing what she is or he is, it's hard to believe, you know, and you see the fear. And that's what's heartbreaking, the fear in them.
So, for those of you that have experienced some sort of psychosis, whether it be through postpartum or, you know, just through mental health or whatever went on in your life or is going on in your life, can you feel psychosis coming on? Like some people can feel a seizure coming, you know what I mean? Some people can feel an asthma attack coming,
Yeah, that's
right?
a good question. Do
A
you
heart
feel?
attack coming. Is there any signs, oh crap, here we go? Or is it automatically like, boom, mood drop, and then you start hearing the audible voices?
I've got to read this one. It's just made me laugh out loud, and I'm sorry. It's just the way you said the end. So Sarah said, menopause is no different. Oh, let me tell you, Sarah, I'm in it. It will make you criminally insane. Some days I wonder if it's rabies. I could bite someone. Sarah, that's funny. Do you know what? I agree. I feel like a Rottweiler on days, and I act like a Rottweiler. I'm only 4 foot, but I wanna tear someone's face off. It's terrible.
I see. I'm so past all that, and I'm not much younger than you, but I'm younger than you. But I'm past all that. I went through it earlier than you did. That's
Yeah.
weird. That's
And
weird.
you know what? So Sarah says they called us hysterical. Hell yes, we're hysterical. Our hormones make us insane. I know. I keep saying to my husband, you don't give me any credit for being in the change. You don't make excuses for me and think, oh, she's just acting like that because she's going through the menopause. Oh, no, that doesn't get mentioned. I'm going overboard. I'm going over the top. I'm a crank. And you know, we go past this place and it's called Crank. And he nudges me and I go, what? And he eyes it like that. I'm not a bit amused. Not a bit amused. Getting called a crank. Go and tell the doctor that. That's what I say to him. He says all kinds. I go, take me to the doctors then. Oh yeah, take me to the doctors. And I hope that this Alexa is listening to me and recording me, because I believe it's taking down what we're saying. I don't care what anyone says. So if anything happens to me, there's proof. There's proof. I've told him, take me to the doctors.
All right. You guys, I'm getting a phone call and it's called like 3 times, so I need to check on that because I've got some family issues. There are some people answered in chat what we had asked about if they can feel it coming on.
I'll go through now.
BRB. I'm listening.
So okay. Irish says, I live in California. Oh, I thought you were Irish and lived in Ireland, honestly. I live in California, but I've been in Virginia for the last year with my daughter-in-law since my last grandson was born last August. My son had been deployed almost a year, so I came out to stay with her. Oh, well, do you know what? That's what they should have done to that girl. They should have gone and stayed with her, helped her out, you know what I mean? You know, I don't understand how no one could step in and say, listen, I'm going to come over and help you out, or I'm just going to be there. And if she doesn't want it, I'd just be there anyway, just to be sure. Do you know what I mean? Because you never know a reaction when someone's going through psychosis like that. Chelsea said, my support statement shielded my kids. There was never abuse or even neglect. PPP was eventually accurately diagnosed, but family court has no rules, no jury. Irish said, other 2 kids she had postpartum with all of her pregnancies. I go home in 2 weeks. My son came home 1 month shy of a year deployment. That's what Irish is talking about. Kay Frick says, the doctor told her to hang in there, basically, until she came home back from vacation. Diabolical. That's a disgrace. That's awful. Wow. So Sarah said, my daughter said yes, she can. So you do know when you're going in it. So what type of feelings is it, Sarah, that she feels? What what is it that actually lets her know she's slipping into that? If you don't mind me asking and you don't mind telling us, I mean, this is absolutely brilliant. The honesty, you know, is unreal. So much respect to you.
Absolutely. I mean, I just can't, we love a good story. We love
Yeah.
conversation, even if we don't agree with you or whatever, or like the psychosis thing. I am so, like, thankfully, I don't know anything about it other than they say that we're crazy. You know, people have psychosis is crazy. But it's a real thing. And I think because of the words that even I use, like you're a psycho, you're crazy,
Yeah.
all that stuff.
Friends. Yeah.
I think we forget where these words came from and why we have them. And so I'm
Yeah.
guilty of that too. So just having people here that helps us understand what this feels like, what
Yeah.
it does. And I mean, I don't know, to the young woman out there who maybe is pregnant with a baby and suffering through something, maybe just hearing your story about getting help and that
Mhm.
it's okay to talk about it. It really is okay.
Yeah, definitely.
I think talking about mental health is getting better. My youngest son just graduated college, and that was a big thing for me with all my kids because they're kind of like in two different generations. I always wanted to know what their generation thought, how serious they took, mental health and the way they think of things and stuff like that. And listen, I was very happy to hear from him that they take that very seriously, mental health and things like that. But I have also heard, because we have interviewed some college kids on panel before about what their life's like, what that generation's like, what do they think about our generation? Because listen, these are the people that are going to be taking care of us. Oh God, I'm going to be hell, y'all. I'm telling you what, I'm going to be hell to take care of. So I already told my kids, they said I'm going straight in a home. I don't care. Put me in a home. I'm gonna find my Maggie and we're gonna raise hell, people. I'm telling you, I'm gonna be fighting you with those pool noodles that they give you to play ball with.
Oh, I get
So
dragged everywhere. If you notice, I get dragged everywhere.
so I he also told me though that it is so widely, they have so much, like on campus there was so much discussion, I can't even say the word, forgive me, discussion of it,
Mhm.
and shut up Maggie, and they actually had so much help that it's almost becoming an excuse to his generation. Like if people don't, like say your girlfriends come over and they're like, hey, come on, we're gonna go have lunch, let's go. And he said the first thing out of someone's mouth is always, I'm too depressed. And when actuality, they either just don't feel like going, or they might have a bit of apprehension, or just don't freaking feel like getting dressed out of their jammies. He said that to him is the hard part because he doesn't feel like our I'll say my generation, because I don't know how old y'all are in here, but he doesn't feel like my generation used it as an excuse. We were too busy hiding it. He said, but now that it's out there and they feel like it's okay to talk about it, it's okay to go to therapy. Everybody should have a therapist. Go broke getting one. He said it's like it swung the other way and it went too far. What do y'all think about that? What do you think, Mac?
Mm,
You've got a
yeah,
son same age as mine.
yeah. It is very, very different now, and they are open, and I'm glad about that. You know, they talk about mental health all the time now. Like when I was growing up, it was kept quiet. If there
Very
was something
quiet.
going on with someone, it was never mentioned. You know, you didn't talk about it. If anyone in the family, it was like, you know, no one needs to know.
Yeah.
But I think people do need to know, especially the closest to you, your friends, your partner, whatever, you know, needs to know. There's always someone to talk to now, and people are more understanding. I mean, I'm not saying the doctors, because I mean, after seeing what Lindsay's gone through, that's
Mhm.
just unbelievable. That's the only word for it. But just go regardless. Tell the closest to you, write it down so you've always written it down, and you know,
Right.
but always ask for help. It's okay to ask for help. So Chelsea says, no, I was trying to get my family to hear what I was hearing, but I never had more than anxiety, postpartum depression prior to or after.
Wow.
And Sarah said she can tell when she starts to spiral. Her husband knows what to look for as well. And she
That's
said she
brilliant.
starts having manic thoughts of things that could never happen. She was going to go back to college, get her master's in retail management, start working at Hobby Lobby as a cashier, work her way. Sorry, let me just scroll a bit. The recent experience I witnessed, she had no warning. It just came on for no reason, and it escalated so fast. Fortunately, family stepped in and got help. Thank God. That's the right thing
thank God.
to do. Exactly. Sarah said her husband was like, call your mum. This doesn't sound like a solid plan and be very expensive. Chelsea said, so she is bipolar or actively in postpartum psychosis. She was. You're talking about Lindsay, because they said, didn't they say she was bipolar and she didn't agree with them because nobody in the family had it?
Let me finish Sarah's thought right here. So at first, Sarah says she started having manic thoughts and of things that could never happen. She was going to go back to college, get her master's in retail management, start working at Hobby Lobby as a cashier, and work her way to the top and take them down because they are anti-LGBTQ and her best friend is gay. Now I understand what you're saying. So, so you can hear it in their words, and they do have different delusions of grandeur, as people would say. That's what that sounds like to me. Like she was making big plans to do something that probably just she couldn't do alone. Bless her. Misty, that is great that her see this is it, you guys. This is why I don't like Patrick, and it's a good thing that I'm going to try to stay muted the whole time he's on the stand, because I'm going to punch him in the head. Now talking to you guys and hearing your stories about how your husband couldn't even tell, for 6 weeks, here you were, and your husband says, no, you didn't have it, and you knew you did, and then boom, all hell breaks loose. Okay, so I'm going to give Patrick a little bit of grace that he didn't see that. He just saw her up cleaning, being manic, maybe as,
or does he notice and just pushes it to the side?
That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know, because after yesterday's live that we did on this, Maggie, I was to the point of, no, Patrick didn't want his kids dead, but he didn't care if his wife was.
Yeah.
That's the way that I felt about it. I just felt that something else was going on with another person in that marriage. Let's see, what else? Sarah says her husband was like, call your mom. This doesn't sound like a solid plan. Okay. Chelsea says, so she's bipolar, actively postpartum. You answered that, right, Mags?
Yeah.
All right.
And we've got Dolores says, there's no one to talk to you. They have their own problems. I can only speak from me, and people I know are always, everyone has their own problems, like you said, me too. But you know what? I would always find time to talk to someone if they were going through a crisis. I would make time, that's what I mean. Tell people close to you, because someone will, if one of them surely would make time to listen to you. And there's plenty now of groups on Facebook you can join, thankfully, and go and talk to people like-minded.
Well, let's talk about this. So, Maggie, we know that she called a suicide hotline. And what was she told by the suicide hotline? This is a good point that Dolores
What was
just
she?
made.
I forget now.
She called the suicide hotline and they told her that she wasn't bad enough, or
Oh yeah, she didn't meet the criteria.
She didn't meet the criteria because she didn't have a plan in action of how she was going to kill herself. Isn't the first step that you should just calling a hotline for suicide, wouldn't that be like a red flag? Like, oh, maybe we should, get a check on it. No, literally the crisis hotline for suicide told her that she did not meet the criteria, that she was not bad off enough because there was no plan on how she was going to do it.
So Dolores, 934 meds isn't enough of a criteria.
Right. And so yeah, that's a very, very good point. Very good point. But there's not enough people to talk to, because the ones that are supposed to be trained in this, y'all, they're telling you, unless you could call and say, listen, I think I'm gonna probably just go out and put my head in a wall somewhere. That's what I'm gonna do to end all this. I'm done. Unless you say something like that, then you don't meet the criteria for help. In other words, getting emergency services out there to check on you, and maybe 5150 or anything like that, or maybe just getting some counseling. But listen, I play devil's advocate, and I have to use the flip side of this. We also know that she was diagnosed with bipolar. She said that it is said that she said, I do not have bipolar because I have no family history of it, and blah, blah, blah. And then it would take her sometimes days and days to start taking her medicine until she researched it. I understand that. I have a husband who's like that. He does not take pills, not even aspirin, for the love of God. All three of my sons are very much like that as well. They don't like taking, in fact, so are my sons-in-law. So they're all like that. So I understand that. So the flip side of this is, it is also said that Lindsay did not always tell everything to her doctors or her husband. You know what I mean? So was the doctors on the same page? That she was audibly hearing voices, that she was sleeping 3 hours a night, that she was manically cleaning the first couple of days home, running a 5K marathon. Listen, that's the only thing that I did not agree with that lawyer so far on, is that he made her, yes, we could tell by looking at her and her way of life that she is very, very fit. But was she able to run a 5K within the first week after giving birth? You're still bleeding, right? Was she able to do that because of her mania? Did she do that because her husband was just as fit and into fitness as she was?
And she had a feeling, or some type of, she had heard something that he was with another woman, and she was trying to compete, to keep hold of him, to stay fit.
Right, because we do what we've learned in the last 3 days when it finally became public and we were able to say it's true now, that it's, it's come out in the courts. We've been able to verify, yes, he is remarried. And Maggie has got the timeline on when the babies were killed, when he left Massachusetts, when he moved to New York, when the first pictures came out of him and his new wife together, and about what time they got married. So we've got the timeline on that. Not that I think we're still going to hear it in the courts. But he specifically said that his new wife, she's very into running as well. If you didn't know this, just in case, let me throw this in there, then I'll throw it back to Maggie so we can get in the comments again. Lindsay Clancy was a labor and delivery nurse, okay? And all this happened. And then his new wife, he stepped it up. He stepped up his game, you guys. He is remarried to an infertility doctor. now living in Manhattan. He moved on up to the east side, y'all. Got him a new apartment in the sky. That's exactly what he did. He left.
Yeah, of
Well,
course.
I'll let Maggie
I'll do that on the next
handle
one.
that. Yep,
So we're ready
we'll
for the
talk
jury?
about the
Yes, Your Honor.
timeline of events when we come back, you guys. And with another child already. That's right. I think he's got more than just one, though. All right. I want to say this real quick, though, real quick. Chelsea said, no, where was that I wanted to read real quick?
Was
Oh,
it
so many good.
Is it Kay Frick, the one that was on the line?
Yeah.
So she says, I live 40 minutes from where the Clancys used to live and knew people that knew them. I did not know them personally, but everyone I've talked to said Patrick tried very hard to help her. And Irish said, that's what I heard. Stitch,
Okay.
do you want me to carry on? Well,
yeah, you can. I just want to say that I am willing to be wrong on my mistrust of Patrick. I am. But
Yeah.
to me, I look in on this and I'm like, he did not do enough. Her parents didn't do enough, and neither did his mother, who was the nurse, do enough. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I have 10 grandkids. I would have taken them out of that house. All of them. And I would have said, y'all figure you out. You can come to Sunday dinner. That's what I would have done. But I also have experienced not psychosis, but anxiety and depression. So I think it's different when you experience it, you know.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay.
It hasn't shown him in the course, has she? Has he?
Well, members of the jury,
No.
thank you for your patience.
They're not allowed to be in
We're now
the
gonna
room
begin
until they
the presentation of evidence.
testify.
Right, okay.
Call your first witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Patrick Clancy.
Here we go, y'all. Here we go. Welcome in. Welcome in.
Turn your mics off. No, I want to be vocal.
Good morning, sir. Can you stop right here? Raise your right hand to the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give before and in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may have a seat.
All right, good morning, sir. I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone. You can be seated if you'd like, if you're more comfortable. Okay. All right, come up, please.
Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yeah, my name's Patrick Clancy. It's PatrickClancy.
And what is your date of birth?
June 15th, 1988.
What city do you live in now?
New York.
And what do you do for a living?
I work in tech.
How long have you worked in tech?
14 years.
And were you previously married to a person named Lindsay Clancy?
Yes,
And you're divorced now, is that correct?
correct.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to them and describe something they're wearing?
It's not necessary.
She's wearing a pink shirt.
Record will reflect the identification of the defendant.
Thank you. Where did you meet the defendant?
In South Boston.
And when was that?
I think it was May 2013.
And how did you meet her?
Through my cousin.
And would it be accurate to state that your cousin had been college roommates of the defendant?
Yes.
And at some point in time, did you start dating?
Yes.
And around what time was that?
July 2013.
Did you eventually move in together?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
September 2015.
And where did you live?
In Quincy.
How long did you live in Quincy?
1 year.
And where did you go after that?
We bought a house in Weymouth.
And how long did you live in Weymouth?
2 years.
Did you eventually get married?
Yes.
And when was that?
December 2016.
And was that while you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
Did you have your first child when you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
And what was her name?
Cora.
And what was her date of birth?
December 24th, 2017.
Prior to getting married, did the defendant ever tell you she had taken psychiatric medication while in nursing school?
Not that I recall.
After having Cora, did the three of you move somewhere else?
Yeah, we moved to Duxbury,
And what was your address in Duxbury?
47 Summer Street.
And do you recall when you moved there?
I believe it was July 2018.
And where were you working at that time?
I was working for a startup called Automation Anywhere.
At some point in time, did you start working for Microsoft?
Yes,
And when was that?
May 2020.
And when you worked for Microsoft, did you go to an office or did you work from home?
I work from home.
And was that from 2020 onward that you worked from home?
No, I started working from home in 2018.
2018, okay. So from 2018 up until, let's say, 2023, you were working from home, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you have an office in your home which you worked out of?
Eventually, yeah.
And where was that located?
In the basement.
And was that a finished basement?
Yes.
Going back to after Cora was born, do you recall the defendant having any physical issues after the birth?
Yeah.
And what were those?
I think there was a lot of tearing, and she bled a lot.
Did it take her a while to recover physically?
I would say so, yeah.
Did she have maternity leave at that time?
Yes.
Where was she working?
Mass General Hospital.
And what was she doing there?
She's a labor and delivery nurse.
At that point in time, when she had Cora in 2017, how long had she been a nurse?
3 years, maybe.
And do you recall how long her maternity leave was with Cora?
That was the shortest of the three. I want to say it was 10 or 11 weeks.
And did you have paternity leave at that time?
Yeah, I had 2 weeks.
2 weeks, okay. When you went back after the 2 weeks back to work in the home, were there any issues that you noticed the defendant having?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to correct an earlier statement. I was working for Pegasystems when Cora was born.
Okay. And then eventually you worked for Microsoft?
Yeah.
Okay. And so after the 2 weeks of your paternity leave, the defendant was still on maternity leave, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did she have to take any psychiatric medications at that time?
Not that I know of. She had a lot of anxiety, but
Okay. So you're saying that she had some anxiety at that time. Is that correct?
yeah.
How did that manifest, or how did you know that?
She just really struggled with the date of going back to work.
So immediately after having Cora, as she healed physically, what was her mood like when you're both on leave?
It was great. It was good.
Good. Okay.
I mean, relatively, yeah.
And so did the anxiety start as it became closer in time to when she had to go back to work?
Yes.
How many shifts was she working at that time?
Before Cora was born, she was working at least 40 hours, maybe more. After she went back to work, it was, I think, initially just one.
One shift?
Yeah.
And was that a 12-hour shift?
It was per diem.
Per diem.
And then she eventually did 2 shifts.
Okay.
I think it was 20 weeks.
After 20 weeks, she moved to 2 shifts?
I'm sorry, it was 20 hours a week.
20 hours a week, okay. And so from the time she worked her way back up to 20 hours a week at work until she had your next child, did it remain that 20 hours per week that she worked?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. And did you have any assistance in the home during that time after she went back to work? A nanny or a babysitter?
Yeah, we had babysitters. We had A babysitter who came probably 12 hours a week.
And did that typically happen after your wife had a shift, that the nanny or the babysitter would be there?
Yeah, so she could sleep.
Did the defendant work overnights?
Yeah.
And how long did you have that nanny or babysitter for?
Several years.
Do you remember her name?
We called her Miss Jen
Miss Jen? Do you remember her last name?
Shanahan.
And then you had a second child, is that correct?
Yes,
And what was their name?
Dawson.
And what was Dawson's date of birth?
September 30th, 2019.
And was Miss Jen still helping out in the home at that time?
Yeah.
And what was Dawson's delivery like?
Pretty traumatic.
How so?
He was in I think a breech position. So he came out in I guess I don't know much about it, but not an ideal way. And it caused just significant bruising and tearing.
So again, did the defendant with this second pregnancy have some pain and difficulty physically healing from the birth?
Yeah, much more so than Cora.
Okay. And was she on maternity leave at that time?
Yes.
How many weeks leave did she have at that time?
I don't recall, but I think it was more than the traditional 12. I want to say it was 13 or 14, maybe more.
Page 13, if I may approach.
You may.
You don't have to keep telling me the pages, that's okay.
I could have you look at page 13 and just read to yourselves lines 6 through 10, and then just look up when you're finished. Thank you. Does that refresh your memory as to how much maternity leave the defendant had after Dawson's birth?
Yeah.
And what was it?
18.
18 weeks?
Mhm.
Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And, after dealing with the physical pain of birth and starting to heal, how was her demeanor and experience during that maternity leave?
I think it was fine at first. It was always when she had to go back to work, that's when she struggled. So.
Okay. So that was a pattern that you saw after
Yeah.
her baby, maternity leave was good, and then she'd struggle going back to work?
She just had a really hard time being separated from them.
What was the plan for how many shifts she would work or how many hours she would work after Dawson was born?
I believe it was the same thing.
And in terms of Ms. Shanahan, the babysitter, you had mentioned before that she was there about 12 hours a week. Did that stay consistent after Dawson's birth, or was it more or less?
Probably consistent.
After Dawson's birth, did the defendant ever tell you whether she was on any psychiatric medication after Dawson's birth?
No.
Did she seek treatment or tell you she sought treatment after Dawson's birth?
Yeah, she got a therapist for a short period of time, but it didn't last very long.
Did she tell you that at the time or later?
At the time.
Okay. And did she have any psychiatric hospitalizations or commitments at that time?
No.
What about after Cora's birth? Any psychiatric hospitalizations or treatments?
No.
Was there a time after Dawson's birth where she wanted to declutter your garage?
Maybe at some point.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you assist her with that?
Yeah.
Okay. And how was that done?
We had a lot of stuff to throw away, And I think we sold some stuff on Facebook Marketplace. We just had a lot of stuff.
So did the two of you go through the items in the garage and organize it into what you would keep, what you would throw away, and what you would sell?
Yes,
And so it was very organized?
I would say so, yeah.
And you finished the project, is that correct?
It was always ongoing.
Now, eventually you had your third child, correct?
Yeah,
And what was their name?
Callan,
And what was his date of birth?
May 26th, 2022.
Can you describe that delivery for us?
It was great. From what I could tell, it was relatively quick. It was during the day. We were both smiling after, and I don't think there was as much physical trauma.
Nothing compared to what happened with Cora or Dawson, is that correct?
Correct.
Did the defendant have maternity leave after Callan's birth?
Yeah.
And how long was that leave?
She never went back.
How long was it planned for initially?
I want to say 18 weeks.
And were you on paternity leave as well?
Yes.
And how long was your paternity leave?
12 weeks.
So with Callan being born on May 26, 2022, the two of you were home with the children that summer on leave, is that correct?
Yeah.
What was family life like during that time period, those summer months?
It was great. We had a lot of time off. I was able to spend a lot of time with, I spent a lot of time with Cora and Dawson. So I would take them around, the playgrounds and birthday parties and stuff like that.
Okay. And what would Lindsay be doing while you were with Cora and Dawson?
Sometimes she'd come with us with Callan, but oftentimes we did kind of like a divide and conquer. So she'd be home with Callan and I'd be out with the older kids.
And what types of family activities did you all do during those summer months?
We went on a couple vacations. We went to the beach. We went out on our boat and went to friends' houses.
During those months, when you're going to the beach and out on the boat and visiting with friends, were there any signs of anxiety in the defendant during those months?
I would say starting in September, yes, but in the previous months, not so much.
When had she been scheduled to go back to work?
I don't remember the exact date, but I think it was October.
Okay. So again, it was that pattern of as it became closer in time to go back to work,
Yeah.
she started to struggle?
Yeah.
During the times when she would get anxious, when it was time to go back to work and she would start being anxious, did you ever have any difficulty understanding her when she spoke?
No.
And did she ever exhibit any behavior that made you concerned enough to call a doctor or want to commit her?
No.
When she was showing this anxiety, what were you seeing in her behavior?
Just a lot of stress. There were days where she had all three kids and, there's different nap schedules and different needs. So it was just really stressful.
Okay. And you're still working in the basement office at this point after Callan's born, correct?
I went back to work late August.
Okay. And when you work downstairs, how often would you come upstairs during the day?
All the time for lunch or just to say hi.
Were there times when Lindsay would ask you to hold the baby in the office while she was doing something?
So, yeah.
Okay. And were there times when you would watch one or more of the children while she took another to a doctor's appointment or to an errand or something like that?
Yeah, if it worked out with the schedule, yeah.
Okay. What was the plan in terms of how many shifts or hours she was going to work after Callan?
I believe the plan was 2 shifts per week, but there was a lot of flexibility. She could have done really anything.
Do you recall saying previously that you were going to start off with 1 shift and hopefully move to 2?
I could imagine, yeah.
Okay. And you said there was some options, correct? What were those options if that didn't work out?
Well, I always put money aside in basically our own maternity account, just so that if she needed more flexibility, we planned for that. So
if she needed more time off, more than what her work would provide for her, you were financially secure enough to afford that at
Yes.
that time? During this time, in the fall of 2022, were Cora and Dawson attending preschool?
yes,
And where was that?
Learning Sprouts,
And where is Learning Sprouts located?
Duxbury.
How often were they attending Learning Sprouts?
Full days Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and a half day on Thursday.
And what was a full day? What hours?
I think it was 9 to 4.
9 a.m. to 4 p.m.?
I think so, yeah.
And what was a half day?
Like 9 to 12:30. I think they might have had some days where they started early. I can't remember.
But basically all day, working hours all day, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then the mornings on Thursday. Is that right?
Right.
And who would do drop-offs for school?
We both would.
And what about pickups?
Both of us.
Together or take turns?
Usually we would take turns.
Now, at some point in time after Callan was born, did you hire a nanny?
Yes.
And when was that?
I think it was in August or September.
Of 2022?
Yeah.
And who was that nanny?
Lainey. I don't remember her last name.
Was it Elaine Rossi? Sound familiar?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recall how many days per week Elaine was going to work when you hired her?
I think it was 12 hours.
But it wouldn't be 12 hours altogether. It would be spread out over the week. Is that right?
Correct.
And who was she hired to take care of?
Everyone. But mainly it was going to be Callan.
Because Cora and Dawson would be at school?
For the most part, yeah.
And what was the plan for when Elaine would work? Was it that same type of after Lindsay worked shifts or something different?
Yeah, the goal was after Lindsay would work. I mean, she never went back to work, but I think we wanted to get her just like oriented with our house and the kids. So we had her start before, and then she was amazing. She was an amazing caregiver, but eventually we decided to let her go because Lindsay was home anyways.
Okay. So when you initially hired her in August or September, you said Lindsay was going back to work in October. So is that what you're talking about, that give her that month or so, give Elaine that month or so to get situated and acclimated to the house?
Yeah.
Okay. Have the kids get used to her. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Elaine, did she also do some cleaning, laundry, and food prep?
Yeah. Yeah, she was amazing.
Now, during this time frame, and again in the end of summer, fall period of 2022, what types of activities were Cora and Dawson doing?
Gymnastics. Are you talking about organized activities or just in general?
Organized.
I only remember gymnastics.
Did they both do the gymnastics?
Yeah.
And then were they also participating, maybe not in organized situations, but in swimming, soccer, skiing, things like that?
Yeah, they were doing swimming. And yeah, Cora and Dawson did skiing. Yeah, Cora started doing soccer. She didn't really like it, but did a little bit.
And who took them skiing?
I did.
And as in terms of the swimming, where would you do that?
We did it at Goldfish in Rockland, I think. And then Lindsay took them somewhere in, I think, Plymouth. I don't remember where it was.
So you would each take them swimming at various times?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you also do some swimming at the Kingsbury Club?
Yes.
And what is the Kingsbury Club?
It's like a gym with a pool, and they had childcare, so sometimes they would hang out in the kids' room and we would go work out.
And is that in Duxbury?
It's on the Kingston-Duxbury line. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah.
Okay. And so you could drop the kids off at the daycare portion and go work out or swim or something like that?
Yeah, or we could go with them and go swimming.
Okay. Did Lindsay work out?
Yes.
She was very health conscious?
I think so.
And were you aware that she had been an athlete in both high school and college?
Yes.
Do you recall what she did?
Competitive cheerleading.
Now, when you were together, what type of exercise would she do or did she prefer?
She did a lot of running. She did the Peloton, and she did, there's like some program called Beachbody, I think.
Do you recall when she started Beachbody?
Maybe in the spring of 2022. I'm not sure.
So right before having Callan, would that be accurate?
Probably, yeah.
When you returned to work, and you said that was in August, correct?
Yes.
What was the defendant's demeanor when you returned to work?
Increased anxiety and definitely, stressed out.
Do you recall describing her as slightly stressed but in good spirits?
Yeah.
And when she was stressed out, when she was showing some anxiety, how did that manifest?
I don't really know how to describe it. I guess it's just any way you can tell that somebody's stressed out. And I don't know, she would say, I'm not looking forward to going back to work. I remember once she said it's just so unnatural to be separated from your newborn, stuff like that.
So she didn't want to go back to work? Is that what you're saying?
I think she did. It was just a really difficult transition for her.
And do you recall attending a wedding on September 17th, 2022?
Yeah.
And where was that wedding?
New Hampshire.
Was it just you and Lindsay that went, or did the whole family go?
We brought Callan.
And when you were at that wedding, do you recall having a conversation with Lindsay about medication?
Yes.
What did she say to you?
We were walking downtown, and she said, I think I'm going to start taking Zoloft.
And did she tell you why she wanted to start taking Zoloft?
She said, I think it's really going to help with my anxiety and with going back to work.
And did she tell you how she was going to go about getting Zoloft?
Yeah, I asked her, how are you going to get Zoloft? It's a prescription. And she said, usually just ask the doctor and they'll give it to you.
And did she tell you that she was going to see a psychiatrist?
Yeah, I believe so.
And when she did that, did she tell you who she was going to see?
No.
Okay. Did you eventually learn the name of the person who she went to see?
Months later, yeah.
Okay. And who was that?
Jennifer Tufts.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you when she started seeing Dr. Jennifer Tufts?
No.
Did you learn, or strike that, did Lindsay tell you when she received the medication and when she started it?
No. I should correct that. It's not exactly.
Well, let me just ask a question first.
Sure.
When did you have a conversation with Lindsay about the medication she was on?
Eventually, yeah, but I didn't know the start date.
Okay. And so when did this conversation take place, this eventual conversation?
Probably the end of October.
Okay. And at that point, what did Lindsay tell you about the medication and how she was taking it?
I don't remember exactly, but I learned that she was taking the Zoloft, and I don't remember really too much about it after that. She was just taking it, and we were seeing how it went.
And did you notice any changes in her physically during that time frame that she was on it and you weren't aware she was on it?
At the time, no, I don't think I did.
And did you notice any changes in her emotionally during that time when she was on it, but you weren't aware she was on it?
Yeah, she wasn't really improving. She just kind of seems to be gradually becoming more in like a depressed state.
And how was that manifesting? What were you noticing?
It was just small things. I was planning a trip with Cora to San Francisco, and she was nervous about us going. And I remember we went to a Halloween event, and just leading up to it, I remember it just kind of seemed like she didn't want to go for some reason.
Okay. Now, do you recall learning that she had actually obtained the prescription the day before she told you she was going to ask for the prescription?
I did later learn that, yeah.
Okay. So she's telling you at the wedding that she is going to ask to take this medication and going to see a psychiatrist to get on that medication, but she actually already had the prescription. Is that correct?
Correct. I don't think she started taking it yet, but she already had it.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you how long she took the medication for?
She may have. I don't remember the exact time frame. I just remember she took it for a period of time, and then her sleep started to suffer, so she stopped taking it.
And did she tell you whether or not she spoke to her provider, her doctor, about the troubles she was having?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you that she was advised to double the dose of the Zoloft?
She may have. I don't remember.
Page 31. You could look at lines 20 to 22 and then just look up when you're
Sure.
finished.
Okay, yeah, apparently she did.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
And so did Lindsay tell you that she was supposed to double the dose?
I guess she did, yeah.
Did you notice any changes in her sleep during that time when she was on the medication, but you weren't aware she was on it?
Eventually, yeah.
When was that?
I don't remember the exact dates. But she just, one night she said, do you mind? She started by saying, I'm not mad or anything, but do you mind sleeping in the basement? And letting me just sleep in our room with Callan. And then you can take the monitors down in the basement, and if Cora and Dawson get up, you can get up with them. She said, I've just been having a lot of trouble sleeping, and I'm hoping that, like, if there's less in and out, then there'll be less disruption.
Okay. Had you noticed prior to her telling you this that she was up a lot or having trouble sleeping, like physically seeing her awake?
No, not that I recall.
And did you in fact start sleeping in the basement for a period of time?
I think I did it for like 2 nights, and then she actually went down in the basement.
Okay, so then you went back up to your bedroom to sleep, is that correct?
Yeah.
And how long did Lindsay sleep in the basement for after that?
Maybe a couple weeks.
And so during that time frame, was she telling you that she was still having trouble sleeping?
Yes,
But you weren't actually down there watching her sleep. You're getting this information from her, correct?
correct.
Were you aware that out of the Zoloft prescription she was given, she only took 7 pills?
No.
After you had the conversation with Lindsay where she said she was going to double the dose of Zoloft, did you notice any difference in her demeanor or behavior?
I would say yes. I don't know if I connected it with the doubling of her Zoloft, but over that period of time, she just kept getting worse and worse.
And what period of time was that? What month are we in?
Mid-October to the end of December.
Okay, so she got the prescription in September, started taking it in October, took 7 pills, but was having difficulty in December. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
From this medication?
Yeah. Well, I don't know which medication it was from, but yeah.
Okay. At some point in time, did Lindsay, switch providers?
Yes.
And why did she do that?
Because whatever she was doing with Jennifer Tufts, it wasn't working. She was only getting worse. And she thought that it would be better if she worked with, I guess, more of like a perinatal psychiatrist.
And did she get a referral or a recommendation of where to go?
I think so, yeah.
Do you know who gave her that recommendation?
It might have been my mother.
And your mother's a nurse at South Shore Hospital, correct?
Yeah.
Does she also do labor and delivery work?
Yes.
Okay. And so do you know which provider or which office she recommended?
Yeah, her name is Julie Paul.
And was she at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. And do you know when that was?
I don't know the dates on that.
Do you recall saying previously that it was towards the end of November?
Yeah, that sounds accurate, yeah.
Okay. And you said she initially saw someone named Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know how long she saw Julie Paul at that facility?
I think it was only 4 or 5 days.
And were you aware that Julie Paul left that office?
Yes.
And do you know who Lindsay saw after Julie Paul?
Rebecca Gelata.
And was Rebecca Gelata a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
Were you aware that she also saw a licensed social worker therapist named Letitia Dukes while she was at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
I don't recall Letitia Dukes, but it's possible.
So Lindsay never told you that she had therapy sessions with a person named Letitia Dukes during that time frame?
I don't remember any therapy sessions, no.
Okay. After switching to Julie Paul and then Rebecca Gelata, did Lindsay start coming home with different prescription bottles?
Yes.
Okay. And were some of these medications that she came home with, were some of them during the time she was with Dr. Tufts?
I think some of them were, yeah.
And some of them were while she was with Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
And then some while she was with nurse practitioner Gelata, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be accurate to state that you provided the district attorney's office with a printout from CVS Pharmacy of all the prescriptions that were filled for Lindsay from September through January, September 2022 through January of 2023?
Yes.
Any objection?
No, of course not.
I'd ask her to be admitted as
Sure,
one.
yeah. In members of the jury, one of the things I forgot to tell you is anything that's entered as an exhibit, you'll have with you in the deliberating room when you're deliberating. So you'll have a chance to go over that as well. So you'll have anything that's marked as an exhibit. Okay? Thank you.
Now, while she was taking these medications, the various pills, were you always with her, watching and monitoring exactly what she took?
Not always, no.
Sometimes you'd see it, sometimes you wouldn't.
Yeah.
Directing your attention to February 6th, 2023, did you go to the district attorney's office and, or have your attorney go there and provide a bag of prescription medication that had belonged to Lindsay?
Yeah. I think the police took a bag of prescription medications that night, the night my kids passed away.
Mhm.
And then there was a bag that I had in my truck that I was supposed to, nurse practitioner Charlotta said you can bring them to like a police station. They get rid of them for you. But I never got around to it.
And where had you stored those in your truck?
In the center console. It's like underneath the center console that opens.
You have one of those center consoles that open up, but then there's another larger
Correct.
compartment below it?
Yeah.
So was it your plan to bring these to a location where they could be properly disposed?
Yeah, I didn't want to just throw them in the trash, so.
And these were all medications that had been prescribed in the past to Lindsay, but she was no longer taking, correct?
Right.
Your Honor, I don't think I have any objection to any of their exhibits, so
Okay.
she doesn't have to keep showing it to me. That's
All right.
fine.
So I'll assume if you do have an objection, just
Sure.
rise, let me know. Okay, thank you.
So for the record, a bag here with 9 pill bottles as exhibit 2, please.
Thank you.
And so looking in exhibit 2, we have the Zoloft that was prescribed by Dr. Tufts and filled on September 15th, 2022. And I think I asked you earlier, you weren't aware that only 7 pills were taken out of this, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then there's another prescription in here for Ativan that was filled on October 26, 2022. Were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of that bottle?
Can you say the date again?
October 26, 2022.
And how many did it start with?
Let's see. Okay. 30 pills.
Okay. I mean, I don't have those exact numbers on how many she took, but there were adjustments made on the dosage of the Ativan.
Mhm.
So that aligns with
But
what
the
happened.
question was, were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of this prescription?
No, but I think the context is important.
Okay. Were you aware that there was a prescription for buspirone or Buspar filled on October 26, 2022, in which only 2 pills were taken out of the 30 that were prescribed?
I found out about the Buspar later, and I didn't know about the number of pills taken.
And then were you aware that there was a prescription for hydroxynine, prescription filled on October 26, 2022 for 30 pills, and that only 3 pills were taken out of this bottle?
Which
Hydroxynine?
Yeah, what is that?
I believe it's in some type of, similar to an antihistamine, like Benadryl or something like that.
Oh, okay. I don't really recall much about that drug.
Okay. And were you aware in this bag there was another prescription for Buspar that was filled on November 9th, 2022, 30 pills prescribed, and no pills were taken out of this bottle. Were you aware of that?
I wasn't keeping track of the number of pills taken out of each bottle,
Okay.
so.
And then just ask you about one more, the trazodone prescribed on November 16th, 2022 by a doctor from South Shore Hospital, 30 pills. Were you aware that only 7.5 pills were taken out of this prescription?
No.
So there were a lot of pills prescribed, but not a lot of pills taken, correct?
Is that comprehensive of all the pills that were prescribed?
These are the pills that you brought into the police station. So out of these,
Out of those, yeah, it's possible that not a lot were taken.
do you recall what was the most amount of pills prescribed? I guess I could ask this better. What was the maximum number of medications she was on at any one time?
I want to say 3 or 4.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that she, at any given time, the most she was prescribed was 3, but most of the time it was 2 medications that she was prescribed at any given time?
It wouldn't be terribly surprising, no.
Now, on November 16th, 2022, did Lindsay visit South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And why did she go to the South Shore Hospital that day?
I believe that day it was because she basically went 48 hours without sleeping.
And was she having heart palpitations?
I think so, yeah.
Were you aware that she had taken a weed gummy that day?
I don't recall.
And are you aware that she didn't tell medical staff at the hospital when describing her symptoms and her medication that she left out that she had used marijuana?
I wasn't with her, so I don't know what she talked about at the hospital.
So she drove herself to the hospital?
She did.
Okay. And she drove herself home from the hospital then? Is that correct? Now, during this time frame between September and November of 2022, are you still participating in activities as a family?
Between November and December?
Between September and November?
Yeah.
Okay. And what types of things were you doing?
We celebrated Halloween. I don't really remember what else, but I think we were doing things regularly.
Do you recall going to an event with food trucks?
Yeah.
And do you recall going to an event in November where there were trains to ride with the kids?
Yeah.
I could have the photo from the food truck event. This is Exhibit 3. And the photo from the train event is Exhibit 4. 3 and 4 somewhere. Can they publish?
You may.
So Exhibit 3 is this Lindsay, Cora, and Callan at that event.
Yeah.
And Exhibit 4, this Lindsay with all 3 kids at that event in November.
Yeah.
Did you have plans for Thanksgiving that year?
Yeah.
What were your plans?
I believe the order was we went to Wallingford where her parents lived in the week before, and then the week after we went to my sister's house.
And where did your sister live? What town?
South Hamilton.
And that was a week after Thanksgiving, is that right, correct?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, it was.
And is this a photo from Thanksgiving at your sister's house?
Yes.
I could have this photo marked as exhibit 5, I believe.
All right, that may be marked.
5. Showing you what's been marked. Exhibit 5. Is this Lindsay here on the left?
Yes.
And are those your sisters in the photo with her?
That's one of my sisters and my sister-in-law.
Okay. And have they coordinated outfits for the day? The shirts?
Yeah, I think my sister did.
What was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was in rough shape.
Rough shape?
Yeah.
How so?
She wasn't talking much. She had low energy. She was really depressed. I just remember when she showed up, my sister-in-law gave her a big hug.
And she was able to get through dinner, eat dinner with everyone?
Yeah.
Okay. She interacted with people, is that correct?
I would say very little, but to some degree, sure.
And she took care of the kids with you while she was there?
We both took care of the kids together.
You mentioned earlier that your wedding anniversary is in December, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall going out for your anniversary on December 3rd, 2022, going into Boston?
No, we didn't go out.
You don't recall arranging for a massage for Lindsay and then going to the Omni Parker house and going out to dinner that night?
No, December 3rd, 2022, we stayed home.
You stayed home, okay. Showing you a photo of you and Lindsay. Do you recognize this photo?
Yeah.
And when was that taken?
I'm not really sure.
It wasn't taken on December 3rd when you were out celebrating your anniversary?
In 2022?
Yes.
No. No, we wanted to go out, but we canceled because she wasn't feeling well. So we stayed home. We got takeout.
Okay. Did you also, on November 26th, 2022, go out as a family to get a Christmas tree?
Yes. Well, probably. I don't know. But yeah, around that time, yes.
Okay. Showing you 2 photos. Are these from that day when you got the Christmas tree?
Yeah, that looks accurate.
You could have the first photo of all 5. 6, and then the second one is exhibit 7. Exhibit 7. Showing you exhibit 6. This is all of you at the tree farm.
Yeah.
And exhibit 7, those are the kids.
Yes.
Around December 6th, 2022, Did Lindsay tell you she was starting a new medication?
I don't remember specifically.
Is it that you don't remember the date or you don't remember her starting a new medication?
I'm not sure.
Do you remember Lindsay telling you at some point she was starting the medication Seroquel?
Yes.
Do you remember around what time frame that was?
I thought it was before December 6th.
Okay. And do you recall how she was physically after starting the Seroquel?
Awful.
How so?
That was really where her big spiral started. She started to lose a lot of weight, and she became very depressed, and she was having a really hard time.
And did she describe to you some thoughts or feelings that she was having at that time?
Yeah, she started to say she was suicidal.
And was that in December of 2022?
I think so, yeah.
And when she told you she was suicidal, did you ask her if she had a plan on how to kill herself?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She said no.
And did she ever mention a specific way or plan she had to kill herself to you?
No.
And at some point in time, did she tell you that this was the first time she had suicidal thoughts?
I don't know if she mentioned it was the first time or not. I just remember her saying she had them.
Had you ever heard her say that to you before, that she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did you own at that time a Surface Pro, a type of tablet that works as a laptop?
Yeah.
And who had access to that laptop?
We both did.
Okay. You and Lindsay?
Yeah.
And going back to August 22nd, 2022, did you click on a link on that Surface Pro that was titled Methods of Suicide?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And August 22nd, 2022, that was before Lindsay had been on any medications, as far as you know, correct?
Correct.
Going back to December, she's told you that she's having these thoughts. What's your reaction when she tells you that she's having these suicidal thoughts?
I just wanted to support her. I asked those questions back to her, and her mother was coming up pretty regularly anyways, so we let them know, and we just try to be supportive.
Did she also tell you at that time, at the beginning of December, that she was having some other intrusive thoughts?
Yeah.
Is that how she described them or how you described them, intrusive thoughts?
I would say both.
Okay. And when she told you that she was having intrusive thoughts, did you ask her what they were?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She described thoughts of hurting the kids, or them having some sort of ailment. So like she was very worried that Cora had, whenever she had a stomach ache, she became overly worried that she was, like had like a liver problem or something much more dramatic than it was.
Okay. But going back to that first part, she said she had thoughts of harming the kids. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And did she tell you whether or not she had specific thoughts of how she would harm the kids?
No.
And she didn't describe that as hearing this external voice telling her to harm the kids, correct?
Correct.
She told you she was having intrusive thoughts herself of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
And did you ask her how she was going to harm the kids?
I didn't ask it in that way. It was the same thing. I said, do you have a plan, and is it disturbing to you? And she said no, and then she said yes. And
let me go back for a minute there. You said, do you have a plan? And she said no. What was the second part of the question?
I said, do you find it disturbing? And she said yes. And she described it as really the way she was describing it as something that might happen to the kids.
So it was more something might happen than she might do something. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And did she tell you how long she had those thoughts for?
She didn't give a duration.
And how many times did she tell you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids?
A couple times.
And was that a couple times over the course of a night or two in December?
Yeah.
And as a result of her telling you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids, what did you do?
Her parents came up, and I think I asked her at some point, do you feel like you need to be kept away from them? And she said no. And then, it was very confusing because a minute later she was making them lunch or playing with them or, getting them ready for bed or whatever it was.
So it was confusing in that she wasn't physically harming them at the time, but was had these thoughts. Is that what you're saying?
Right. I never saw Lindsay harm the kids.
And did you also, as a result of these statements, suggest an appointment with nurse practitioner Gelada?
It wasn't as a result of these statements. That appointment was set up because we were at her parents' house in Wallingford for Thanksgiving, and she just described how she was feeling on the medication, and she felt that she was addicted to them.
Was that the benzodiazepines that she thought she was addicted to?
Primarily, and then she was taking Seroquel at the same time, and she might have been taking Trazodone or Remeron. I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you recall testifying previously that I called her parents to come up to stay with us, and I told her that I asked her who her doctor was because I was very concerned at this point. She was prescribed 10 different medications in just over 2 months, so it didn't make sense to me. And then you said, so after her parents came up, she said, I have a remote meeting with Rebecca Gelada, and you said, no, it has to be in person.
Yeah, I felt like it had to be in person because I just felt like there was a disconnect. I felt like we could figure it out, whatever was going on. So it seemed like most of her telehealth appointments were pretty quick, and there just wasn't like a lot of attention.
Were you present for these telehealth visits?
Only a few of them,
Okay.
And they were after that meeting with Gelada.
Okay. And that appointment in person with Gelada was December 6th, 2022. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
So the thought of harming the kids was after Thanksgiving, but before December 6th. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
Were you concerned for the kids' safety at that time?
No, I wasn't.
And why not?
Because she wasn't showing any intention of harming the kids.
And she told you she didn't have a plan. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, directing your attention to December 15th, 2022, did Lindsay go to Mass General Hospital to the emergency department that day?
Yeah.
Okay. And why was that?
I remember the reasoning being she told her dad that she wanted to commit suicide, and then she said to me, I told my dad I want to die, and it didn't bother me at all.
And as a result of those statements, you brought her, or did she bring herself to Mass General?
I think I brought her that time.
And at Mass General, she saw medical staff, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did they recommend to her some type of admission to McLean Hospital?
I remember there was one doctor who was in favor of that, and there were two others who were more in favor of a day program.
Okay. And did they give you information about a specific day program?
Yeah, it was Women and Infants in Providence.
And at that time, when Lindsay was saying that she was suicidal, was she asked if she had a plan,
By the doctors.
or by you?
I was always checking in with her, and she never told me that she had a plan. I'm not sure what the doctors asked her.
Okay. And after being at Mass General on December 15th, did she go to Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island to attempt to get into their postpartum program?
She was already in. She went in as scheduled.
Okay. And but she didn't remain in, correct? She was just there for a day?
Correct.
Okay. And did she go by herself? Did you go with her?
I dropped her off, and then I took Dawson skiing.
Okay. And at some point in time, did Lindsay reach out to you to say she wasn't staying at the program and to come pick her up?
She actually said that the providers at that program suggested to her that she call me and have her come get picked up, and then that I should go in and meet with the providers.
Okay. And then after you picked her up, she was no longer in the program at that point, correct? At Rhode Island Women and Children's, right?
Well, we discussed it with the doctors, and their recommendation was that the program wasn't right for her.
Right. And so you guys returned home, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And during this time frame in December, Lindsay's still working out at the Kingsbury Club, correct?
That might be true. I don't recall exactly, but yeah.
Do you recall her going to the Kingsbury Club on December 6th, 13th, 16th, 17th, or 18th?
I mean, I believe that can be true. Yeah, I don't recall those exact dates, but yeah.
At this time when she's saying that she's feeling suicidal, she's telling you she doesn't have a plan, correct?
Mm.
She's no longer saying she has any thoughts of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
She's still bringing the children to doctor's appointments during that time, right?
Yeah.
Do you recall her bringing Callan and Dawson to the doctors on December 2nd when they weren't feeling well?
Yeah.
And then she was able to call the doctor's office on December 27th and make an appointment for Callan and Cora when they weren't feeling well. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And take them to the doctor, I believe with you, correct?
Maybe. I don't know.
And then on December 30th, she was able to take Callan to the doctor that day as well and interact with the staff. Is that correct?
Probably.
Then you returned to Mass General Hospital, the emergency department, on December 31st. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you go back on the 31st?
Because she was still talking about thoughts of suicide, and I was exhausted. I said, I think it's time to go to McLean, and we didn't have a diagnosis, so we just didn't really know what was wrong. And I think for me, I was hoping that McLean could really evaluate her and try to figure out the best path forward.
Okay, so the path to getting to McLean was to go to the emergency department at Mass General and be referred to McLean. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that night while at the hospital, Lindsay was taking selfies?
No.
Would you submit these two photos as the incident?
Right, that may be admitted, or they may be admitted.
Can you exhibit me? taking a selfie at the hospital, is that correct?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
And then the second page is just her legs in the doorway, is that correct?
Yep.
As a result of going to Mass General and telling them about her suicidal thoughts, was she transferred to McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you stay with her throughout that transfer process, or were you able to?
I was not able to. They, for some reason, they transferred. I don't know if they do this with all patients, but she was transferred at 3 a.m.
Okay. And so she reached McLean in the early morning hours of January 1st then of 2023, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you visit her at McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
How often did you see her there?
I think I was able to go twice, or maybe 3 times.
Okay. And do you remember, what visiting hours were or what hours you visited?
I don't remember exactly, but it was, something like 2 to 6. And I think there were morning hours, but you couldn't just go anytime.
You couldn't or could?
You could not.
Okay. And so you, out of the few days that she was there, 5 days she was there, you visited 2 or 3 times, is that correct?
Yeah.
And while you were there with her, did Lindsay talk to you about the treatment that she was receiving at McLean Hospital?
She told me about her experience. It didn't really seem like she was getting any treatment.
Okay. Did she tell you that she wasn't really getting any treatment or wasn't getting as much care or treatment as she wanted?
Well, I think by the 3rd day, I said, what have the doctors said? And she said, I haven't met with the doctor. The challenge was she arrived on a Saturday, and then I think Monday was an observed holiday, so she didn't see a doctor until Tuesday. So until then, she was coloring and playing with clay and going for walks.
Were you aware that she was seen by a resident, a doctor, the first 2 days she was there, and then an attending on the 3rd day that she was there?
No.
Were you aware that she was seen by a licensed social worker, group therapist, and other mental health workers every day while she was there?
Yeah, I didn't get any updates.
Okay. Were you aware that she was offered one-on-one therapy by unit staff every day that she was there?
No.
Did you know that she participated in group therapy on January 1st for 45 minutes, a session about illness and symptom management?
I was aware of some group activities. I didn't know the details of it.
Okay. And were you aware that she participated in 2 group therapy sessions, one for 45 minutes and one for 50 minutes, one on self-compassion and one on illness and symptom management on January 3rd?
I wasn't aware of the subject of any of the meetings now.
Were you aware that she declined further group therapy and treatment in the afternoon of January 3rd?
No.
Were you aware that on January 4th, she participated in a group for 40 minutes called medication management?
No.
Were you aware that she participated in a group on January 5th on expressive therapy for 45 minutes?
No.
And were you aware that she declined further treatment 2 times on January 5th, one to attend group therapy and one to attend a session on cognitive behavioral processes?
No.
Were you aware that Lindsay asked the doctors to be discharged on the 6th, Friday the 6th, because she wanted to go to Cora's birthday party on the 7th?
Not that I recall.
Were you aware, or did Lindsay tell you that she then asked the doctors to discharge her on January 5th because she wanted to go home and get ready for the party?
I wasn't aware of Lindsay asking the doctors to be discharged.
Okay. Were there any insurance issues in terms of insurance refusing to pay for her stay at McLean Hospital?
We didn't really get to that point.
You weren't advised by the social worker or any staff there that there were any issues with your insurance, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, but I wouldn't have cared either.
Would you have just paid for it if needed?
I would have paid anything. Yeah.
Ms. Sprague, is this a good time to break?
Yes.
All right, so members of the jury, we're going to break for the afternoon recess. And we'll see you back here about 2 o'clock, okay?
Court, all rise. Close your notebooks, place them on your chairs. Follow me.
All right, y'all, the jury is clearing the room and then
Counsel,
the
anything
judge,
we need to address before the break?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll see everybody about 2 o'clock. Thank you.
and then the judge will go ahead and dismiss the courtroom for lunch. Thank you all for being here so much. We appreciate you. I do want to address this. Listen, I don't have a problem at all with us having different, you don't have to agree with anything that I say, nothing. All I ask is that we respect each other's right to have a different opinion of everything. You know, if you, I mean, I don't sit around and fight with everybody on this channel, or I don't fight with anybody on this channel, to tell you the truth, except for Maggie. Kelly Ray, I do have to say this to you though. You asked if there was any proof that he had an affair. And I responded to you clearly. And even before you asked that question, I responded to somebody else saying that there was no proof of an affair. And so, I always do. Look, I'm used to running a channel. I'm used to being the voice of this channel. I'm not used to being in chat, typing everything. When I have an opinion of something and don't know it to be fact, I always 100% will tell you guys, this is my opinion. I try my best when we cover cases, for those of you that are new around here and haven't been around for the cases, to cover them as factually as possible, providing you documents and my sources. So that will always happen. Always. I don't, there's no need for me to lie or exaggerate or to make up stuff, for any reason. I don't clickbait. I don't make up stuff. I don't try to grow a channel based off of lies or making stuff bigger than what they are. That will never happen for me, ever. I don't even ask anybody to sub up to this channel, because eventually the right people will find you and you'll just hang out there. So I'm not acting like I know it to be true. I have already said many times before, even on yesterday's when we deep dived this case, that I believe the man had an affair based on the timeline of events that we went over yesterday. The truth is, I really felt for this guy. I really felt for the dad. I really felt like this woman was evil incarnate. That was the truth. I've been following this case since it came out. And all this time, up until yesterday, when we pulled up everything, we looked at it in black and white. And I'm not talking about smut pages or anybody else's opinion or anything like that. I'm talking about bringing out real documents going through this, is when I realized this man failed his wife. This man failed his wife. I can understand just through listening to, in our last break, some of these ladies in here talk about their own struggles with postpartum and with psychosis. I can understand that maybe he didn't get the memo and that he couldn't see it because maybe he saw mania with her running around cleaning and organizing as being that she was just happy. I can understand that. But when you go through the timeline of events and things that happen, and you really look at the case, not look at anybody else's coverage, but you do your own research on it, which is what we always say here. Don't take my word for it, do your own, or sit here and go through it with me and then tell me what you think. And if I don't know the answer, I'll either tell you I don't know it, and I'll try to find it, or I can't find it. I don't know. I have nothing to gain by lying or blowing this case up any bigger than it is. But I think after the timeline of events that you hear that we brought, that Maggie found yesterday, the latest timelines of events that came out, maybe you'll think to listen. I'm not saying he was a bad dad. I'm not saying he was a bad husband. I'm saying he failed his kids. Listen, I'm going to ask you one question, and then I'm going to shut the hell up and let Maggie read the timeline, because I think it's more important than anything I could say. If you've got 3 kids in your house and somebody comes down with COVID, are you going to let everybody just hang out in the living room, watch TV, eat from the same pizza box? COVID or the flu? No, you're going to quarantine someone, either yourselves somewhere, the sick child in another room, right? That's what we do. We quarantine to keep everybody safe. The minute she told her husband, look, I'm having thoughts about hurting my children. What else do you need? Do you need to see her with an actual weapon in her hand to do something about that? The fact that she was able to voice that and say, I'm having these thoughts. She knew it was wrong. She knew it was scary. She knew it was going to be frightening. She knew that she was capable of anything. This man, along with these doctors that threw all these pills down her throat instead of listening to what she had to say and just making her into a zombie, neglected those children's welfare. The minute she said, I'm having thoughts of harming our kids, that is when the kids or she should have left the house immediately. You don't wait for there to be signs of it. There's already a sign. She told you. It's just like the crisis center, the suicide hotline that she called, and they told her that her symptoms weren't bad enough to be put into a hospital. So basically the suicide, just by her calling them and saying, I need help, because she didn't have a plan of action of how to kill herself, she wasn't bad enough. She didn't need the help. So I said all that to say this. Anybody's welcome to your opinion, but I have no other reason to cover this trial other than A, I'm interested in it. B, I like doing stuff like this. C, I think it's very educational. Young women need to know this is real. This is real, and this is the consequences. Not only do young women need to know about it, but husbands need to pay more attention when their wives come home. If your wife is not used to cleaning and deorganizing and doing all this weird, if she's acting weird, guess what? Something just might be wrong. Pay attention. So I'm sorry if it bothers you that I have a distaste for old Patrick here. He failed his kids. The grandparents failed their children, their kids and their grandchildren. His mother is a nurse. She knew her daughter-in-law had those thoughts about harming her children. Her own parents had thoughts, knew she was having the same thoughts. Yeah, did they come and stay a couple days here, a couple days there? That's great. But what happens to the days that nobody's there? Like what happened on January 24th? Nobody was there. So they all have a part to play in it, and I'm calling them all out, and that's what I do. Maggie, if you can come on up, or you're already up, just turn on your volume. I'm going to shut the hell up. I'm going to get a cigarette and listen to you guys. If you guys have welcome everybody, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you so much. Look, you're welcome to your own opinion, but there's no agenda behind what I say or do. I have mine too, and I try to be respectful of everybody's, and I actually like to hear an opposing opinion because I can learn from you that way, and you can learn from me. I'm not being biased. Like I said, up to yesterday, like I thought she was just evil incarnate. Seriously, I did. But tell me how you feel after hearing hearing all this. Tell me how you feel. Max, I'm gonna let you take it over. I'm gonna get a cigarette.
Okay, so the only way to do this is to start from the beginning. It's absolutely heartbreaking the amount of times that she cries for help. Anyway, I'm going to read it and I hope you can all understand my accent. For those who don't know, I'm Maggie. I come from Liverpool, England. So I do hope you can understand me. I do tend to talk fast, but I'll try to calm down and slow down. Thank you. So this is a summary of the Lindsay Clancy medication treatment timeline. As best as I can put together from Patrick and Lindsay's lawsuit, what has been released by police and what's been shared in court. In Lindsay's lawsuit, Patrick is quoted as saying, before Lindsay became ill, she was dedicated to being a mum, even over-dedicated, worked twice as hard as most. She rarely took a break to rest. Note, this has important implications because it's hard to spot hypomania in a person whose baseline or norm sounds like this. December 24, 2017, Cora was born. September 30, 2019, Dawson was born. According to Leanie's lawsuit, following the birth of his second child, she was elated and had increased energy. Patrick described that she had a manic behaviour for multiple days. In October 2020, she had an episode of decluttering to simplify her life, obsessively cleaning and discarding items. She said she felt amazing she felt amazing on top of things. Her thoughts raced, but she constantly felt pressure to be active. It then states two things. Oh God. It then states 2 months post-birth, she developed anxiety and was offered Zoloft by a psychiatrist, but she declined due to concerns about breastfeeding. Please note the discrepancy in the timeline above. Dawson was born in 2019, but she listed October 2020 as the time period when she had hypomania. The 5th, 26th of 22, Callan was born. Patrick's lawsuit said Lindsay repeatedly told Patrick how happy she was and how much she loved their new baby. She was enthusiastic and energetic. June 23, 2022. This marks 4 weeks postpartum per Patrick's lawsuit. Lindsay has no symptoms at this time based on DSM-5's criteria. Lindsay cannot receive a postpartum specifier for any diagnosis if no symptoms are present at this point. However, per Lindsay's lawsuit, she alleges she was actually hypomanic during this period. July 22, Patrick and Laura run a 5K. Mid-August, Patrick returns to work. He returned 12 weeks after Callan's birth. Mid-August, per Lindsay's lawsuit, her mood suddenly switches from hypomania to anxiety and depression. She had debilitating anxiety, insomnia, and sleeping only 3 hours a night, no motivation, and could not exercise. September 22, per Lindsay's lawsuit, P and L run another 5K. Discrepancy per Lindsay's lawsuit that she says she's too depressed to exercise at that point. Mid-September, per Patrick's lawsuit, Lindsay begins to experience stress and anxiety and meets with the psychiatrist, Dr. Tufts. She is diagnosed with chronic GAD and chronic adjustment DO with depressed mood and prescribed Zoloft. Note, the chronic specifier isn't used in the latest DSM edition, so I wouldn't read too much into it. September 12, 2022, per Lindsay's lawsuit, she met with Dr. Tufts, who she found online. Postnatal depression scale score was 23, severe. Zoloft was prescribed. The end of September 2022, Lindsay is supposed to return to work. Let me just scroll. Get where I am. I'll just check everyone's okay and can understand me. Am I going too fast?
You're doing great, Max. Thank you so much.
It's okay. All right. So at the end of September 22, Lindsay is supposed to return to work. October 3rd, 2022, Patrick's lawsuit. Lindsay tells Dr. Tufts she hasn't taken the Zoloft yet. She's on the verge of taking the medication, but wants to try therapy first. Note, it's unclear in either lawsuit when she actually started therapy. Mid-October, Lindsay initiates the starting dose of Zoloft and reportedly increased it as directed. October 20th, 2022, per Patrick's lawsuit, Lindsay told Dr. Tufts she increased from 25 milligram to 50 milligram. She reported feeling awful, insomnia, poor appetite, more depressed, crying all day, and mental fog. She was terrified to start something new. She allegedly developed racing thoughts and became paranoid of getting suicidal thoughts, something bad happening, doesn't want to be alone. Lindsay's lawsuit says she experienced a severe adverse reaction. She did not sleep for 48 hours and had a racing thoughts and worsening anxiety. Dr. Tufts discontinued the Zoloft and prescribed Ativan and Benadryl for sleep. October 31st, 2022, per Patrick's lawsuit, Lindsay told her therapist, who was reported to be a colleague of Dr. Tufts, that she was hoping to return to work soon and hopeful this would decrease her depression symptoms. November the 8th, 2022, Lindsay made a post in the Facebook group, I Am Not Alone, Postpartum Depression, Anxiety and Rage, saying she was looking for advice on meds for PPA and PPD. She writes she tried Zoloft for 1 week and after increasing it to 50 milligram, she had extreme insomnia and her depression worsened. She says Ativan is the only medication that worked for her because it has the perfect effect of decreasing my anxiety and making me feel happy again. Note, Patrick's lawsuit does not mention who prescribed the Ativan. Lindsay's lawsuit says it was prescribed by Dr. Tufts. Dosage is unknown. Mid-November, insomnia worsens. She allegedly sleeping only 3 hours a night. November 16th, 2022, per Patrick's lawsuit, Lindsay went to the ER for insomnia. This was consistent with Lindsay's lawsuit, stating she took herself to the emergency room at South Shore Hospital and reported insomnia, anxiety, palpitations. She was given trazodone, but it was not effective, even at 150 milligram. November 20th, 2022, Patrick's mother, a nurse at South Shore Hospital, contacted Nurse Paul at South Shore Parental Behavioural Health Programme and asked her to contact Lindsay. Lindsay tells Nurse Paul she is frustrated, scared, overwhelmed, having racing thoughts, constant thinking, extreme insomnia, and sleeping only 3 hours a night. November 21st, per Patrick's lawsuit, Lindsay described symptoms suggesting mania, racing thoughts, extreme insomnia, frustration, feeling scared. However, per Patrick's lawsuit, Nurse Paul then wrote a script for Prozac, 10 milligram. November 23rd, 2022, Lindsay tells Nurse Paul she is feeling disconnected, out of it, spacey. November 25th, per Lindsay's lawsuit, after 4 days on Prozac, her insomnia worsened and she discontinued it. Nurse Paul prescribes 3 different meds, Ambien, Remeron, and Clonopin, at once. The meds reportedly did not help with sleep. Note, there is no mention of the dosage or how long she tried these meds. November 26, 2022, per Lindsay's lawsuit, after taking Remeron, she experienced disassociation, perceiving the world around her as unreal, distorted and distant. She could not determine what was real. She was forgetful, confused, unable to drive or be alone. November 28, 2022, Lindsay tells Nurse Paul she is still struggling with sleep, disorientated, not connected to her body, petrified of becoming addicted to benzos, feels like she is in a panic state. November 29, 2022, per Patrick's lawsuit, Lindsay begins treating with Nurse Paul's colleague, Nurse Joe Losse. Note, it's unclear why she switches providers. Per Patrick's lawsuit, Lindsay tells Nurse Losse she's physically dependent on benzo to sleep. She's completely overwhelmed. Her mind is constantly running. Per Lindsay's lawsuit, Nurse Losse correctly considers bipolar disorder and prescribes Seroquel. Discrepancy per Patrick's lawsuit, Lindsay later reports she had an immediate passive SI after being prescribed Seroquel, with the date listed as 11:30. There is no mention of the dosage or how long she was on this medication. According to Lindsay's lawsuit, after starting Seroquel, her condition took a dramatic turn for the worse. She developed suicidal ideation, began experiencing what she described as intrusive thoughts, which were actually auditory hallucinations. The voice said, "I will not be the same. I want to die." Shortly thereafter, Patrick's lawsuit noted that Lindsay tells her therapist, Letitia Dukes, that she has an addiction to Ativan, and that is why she can't sleep. She reports weight loss, poor appetite, panic attacks, feelings of numbness. This is the first time she reports suicidal ideation per Patrick's lawsuit. December 2, 2022, per Lindsay's lawsuit, on the 12th of the 2nd, she told Nurse Losse she had lost 15 pounds, had no appetite, was experiencing panic attacks, confusion, and lack of attention over the past 4 days. December 4th, 2022, per Lindsay's lawsuit, she was so scared of the hallucinations, she called a suicide hotline, but was told there was no emergency because she had no specific plan to kill herself. Note, it's unclear if she actually told them she was hallucinating. December 5th, 2022, per Lindsay's lawsuit, she met virtually with an Aspire crisis support clinician and was told she did not meet criteria for inpatient treatment because she did not have a plan for suicide. Note, again, it's unclear if she told them she was actively hallucinating. December 5th, 2022, per Lindsay's lawsuit, Lindsay tells therapist she is experiencing intrusive thoughts of wanting to die. Note, intrusive thoughts are not necessarily the same thing as suicidal ideation. Patrick joins a visit with Nurse Paul and says Lindsay's anxiety has worsened since starting meds. Discrepancy: Lindsay's lawsuit does not mention this appointment at all. December 6th, 2022, per Patrick's lawsuit, Lindsay attended an appointment with Nurse Jolotta. Lindsay reports she's still only sleeping 3 hours a night, feeling overwhelmed, her mind is constantly running, denies SI, but reports feeling something terrible might happen. Nurse Jolotta prescribes Valium. Note, there is no mention of what dose or whether she took this medication consistently until the taper by Dr. Tufts in January. Per Lindsay's lawsuit, Patrick attended this appointment with Lindsay, and it was Patrick who connected Lindsay's suicidal thoughts to the Seroquel. He told Nurse Jolotta that Lindsay is 10 times worse since she has taken this medication. He told Nurse Jolotta, oh yeah, she's taken. He asked to get Lindsay off meds and start from scratch to see what's going on. Nurse Jolotta increased Seroquel to 400 milligram a day. Note, the typical daily dose for bipolar would be 400 to 800 milligram. December 9, 2022.
Hold on just a minute. Hold on just a minute, Maggie. Hold on just a minute. I hope you guys are, maybe it's not as easy to follow. If you're having trouble following this in any way, yesterday we did a live on this and Maggie went through this step by step. But I just wanted to say this really quick. Did you just pay attention to what was said in the last date that she just read, where Patrick was actually at the hospital with her and said, look, or at the doctor's office, nurse's office, whatever, she's been everywhere. Can we just take her off everything? The Seroquel is making her 10 times worse. He says the Seroquel is making her 10 times worse.
Yeah.
So Maggie, read that again. What was their response to
Bear
that?
with me.
It's right above where you were at.
Per Lindsay's lawsuit, Patrick attended this appointment with Lindsay, and it was Patrick who connected Lindsay's suicidal thoughts to the Seroquel. He told Nurse Jolotta that Lindsay is 10,000 times worse since she's taken that medication. He asked to get Lindsay off meds and start from scratch to see what was going on. Nurse Jolotta increased Seroquel to 400 milligram a day. Note, the typical daily dose for bipolar would be 400 to 800 milligram. So he asked her to take it off her because suicidal, the thoughts were going worse. Yet she upped the dose.
She upped the dose to a dose that would be a maintainable dose. Like you have to work up to 400, in an amount of time to be able to handle it. No, boom, they just shocked the hell out of her with all of that medicine and the other stuff she was already on. So this is what I'm talking about, going through the timeline of everything. If you sit and you pull up the timeline and really read it for yourself, everybody failed her. Everybody. Because just because the doctor says, look, I really feel like you should stay on this Seroquel. I mean, I don't live with you. I don't understand, how really bad 10,000 times is. That sounds pretty extreme to me. So let's just up her Seroquel. Listen, I mean, homegirl's out of her mind, right? I guess that's what they're saying. Lindsay even said she's out of her mind, right? So who's there to speak for her? Her husband. So her husband would have said, now help me make that make sense. I just told you that she is 10,000 times worse since taking the Seroquel, and now you're upping it to a maintainable dose. Where does that make sense? Anybody?
No.
You can deny. Thank you so much, Irish Hottie. You do not, and there's second opinions out there, you guys. Listen, I mean, your health is in your hands. Don't worry about hurting these people's feelings, okay? he should have said, "You're not understanding what I'm saying here. We need a
Yeah.
different plan of action."
Yeah, did
Not
you just hear what I said? I wanted to come off them. It's making it worse. You know, I don't know
Lisa,
what happened.
let me just say this to Lisa really quick, and anybody else here who may be feeling this way.
Yeah.
Listen, if you are sad or anxious or just feeling some sort of way that is not conducive to a healthy brain cycle or anything like that, take a break. Take a break as you need it. Walk away, go smell the flowers, pet your dog or your cat.
Yeah.
I don't know, do some dishes, do something. You can always listen later if you think you've missed something, or you can just come back and pick up when you feel like it.
Yeah.
Listen, take care of yourselves. If this gets too much, please, y'all, please. All right, Maggie, I'll let you take it back.
I mean, you can just see now how many meds has been changed up to now. So December 9th, 2022, per Lindsay's lawsuits, Patrick calls nurse Joe Losser and asks for an urgent callback. Nurse Joe Losser calls them back, and Lindsay and Patrick reports she is experiencing panic and SI. What did we say SI was yesterday?
Suicidal ideation.
Right, okay, suicidal ideation. They say nurse Joe Losser advises Lindsay to continue taking the medication. December 13, so if you look at this is a day in between or a couple of days in between. So December 13, 2022, Lindsay's lawsuit said on this day she remained deeply depressed, had no motivation, and still had suicidal ideation. She wanted this to be over. December 15th, 2022, Patrick calls Nurse J's office to report Lindsay had a devastating week and that it was the worst day for Lindsay. She had horrible thoughts all day. It is then stated Lindsay had auditory hallucinations all day, every day. She felt debilitated, not interested in anything, exhausted, and could not get out of bed. All of December, per Patrick's lawsuit, Lindsay has persistent thoughts of suicide, and Lindsay continues to seek help through Nurse Joe Losser and her therapist. Discrepancy. He does not mention the additional appointments with Dr. Tufts or Nurse Paul. Lindsay contacts Dr. Tufts, who prescribed Lamictal. Note, there is no mention of the dose or how long she took this medication. Per Lindsay's lawsuit, no date noted. Lindsay told Patrick, "I have thoughts of harming the kids." She also told her mother about these thoughts because she was in a psychotic state. Lindsay also had paranoid delusions that people could hear her thoughts and that she would be locked in a hospital and have her children taken away. December 20, 2022. According to Lindsay's lawsuit, Lindsay's escalating suicidal thoughts prompted a visit to Mass General Hospital ER on this date. The ER suggested either admission to McLean Hospital or the partial hospitalisation day programme at Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island. Discrepancy. There is no mention of this ER visit in Patrick's lawsuit. December 20, 2022, per Patrick's lawsuit, Lindsay enters a day hospital programme at Women Infants Hospital intended for women with postpartum depression. She reports heart palpitations, severe depression, feelings of numbness, and that life is becoming a disaster. She also says she cannot feel fear, and she's worried she was beyond repair. Note, there is no mention how Lindsay would have stayed in Rhode Island for this outpatient programme had she been accepted to it. Would she have been left there alone? Would Patrick have stayed with her? Just going to scroll, guys. Just a month prior, on the 11/25, she could not drive or be left alone. December 21st, 2022, per Lindsay's lawsuit, she admitted herself to the partial hospitalisation day programme at Women's and Infants Hospital. Discrepancy. In the dates they say she admitted herself, 12/20 versus 12/21, per her lawsuit reported feeling crazy, depressed, numb to all emotions, can't feel love, and that her life was becoming a disaster, that she couldn't feel fear, that she was messed up and beyond repair. EPDS score 23. Now that was severe when she got it before. Note, this is the same score as before, suggesting symptoms had not worsened since September. GAD score was 7. Per Lindsay's lawsuit, Dr. Diaz at the Women and Infants concluded Lindsay had no postpartum. Depression had rejected a bipolar diagnosis because of no history of hypomania or psychosis or family history. They allege she is due to inadequate history. Per Lindsay's lawsuit, Dr. Diaz accepted Lindsay and Patrick's belief that her symptoms were due to over-medication and recommended weaning Seroquel. They felt her symptoms were more pharmaceutically induced than purely depressive. Per Lindsay's lawsuit, at the hospital, at the clinic of the Women and Infants, Lindsay's symptoms are due to over-medication and misdiagnosis. Women and Infants allegedly reached out to Nurse Jolota, who allegedly did not respond. Note, it's unclear why they didn't call any other treatment providers or why they discharged her without speaking to any treatment provider, etc. December 29th, 2022, per Lindsay's lawsuit, Lindsay's suicidal ideation surged, and Lindsay told her husband, "I can't tough it out. I need to go to McLean." December 30, 2022, per Lindsay's lawsuit, Lindsay went to the MGH emergency room, which suggested admission to McLean Hospital. December 31st, 2022, per Lindsay's lawsuit, Lindsay admitted herself to McLean Hospital due to severe depression and suicidal ideation. Admitting symptoms include passive suicidal ideation, feeling detached, hopeless, depression, no appetite, no energy to perform ADLs, no motivation, anhedonia, racing thoughts, inability to organize her thoughts, memory problems, anxiety, insomnia. Her insight and judgment were noted to be limited. January 1st, 2023, per Patrick's lawsuit, Lindsay admits herself to McLean due to SI. She texts Patrick to say she doesn't belong there. Discrepancy dates of hospital admission, 12/31 versus 1st of the 1st. Not sure why these two consistently report different dates. January the 3rd, 2023, Lindsay sees the McLean doctor, who reportedly advised Lindsay to stop Seroquel and Benzos and prescribed trazodone for sleep. January 4th, Lindsay reportedly asked to go home for her daughter's birthday because her thoughts had improved since the Seroquel decrease. She was approved from discharge. January 5th, 2023, per Patrick's lawsuit, Lindsay is discharged from McLean. Discrepancy again with the dates. Lindsay says discharge was the 1st of the 4th, and Patrick says discharge was 1st of the 5th. Note, no mention it made of discharge plans or recommendations. No mention is made of what medication she has now taken. Date unknown, Dr. Goodhart from McLean reportedly called Lindsay and spoke for 10 minutes, offering of antidepressants, including amitriptyline. January 6, 2023, per Patrick's lawsuit, Lindsay sees psychiatrist Dr. Tufts. Diagnosis is updated to chronic major depression disorder. Single episode, moderate. Note, this diagnosis of MDD could have been given with the specifier of severe with or without psychotic features, but Dr. Tufts went with moderate. There is no mention of what meds she's taken or any changes made in Patrick's lawsuit. January 7, 2023, per Lindsay's lawsuit. She attends the daughter's birthday party and smiled but could not confess. She avoided talking and could not make sense of what others were saying. January 9, 2023, per Patrick's lawsuit, Lindsay sees Dr. Tufts again. Police records note a prescription for diazepam 5 mg was filled on this day. Instructions appear to be to wean down on the medicine. January 10th, 2023, per Lindsay's lawsuit, Lindsay meets with Dr. Tufts and was switched to Valium for benzodiazepine taper. Sorry if I'm getting that wrong. Discrepancy. There is no mention of disappointment in Patrick's lawsuit. January 12th, 2023, per Patrick's lawsuit, Lindsay meets with Dr. Tufts again and reports low mood, low motivation, and feeling very stressed. Says this has been going on for months now, and I am getting desperate for something that would work quickly to get me out of this depressed state. Note, there is no mention of what medication she's taken or any changes made in Patrick's lawsuit. Also, discrepancy. There is no mention of disappointment in Lindsay's lawsuit. January 13, 2023, police records indicate a prescription for trazodone 150 mg was filled. January 16th, per Patrick's lawsuit, Lindsay sees Dr. Tufts on this date and Lindsay's mood is depressed. Affect is depressed and flat. No motivation. She feels numb, unable to get out of bed. Concentration is fine. Caring for the baby. Feels forced. No suicidal ideation. Discrepancy. There is no mention of disappointment in Lindsay's lawsuit other than to say Lindsay is prescribed amitriptyline 10 mg on this day and Lindsay is still experiencing debilitating depression. She had to force herself to do anything. The hallucinations have continued. You should harm the children. You should kill yourself. You will never be the same. January 16th, police records note a prescription for diazepam 2 mg was filled on this day. Instructions appear to be intended to help her wean off this medication. Police records also note a prescription for amitriptyline 10 mg was filled on this day. January 20th, 2023, per her lawsuit, Lindsay researches why is a psychopath. That's obviously what is a psychopath. January 22, 2023, Patrick and Lindsay and their two oldest kids go to dinner at a friend's home. According to what the friend told police, Lindsay seemed fairly normal, mostly quiet while there, keeping herself to herself on her phone. January 23rd, 2025, this is the day before the murder. Per Patrick's lawsuit, Dr. Tufts notes Lindsay is a little more anxious. Her heart is racing. Her mood is flat. She's anxious. She reports no motivation, feeling numb, has to force herself to get up. Notably, her insight is described as poor. Per Lindsay's lawsuit, Dr. Tufts increases the amitriptyline to 20 mg and she did not sleep at all that night. Other weird discrepancies. Per police report, Patrick told police Lindsay had been having suicidal thoughts, as well as thoughts of hurting the children, since the end of December. In his lawsuit, he says she has suicidal thoughts all of December. Patrick's friend tells the police that Lindsay was having issues with her medications and she was mostly anxious and not depressed. Patrick felt as if Lindsay was not overly anxious and that the anxiety level was normal and not severe. Per Lindsay's lawsuit, she woke up on the first 24, severely depressed with suicidal thoughts and suicidal hallucinations that continued non-stop all day. These are two different things. So that's where it ends there, and then it goes into a discussion in the group. So that was the day before the murder.
Mm-hmm. I am still mesmerized hearing that the second time. It just,
just a mess, isn't it? The amount
of
of times that girl was just getting given different medication and seeing only like one doctor in a hospital who put it in a hospital. She should have been taken back. I do believe Patrick should have got on the phone to Dr. Tufts, whoever, and McLean, and said she needs to go back in hospital. She's declining.
Yes. Let me say this real quick. There was some really nice sentiments and statements put in chat. And y'all, we really are glad that you found us. And Mary Jane Doe said, eventually we all find our tribe. And we here really do believe that. That's why, I know who's supposed to be here will find this channel. That's why I just say, if you guys just hit the like, eventually whoever's supposed to be here will be here. We don't only cover true crime. I think that's what we've been doing mostly lately. Sometimes we get on here. Bye, Lisa. Take care, honey.
Thanks for coming in.
Sometimes we get on here and we talk about how much our boobs bother us. Okay, we're just a group of women that are either in menopause, going through menopause, or fixing to go through menopause, and we're pretty pissed off about it. Anyways, so thank you so much, and I am really happy that you guys are loving the channel and loving the vibe here. We do appreciate that. We do work hard on what we do. That is the truth. I just don't throw these things up here. Maggie doesn't. And even our mods, we have a Discord just with the mods and Maggie and the matriarch of our channel. Yes, we do have one of those. And we go over this stuff, you guys, and we do a lot of research together and things like that before we ever go live with something like this. So it's not something that we're just throwing together and or watching other people's channels and hopefully we can play on it and grow on it, because that's not what I'm about. Pretty pissed off. PPO, I love it. Hot flashes are the worst. I'm over all that. Thank you, Jesus. Maggie's not. She's just going into it.
No, don't.
I have PPO. That's what's going on with me. Everything's wrong with me. Everything is wrong with me. And whatever's not wrong with me, I'm going to make it wrong. All right. So listen, I have said since the beginning of this that and this is just my opinion, that I don't believe I don't think Patrick wanted his kids dead, but I don't think he cared that his wife would have been dead. And I'm glad a lot of you ladies in here, maybe it's our ages, maybe it's the way we mamaed, maybe it's that, I don't know, but I'm telling you, the minute she said it, that's enough for me. I don't have to see, I don't have to have proof. It came out of your mouth. And that's it. You're either out of here or me and the kids are out of here, because no. Negative. And my kids can go ahead and take me to court well, my kids know anyways. Listen, most of my kids have been married for over 10 years, and I've not once, except for, I take that back, one time to deliver a Christmas card to every door. And that's another story. But I've never once knocked on my kids' marital doors without being invited. Never. I've never texted them and said, hey, I'm coming over. Never. In fact, half the time they invite me, I'm like, oh, hell no, I'm good, thanks. Like, no, we have too much togetherness in this family. So, that's me. But when it comes to children, especially my grandchildren, I mean, I have rights too. And if any of them parents are saying, I'm having these thoughts, like maybe I could, no negative. Okay, you go get yourself fixed or stay here and fix yourself. You two stay together, work this out. But I'm going to take the babies. Come on over for Sunday dinner. Call them every night before they go to bed. Say their prayers to them because this ain't happening. I'm not leaving my babies here. Even to run to the convenience store real quick for a Diet Coke. Not happening. Not happening. But I understand that maybe this dude, Patrick, maybe he's never seen anybody with depression. I find that hard to believe. Maybe he's never seen anybody with anxiety. I find that hard to believe, especially since in the beginning he did, when they were asking him about the oldest two's births and how she kind of acted. And I liked how he described the oldest Cora's birth, 5 years old, and they asked how she was after the baby's born. And this is exactly what he said, because I was like, wait, what? Why are you diminishing it? He starts out with the word great. The next word out of his mouth was good. The next word out of his mouth was it was a longer word. What was it? It was even lesser than good. So he gave like adequate or something like that. I'm like, well, which is it? Those are all three different. I mean, what parts are we remembering? You know what I mean? So there's that, that is where I think that Patrick needs to be held responsible. Not only Patrick, but her parents and his parents. Maybe not to the same degree that Patrick needs to be held responsible. Look, if you want to have an affair, have an affair. I'm not going to dog you out for that, okay? That's your business. Everybody's sane. Everybody's grown. Go do your thing. Slap it, flip it, rub it down. I'm happy for you, okay? But so I'm not judging the man on having an affair. Go right ahead, even though that may be part of what sent her over the edge. Listen, we don't know until we know. What I am holding him responsible for is that he says out of his own mouth that he didn't ever see any signs of her wanting to harm the children. So he thought the children were okay because just voicing it wasn't enough. Period. That's right, Irish. So yeah, I am holding him completely. Yeah, I'm sticking him to him. I'm nailing him to the wall on that one, Patrick. Nailing you to the wall. What says you about that, Maggie? I mean, we've seen people come in and go out, and some of them really feel for Patrick. We did too. Yeah, all of us did.
Yeah, we all did. That's what I want to ask. Does anyone in the chat feel different since hearing about all this medication and the cries for help? Has it changed anything for any of you? Let us know.
Yeah, that's really interesting because that's what happened to a lot of us that were together yesterday. Like we were all like, she's evil. Like we were just pinning her to the wall, right? Like, how could you do this? You dumb bee. And you should have asked for help and blah, blah, blah. And then here it all comes. We do the deep dive and it looks totally different. And then you realize, yes, she murdered her children. But yes, she was not the only one that had a hand in that. Maybe not around those babies' throats, but this could have been prevented.
Yeah.
Had just somebody, just one person, which should have been her husband. That's who she married. She left her home, married her husband. Should have been her husband that got them children out of the way. That just should have believed her. I mean, she's even having trouble having people believe her that she's really sick. Clearly she's sick. So, yeah, that's when everything changed for me. That's when it changed for me. Everybody in this family that is close to this family and knew that she had them thoughts have to hold. I don't know what even what should be what their punishment should be. I don't know. I don't know. But I mean, should they get off scot-free and just let's not show the pictures of the kids. Let's not play the 911 of Patrick. Let's just sweep all that with Patrick under the carpet and make him not look like a little asshole for neglecting his children and his wife. Sorry. I call it as I see it. And to the person who came in here about an hour ago and said that I am doing it, I do have an agenda, and would I feel the same way if it was reversed, a husband and a wife? Absolutely, because this isn't about the husband and wife to me. Fuck them. What it's about is those kids. They could be alive today if the husband, at least the husband who married her for better for worse, sickness and health, would have taken his children and protected them. Even if he was being overreactive. Better to be overreactive than to be sitting back and your kids are 6 feet under. Oh, but wait. No worries. Patrick's remarried. He's got more kids. Oh, but I'm not supposed to use that because that's just hateful to say. Lenny shouldn't be that hateful. Listen, I'm hateful. He was gaslighting her. Jennifer, yeah. I'm not hip with his affair. That's abusive. He was probably lying to her the whole time. Irish Hottie says, I already knew about the asking for help, but he should have stepped away from them. She should have stepped away from them. It's really sad. I feel she tried to get help, but she should have taken herself out of the pit.
Yeah, because when she was in control, but she was really depressed and she was saying how she felt, I think she could have said, listen, I need to be on my own, take the kids away, especially when she started having them thoughts. Take the kids away. I need to see to myself, basically. But you know what? They, more than her, should have took them. They should have removed them kids from her. I mean, obviously she loved the kids and she didn't want to go away from them. But
right,
it.
But right, somebody's got to stand up and be the adult.
Yeah.
And you know what? They didn't even really. So, okay, Patrick said they had a nanny at one point, right? So when the first child was born, Cora, and when Dawson was born, they had a nanny and they had a can and they had a pool and they had this and fuck that and this, shove it up your ass. Anyways, where's the nanny? All right, so let's just get a nanny back in here and send Lindsay to go live with her parents up in Connecticut. How hard is that to do? I mean, come on. It's not hard to figure out. I'm trying to, I know it doesn't sound like it, you guys, because I'm a rude bitch for real. And I call it as I see it for real. But I just don't think this takes any comments. And I don't think that you have to know somebody with anxiety and depression to be looking for signs. You just got to hear it in their mouth. Look, I feel like killing myself, and sometimes I think about harming the children. Okay, well, off to your mamas you go. Bye-bye. Where's that Miss Nanny person? Get her back in here. It's not hard to work this out. You got 3 kids. At what point do you stand up, be a man, run your family, not run it like a business, but take care of your damn family. It's not only about going out and making.
You know what, though, Lee? Sometimes men do not notice. Do not notice what you're going through, even if it's right under the noses. Mine is the same, and I'm just being defensive in one part of that. I hope I'll probably be dead and decomposing, and he'd be still putting a cup of coffee down at the side of me.
That's true, because I know your husband.
I swear to God, I could be in dead for 3 days before he knew. I often think if I'm in bed and he gets up for work and I'm still in bed, like, lady of leisure, and I have a lie-in because I haven't slept all night as usual, and I think, I wonder how long I'd be dead here before I was found.
It's same with me, Max. Same with me. Oh, shut up. Shut up, honey.
Yeah,
We
the
know.
next
We
day.
already know.
The next brew.
Oh, the
We
next
already
brew.
know.
Shut up. It's the only time he takes notice. He just comes in with a cuppa and puts it down and walks right out. I feel like I'm getting wasted on. Like, honest to God, it's great.
He is a good man, you guys.
He's good. He looks after me so much in that way. I
we
get
tease our
all my
husbands a
offers
lot.
all day long.
But there's nobody we'd rather be miserable with than
And
our
if I ask him
husbands.
to do anything, he'll do it in 3 years. He's dead good.
That's right. It's good. He's good. So, yeah, Maggie,
Yeah,
I
Irish.
give you grace. I give him grace for just not knowing. Like I said, maybe he thought with the way that she was acting, oh, she's happy. Maybe she was trying to fake happiness to make herself feel better, not worry him, not worry the kids. But the fact that she came to him and said it, she said to him, I feel like sometimes harming the children. That's it. I don't care what you're acting. I don't care what you're doing. That's it. You spoke it. And when you speak it, what other confirmation do you need? Oh, wait. Let's just wait until we see something happen. Well, how did that work out for him? So yeah, I could give grace that, maybe he was just too dim-witted or whatever. Maybe, I don't know, heads in the clouds. My mother used to say that I blundered through life. I'm still blundering through life. But I have common sense that if there is something wrong in the family, someone's got to take charge. Sometimes you gotta be the bad person. Honey, you're going to your mama's. I'm bringing the nanny back in here. I'm going to continue to work, pay the bills, go get better, go feel better, get you a regular doctor up there. Let's start all over, get you away from the quacks that are down here. I mean, how hard is that?
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, I'm moving. I'm
Oh, no.
moving to America. Remember? We're gonna get a little, what are we getting?
Our little RV, yeah, with our dog.
Yeah, we're gonna get one of them, and we've only got
Well.
the 3 dogs now.
Now we just have the 3 dogs.
It's not
You can bring
bad.
Jessie.
I am bringing
Jess.
Jessie.
Yeah, bring Jessie. Jess will
And
still
you
be
know
with
what I'm
us.
going to do? And I'm not being disrespectful, but it was getting me through yesterday because I was on a bit of a bad one. But I'm going to show you the picture now. And you're going to think I've lost the plot. But I have lost the plot. I've
She's
lost
lost
my
the
little
plot.
Jessie, the dog. And I'm devastated. And I want to show you what I did yesterday. She was with us on the live, Lee. Wait till I show you.
I did not know that. So you guys, we are big animal lovers here. And I have 3 golden retrievers and a cat who thinks he's a golden retriever. And Maggie had little Jessie. And they're listen, they're Hollywood here. Everybody knows our animals. We know all y'all's animals. We love animals here. Sadly, Jessie, Maggie's dog, passed away. It's been about 4? No, it's been about 5 or April. Passed away in April. Thank you. And y'all, it was devastating. It was totally off the cuff. Nothing that any of us were expecting. It was devastating for this channel and devastating for Maggie. And we still love our Jessie. And Maggie does have her. She has her in an urn. But sometimes it still gets hard for Mags. So she's going to bring up and show you guys Jessie real quick before we go on with this. Let me take this down. I have a toy poodle and a giant schnauzer. Wow. I have a 15-year-old toy. Oh, look, Maggie. I have a 15-year-old toy Shih Tzu that is blind, but she's just as happy.
Oh my God, my little Jessie got her eye. She got her eye removed a month before she died. I can't believe it. I will show you the little picture now.
Of Jessie.
Oh, I love Shih Tzus. They're my best. Oh, made up. I'm just bringing the pictures up now. I'm just trying to find.
Oh, her name is Coco.
Oh,
just so sweet.
Does it sleep with anything in its mouth? Is it a girl or a boy? I say a boy, Coco.
She is a girl. She is black and white, and it's a girl.
Oh, right, okay. Well, I'll show you now. The most lovable dogs.
15. That is an amazing life. That's an amazing
Oh.
life.
Bless her.
Oh, she's looking at who's calling her Coco.
She's what? Oh, when you say a name.
Dolores says, I have 13 doggies. Don't tell me you're taking your dog to the pound. I just said, give it to me.
Dogs.
13 dogs. And listen,
Can I have one?
my marriage is on the rocks, you guys, because Beefcake told me after he had to stay with my dogs last week while I was out of town, he's like, 3 dogs is just too much. I was like, who the hell are you? Like, I mean, you can't say that you don't. I mean, y'all, listen, he plays ball with them at least twice a day. He does, but I feed them. I take them to the vet. I make sure they're my animals. And I think he's just getting frustrated because now everybody's moved. And so he's like, are we ever going to be able to go on vacation together? And I'm like, probably not without an RV and my dogs. And so what was funny was when he told me that, a couple days prior, I had been looking for another puppy. I was ready for another golden retriever. I still am. I want to have 5. And my son, who I was staying with in Ohio, said, Mom, you're just replacing all of us kids with dogs because we all left home. Who cares? Who's he? I was like, who are you? Nobody tells me what to do. I'm not bothering anybody. That's what Baby Chow said to me. Who the hell are they?
Oh my God. Oh no, I'm not having it.
All right, show me Jesse. See, I'm getting all shitty about my family.
All right, so I'm trying to,
Griffith's
the way
Life,
it says
good
there
to
is
see
no
you.
room. Oh, I'm made up. We're all dog lovers on here, cat lovers and every lovers.
We love it. And we have a friend, you guys. She has got a cat that we love that cat. And then we also have the FBI. We do have we're very blessed that we have a mod on here that has been with us since the beginning. She's a retired FBI agent of 20 years, and she has got 2 cats. And those cats, you guys, are hysterical. I'm serious. She's off right now because she had some pretty big time surgery.
Look,
so she's taking
she
it
was
easy.
with us yesterday.
Oh, she was listening to Aunt Leanie.
Oh, she was on the live with us.
Oh, sweet Jessie. Sweet Jessie.
This is how she sleeps, guys. Or how she did sleep. She's have a little wool ball in her mouth. I crochet. So every time I crochet, she wants me to make her a little ball, and she sleeps with them every night. She sleeps with one in her mouth.
Oh, look at Jessie. Oh my God, I miss her.
Oh, me too.
I miss that little thing. And it's funny because Maggie and I used to send videos back and forth to each other with Jessie talking to Newt, who is my oldest golden retriever. And Newt would sit there and sing because Jessie would sing. She would howl in a really high voice when Maggie would sing to her. And then so they would send it to Newt, and Newt would just be whining because he could see Jessie on there just singing. Oh, it was precious. We have some really precious stuff. And then our other friend that lives in England, you guys, she ended up, her dog passed away last year, and she got a kitten. And y'all, that kitten's antics, I've never heard anything like this. But we've got video of that cat climbing the freaking walls and literally climbing the walls, hanging on the walls and eating the paper off the walls.
And a glitter wallpaper, do you know what that is?
Yes.
It's like spongy. And the cat runs. She said she woke up, she heard this noise, and imagine waking up and seeing the cat stuck to the wall. She said she just saw the cat stuck looking at her.
Yeah.
And the next thing, it was running down the wall.
And she sent us video. She wasn't lying. It was like, seriously, it's like the cat was walking the freaking wall and ate the wallpaper off the walls, you guys, tore it all down. It was good stuff. Of course, we laughed. We didn't feel bad for her because she deserved a naughty cat.
And his Leanie's dogs, his ladies, they're all on the photo with
Here's
Jessie.
my babies with Jessie. And of course, Wednesday sitting over there on my shoulder. Wednesday really does think she is a dog. He does.
Yeah.
Your neighbor has a poodle that's a Shih Tzu mix. Oh, Jennifer, mine has Frito toes too. Oh,
We had to
I
move
love
loads
them.
of pictures, didn't we? You know, to make room for the
Yeah,
things we were covering. It just wouldn't let us put anything. So when we put things up now, they've got to be brought down
yeah,
straight away. So I've just had to delete them. But yeah, it
yeah.
was just last night. I put the headphones on and sent a picture to Ray. I said,
Oh,
look,
what
she's having a good time. She's with us.
what did he say? You think we're
He
nuts?
just laughed. No, we
Yeah,
put a
oh,
laughing
okay.
emoji.
Yeah. So our sons are about this, our baby. Well, it's Maggie's only living child, and my baby of 5. They're only a year apart, and they act exactly the same, and they're
Oh
not
my God,
impressed
yeah.
with either one of us, and they just don't give a damn. And they love us, but they're not impressed. They don't think we're a bit funny either. Not at all.
No,
Mm-mm,
I get
no.
told where to go, not what to do, what to say. Don't say
Mhm.
this. Do you know if you're doing that, people can find out where you live? I said, well, who's going to come and kill me? What reason?
Brittany, hello, girlfriend. Says I lost my
Hiya,
pup
Prissy.
last September. Oh, wait,
Oh,
she
no.
deserved a naughty kitty. Possum, yes. If you knew our friend who is off YouTube right now, and she's been off a couple months, but we still keep in touch through text messages and things. And she needs to just come back. That's what she needs to do. She just needs to say, fuck it, throw some deuces,
Say
which
it
is
properly, Leanie.
fuck it. I can't. I
Fuck
don't have
it.
teeth. I don't have
Fuck it.
teeth. Fuck it.
There's
Fuck it.
movement. There's
Yeah.
movement.
There's movement in the court, you guys. Listen, Lizzo, if you're ever listening to us, you just need to come back. Say fuck it. Nobody should run anybody off of YouTube.
Dumbass.
Dumbasses. And yeah, you got to come back. You just got to. You just got to. And nobody should be able to run anybody off of YouTube. Everybody leave us alone over here, according to Leanie, and we won't bother y'all. We're just staying in our little corner here, the little YouTube streets, and we don't bother nobody. So stop bothering us. That sounds really, really good. All right. So back to this. Thank you, Maggie, for reading the timeline. Like I said, you guys, yesterday we did a live breakdown of it. So if you might be tired of hearing us by the time this is over with. I'm sure you will be.
One of the
because I get
ladies
tired
said
of
she
hearing us.
really enjoyed me reading. I made her.
Isn't that
She
nice?
all understands me more. I can't get over it. Yeah.
I told
I think
you
it
you
was
read
benefit.
beautifully.
I
You
know,
do.
but I think sometimes you just tell me that because you know I'm like a nervous wreck.
Maggie, I tell you the truth, girl. You know that, even if it hurts. I'll be like, Maggie, do you really want to know? No, I think your reading is. I think you're great, anyways, Maggie. I'm your biggest fan.
I know.
And in my dream,
dream,
my boo thing, Nancy, was holding up a sign that said, "Maggie, you're my favorite."
I know,
And she
Lee.
held it
loves
while
me.
she was
I may as well
taking.
tell you, me and Nancy have been talking on the side there in Discord.
Have you?
We've got our own group. And she
Have
said
you?
to me, look, Maggie, can you come on panel? I said, look,
Oh!
Nancy, it's like this. I said, you don't know, Leanie. I said, she won't be happy. I said, I wouldn't upset her for the world. I'm going to have to knock you back, Nance. She went, don't worry, Mag. I understand. We'll just talk on here. I said, Grace.
Maggie, if I ever get a hold of your phone and you are ever keeping real secrets from me, like, dude, my baby, look how little Laramie was. Hi, Alex. Good to see ya. Right, we're just on our porches talking about what we've seen on the YouTube streets. Yeah, exactly.
Anything we need to talk about before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor. Did you
There's
do
our
a
new.
Oh, here we go.
Yep, here we go.
We've got a couple of signatures coming in right now. If you want to have them take the stand, that's fine.
I wonder how it feels, and not being funny, for Patrick and Lindsay, like, to see each other, like, you know what I mean? Because I would think that he hasn't seen her in a while.
Yeah. Jennifer, I agree. It'd be a great live. Just play videos and pictures all day, and we're not going to get a copyright strike. We should do that, Lee. I'll do that.
Oh yeah, we would love it. You guys just send pictures to according to
All
Leanie.
come up on panel and share a video
Yeah.
of your dog.
We would love it.
You don't even have to talk. Just share a picture with us.
Share the
Or a
pictures.
video.
We love our animals. And now I am getting another dog. I mean, listen.
Oh, don't, Lee, because I can't. I want to come and live with you.
You can still come live with me.
I need dogs in my life.
We'll come over here and then I'll send beefcake over there with honey and everything's going to be fine. But you're going to have to cook and I'll clean. Because I'm not cooking for us.
Oh, I'll do the kuchen pots, the scouts and that.
Return back to the trial in the
Come on,
matter
here
of
we go.
Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, members of the jury. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor.
She's been in a hospital,
Before
Jennifer,
the
the
break,
whole
we were
time. But
talking
yes,
about,
incarcerated.
Lindsay's stay at McLean Hospital, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that she was discharged on January 5th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you, in fact, bring her home for, that day?
I picked her up. Yeah.
Were you aware that she had a follow-up appointment with Dr. Jennifer Tufts the following day?
Yes.
I want to show you some photos here of the children and just ask if this is a fair and accurate depiction of how they looked in January of 2023.
Yes.
Thank you. We could have them mark this next 4 exhibits.
All right. It may be marked.
So showing you exhibit 9, Cora, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about what Cora was like in January of 2023, what her interests were?
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point.
Counsel, can I see it sidebar?
All right, guys. So every time you guys hear that beeping, it's when they're editing out audio. Pardon me. So that's not Maggie R.I., but that beating on the keyboard, that is Maggie. She's beating the hell out of that.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know I had my sound on. Welcome back. So, welcome back. I said, Uma, welcome back. Got your name already. See, this is how bad I am. Lisa.
Lisa.
She said she got tuna bread. Would you us a favour, Lisa? Go and brush your teeth and come back. Stink in the room, house of fish. Do you know what I mean? I get told, you get told. Oh, no, you're not new here anymore, Lisa. That's it. You only get 5 minutes and then you just...
5 minutes and then you become one of us and then we're just going to roast you and you can roast us.
Yeah. Lisa, I love tuna. Tuna pasta mayonnaise. Oh, yeah. Brush now. Take your mic off.
Cora was into princesses. And she had a lot of friends. And she just liked taking care of people.
And showing you Dawson, correct?
Yes.
What kind of things was Dawson interested in 2023?
Using the firefighters and trucks. And he liked Paw Patrol.
Exhibit 11, Alan.
Uh-oh, Maggie.
Correct.
How did that happen?
Did he have any interest or
He was just a happy baby.
baby?
Here we go.
And then just showing you briefly Exhibit 12.
Welcome, Izzy.
Indicate their sizes.
What's the
in
matter,
relation
Lee?
to
Is
each other
everything
in
okay?
January 2023.
Yeah, I don't know if I looked at them babies, you guys, all the pictures.
Sorry, I was making the screen
No,
bigger. I missed
no,
that.
it's fine. Got it all together. I would have had to be sedated, Jennifer says. Yeah. His
After
breathing is in my
Lindsay was
earbud.
released
Ugh.
from McLean Hospital, was there a birthday party for Cora on January 7th, 2023?
Yes.
And who had organized that birthday party?
I think we both did.
And where was it?
It was at Nova in Plymouth.
And was Lindsay present for the party?
Yes.
And do you recall who got all the supplies and everything for the party?
I think Lindsay did.
We could play a video. I'm going to ask you to look at a video and just tell me if you recognize this as a video from the party. Or was that from the party?
Yeah.
And was that Cora seated in front of Lindsay while singing Happy Birthday?
Yeah.
And there's a second clip. Again, was that Cora and Lindsay?
Yeah.
Hope to have the birthday videos. That's the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
13 so far. From Cora's birthday party until January 23rd, 2023, did you check on and check in with Lindsay?
Every day.
And how did you do that?
I would ask her in the morning how she's feeling, how she slept.
And did she tell you that she was sleeping better?
Maybe a little bit better, but she's still struggling.
And did you ask her during that time if she had suicidal thoughts?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She told me no.
She told you what?
She said no.
No. Did she ever tell you during that time period that she was having thoughts of harming the children?
No.
Did you as a family go to the Museum of Science on January 8th, 2023?
Yes.
Was the defendant able to participate in activities with the children while at the museum on January 8th?
Yes.
I'm going to pull up some photographs. Just ask you to ID or identify everyone in the photograph so that the jurors can follow their movements through the video footage.
Oh, God, y'all.
Video. So if I may, down here in the maroon colored shirt,
It's Dawson.
Dawson, and in the red skirt,
Cora.
and in the gray jacket,
Lindsay.
and here pushing the carriage,
That's me.
and is Callan in the carriage at that time.
Yeah.
And permission to play the video, Your
Can I
Honor.
see again sidebar?
Y'all, they're going to sidebar again. Let me just say this. I'm finding this a little odd, and it may just be because of how I feel about the lack of response from her husband and her family to her condition. But I don't think I would ever ask anybody if they told me, I feel like I want to commit suicide, or I keep having these intrusive thoughts, or, I just keep thinking about that I need to kill myself. I don't think my next question is going to be, do you have a plan? I'm going to be like, what? Like, what?
I'd be like, what? Oh my God, come on, sit down, let's talk.
Let's
Didn't even think to say that. Have you got a
Would
plan?
you-
Tell me
Yeah.
about it. What way are you going to?
and as in Irish, Hottie says, did you ask her if she had a plan? Jennifer says his no sounds like yeah. Duh. I can't look. Jennifer, oh man, I can't stand to see the babies. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just weird to me that he would
Yeah.
say, I wouldn't, I mean, obvious, who cares if there's a plan? She's got the
Yeah.
thought. She's voiced it. I mean, that to me is a plan. I cannot wait. For those of you that don't know, Lindsay kept like a diary-ish kind of thing in her cell phone during some of this time. We don't know how much it is, but it was presented in court that she would keep a diary in her phone of how she felt about the kids that day, how she felt about life
They
that
will
day.
bring that up, won't they, Lee?
And yes, they will bring all of that up. And I'm very, very interested to hear what all she put into her phone. You know, I think that'll say a lot about, because that's supposed to be private, right? I mean, even if you're
Yeah.
married, I listen, I can't be bothered to get into my husband's two phones. I just can't. I'm like, do you, buddy? Do you? And he can't be bothered to get in mine, you know. So, but I wouldn't have a problem writing private thoughts down on my phone because I know they're not going to be read. You know what I mean? We're not dating anymore. Nobody cares what's going on. So there's that. So I'm really interested in hearing what else she put into her phone. Because she even talks about her doctor's visits and the medications too, as well. Because, you know, yeah, we've got the list of medications, right? We've got all that. When they were prescribed and all, it's kind of unclear as to how much was going into her body at the same time. But I know we're going to get to that because that's what this is about, because they're both claiming that this fault belongs to the doctors who prescribed the medications to her and had her over medicated. So it will be interesting to find out, you know, as this goes on. And then earlier, somebody was talking about blood work in here earlier, like, don't understand why there wasn't more blood work taken. If you're taking this much medicine, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And then what other tests were taken? Listen, I've had anxiety not depression, but anxiety my whole life, OCD my whole life. Didn't know what it was. We didn't have labels back then, y'all. But didn't know what it was and didn't know that I was actually not that uncommon of a person. But when I had my first panic attack, I had one doctor sending me to this doctor because they weren't going to do something, because we were military family. And so the military wanted the psychiatrist to say what was wrong with me. Psychiatrist says, I can't tell you what's wrong with you until a medical doctor tells you. It was a mess, y'all. But I'm going to tell you what, I had blood work after blood work. They were testing me for everything. And do you know, finally, after about 4 months of about 7 or 8 panic attacks a day, where I was like laying on my mom's couch, I finally got a doctor that I had never seen before, because in the military you don't have a regular doctor. You've got whoever's there and who's got time in most places. And I walked in and hadn't seen this before, and you guys, he sat there and he said, I want to ask you some questions, after he'd read my chart and all that. And he reached behind me and he pulled a book out. He said, there are 10, there's no right or wrong answers, just answer this yes or no. I had 9 out of 10 symptoms of what he was asking me. And he said, I can tell you right now what is wrong with you. And I said, well, what is it? And he said, you have thyroid problems. You have hypothyroidism. He said, I'm going to go ahead and do the blood work for it right now. He said, I'm going out of town tomorrow. My son's getting married in Utah. He said, when I get back, I'll have the results. He said, but I'm putting you on thyroid medicine today. Do you know, he called me the next night and he had already had the result. He called me from his son's reception, because that's how sick I was. I can't even explain how sick I was, because you could only imagine. I was a wreck. And he knew it, and he called me. He said, honey, that's exactly what's wrong. He said, I'm going to get this worked out. I'm going to go ahead and up your thyroid medicine, and take you off this drug, and put you on this, and we're going to get through it. And y'all, I mean, did I develop depression? Yes. That's a side of hypothyroidism as well. Everything I had 9 out of 10 symptoms, and I can't remember the only one I did not have. He was like your textbook, your textbook. I mean, I had already been hospitalized for depression and anxiety. I mean, all this stuff had gone on, and not one doctor thought to look at my thyroid. Do you know that your thyroid is hypothyroidism and hyper and Graves' disease and diseases of the thyroid, you guys, is almost an epidemic in the United States now. You would be surprised to go in and have your thyroid work done, not to have something wrong with your thyroid. I don't know what's killing our thyroid. Maybe something in the air, something, whatever. But it's also very hereditary. So usually, if you have one autoimmune disease, you have others. So in other words, diabetes, hypothyroidism, things where your body thinks that it's attacking itself because it's something that's foreign to it, like your thyroid. That's
to submit the still photograph and the
Oh,
video
there-
pursuant to the discussion at sidebar. I'd move to submit the full video in as one exhibit for identification and the timeline video as the exhibit.
so that's what that side.
You can submit a copy of that later?
No, there's the full video that was provided by the
Right.
Museum of Science, and then there's a timeline that was created following.
Ivy, it's okay. Thank you for being here, honey.
Get snippets from this video.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, I can tell you what that sidebar was about. Remember when his Patrick's lawyer summons the court and said that Patrick didn't want videos or pictures or anything like that played of his kids, and the judge granted it. And unfortunately, they did put some things on camera for all of us to see, and we weren't supposed to see that. So that's what that sidebar was about, and that's what they're doing in the court right now, is submitting it so only the jury sees it, the
Sir,
judge.
after going to the Museum of Science, well, let me go back to that for a moment. At the Museum of Science, do you recall the defendant being able to interact with the children at exhibits that required, manipulating knobs and materials and showing the children how to do those exhibits and interacting with them at those exhibits?
Yeah, Lindsay was always able to interact with our kids, even including at the Museum of Science.
Okay. And then after your trip to the Museum of Science, do you remember going to the Charlie Horse restaurant with the kids and Lindsay?
Yes.
And how soon after the Museum of Science was that? Do you recall?
I don't recall the exact dates.
Okay. And what type of place is the Charlie Horse restaurant?
It's like a family restaurant with games.
And how was the defendant's demeanor at the restaurant?
It was good. I was hopeful.
Why were you hopeful?
Because she seemed much better.
And then on January 14th, 2023, were you able to go to brunch with your friends while the defendant was home with the children?
Yeah.
And about how long were you gone?
About 2 hours.
Were there any issues or problems that you were aware of while you were gone?
No. She encouraged me to go. She said, "You've just been inside a lot. You should go out." And it was fine.
And while you were there at brunch, she send you photos of the kids and text messages?
I think so, yeah.
Think so.
Direct your attention to January 15th, 2023. Did you and Lindsay and the kids go to the Cape Codder in Hyannis?
Yeah.
And was there a water park there?
Yeah.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
It seemed pretty good.
Was she able to interact with the children and participate in the activities?
Yes.
I could bring up photos again. I would just like you to look at the photos to point out who the individuals are in the photo. So here in the dark shorts with the white band on the top,
It's me.
and then in the bathing suit here with the
It's
ponytail,
Cora.
and then in the striped swimsuit at the bottom.
It's Dawson.
And then here in the black bathing suit without shoulder straps,
Lindsay.
Lindsay. And is that was Cora with her?
Yes.
And in this third photo, is that Lindsay with Callan in her arms?
Yeah.
And that photo there, is that Dawson with the striped bathing suit?
No.
Yep.
We can go to the video with the court's permission.
Along.
Okay, so
I'm
I
just going
guess
to go to certain clips.
I'm
If
thinking
we
that
could start
I'll tell you later.
with from the beginning to 40 seconds in and play. Sir, if you could tell us who, well, can you confirm that that's you and the children and Lindsay arriving now?
Yes.
Would that be Cora in the purple jacket with the pink boots
Yes.
and Lindsay in the gray coat with the backpack?
Yes.
And then if we could go to 139.
They seem a bit distant. Do you think?
They're not acting like they're together. I don't know if they're just distracted by the kids, you know, watching the
Particularly,
kids.
yeah, like they're not together. You've got it, yeah,
Yeah, like they're like,
yeah.
I don't know, but they
Like
don't
they've
act
had a
like
big fight and they're not speaking.
Yeah.
Just yeah.
they're not acting like a family.
No.
You would think that
He
you'd be
looks totally
excited
unhappy,
about
just
going
dancing
swimming
against the
together.
wall.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And during this time, are you waiting to check in and get your wristbands and all of that?
Yeah.
We could go to 647. Do you recognize this play area?
Yes.
And did you and Lindsay and the children go over to this hardship area?
Yep.
Showing you here, is that Cora that just went down the slide?
Yeah.
And is that you there by the slide?
Yeah.
We can go to 1122. Let's see.
Sorry, but am I lost? I mean, what are we doing here? Just showing the
I don't
kids?
know what this is about, this bit. I mean, we've seen them in the water. I don't know. I mean, why have to go this far
Yeah,
with it?
why? I don't understand. Can we get some reference, please, sir? Please,
Where
can we
did
get
that
some
come
reference?
from then, President Trump? Just, what
We're
did
gonna
they
need
do?
some background. We're gonna need, something here. There's a legal
I
word
don't
for
know.
what
Like,
I'm
I
saying.
haven't got a clue.
Oh, for the love of God, Maggie, what's happening?
I mean, it's not nice for them, is it, to be seeing this and this long?
No, there's what's the point? What are you trying to show
I
me?
have
We
no
could go to
Can we
clue.
get some
46.
disclosure?
Oh.
Please, something. This is terrible.
Relevance to what though?
Relevance. We need some history. We need some relevance. Something needs to have. Listen, people, we got an issue.
Yeah, definitely, girl. We've definitely got an issue. I was just doing the same. Oh my God, we're so late.
1625.
Oh my God.
Sir, here at 1625.
Oh, what's
Got
going on?
Cora and then Lindsay that go down the slide together.
Yeah.
We can go to 1745.
Oh, what are they doing this for to these people? It's terrible.
Got the same
it
thing
look?
here.
Yeah.
So she's able to interact with Cora and the others, participate in the activities.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's
If we could
showing
go to
Lindsay now.
4753,
Okay.
please.
So they're trying to say that she's completely sane. Relevance. Thank you, Lisa.
Yeah.
She's enjoying her kids, so she must be
Yeah.
responsible completely. Listen, she's got no
As
problem
she's
with
been
drugs
doing
today.
right through. As she's been
Mhm.
doing right through. Still being seen to her
Up in
kids.
the corner here.
Yeah, my eggs are
Dawson and
definitely
Cora entering the
scrambled.
pool area.
Yeah.
My head scrambles right
Lindsay
now.
was with Callan at that time, correct?
Yes.
Thank you,
So you were
Misty. I see it.
comfortable with
I
her
see it out
being
there.
off in a separate area with Callan while you were with Cora and Dawson that day?
Yeah.
Okay.
Irish, give them a ring a ding
That's
ding,
all.
girl.
I move to submit the pod photos and timeline.
Again, let me just see over here just briefly, just so I have that straight.
So that was all just to prove that she wasn't affected by the drugs that day. She was just living a happy life with her family. Well, when they walked in, they all looked miserable. If you ask me, nobody was excited
Yeah,
to be
I
going
agree.
swimming. So
He wasn't. He just stood against the wall.
Yeah.
Didn't even like look at the kids. Didn't
yeah,
mean that
so
in a horrible
suck
way,
that.
but
I mean,
yeah.
listen, you're not pulling us over here. We got this. Okay, we know things. All right, all right.
Mhm.
Hey, here you go, Patrick. Have some of that.
Such a
all right?
Patrick.
He ain't putting up with Patrick today. I don't know
Patty.
who the hell's Patrick think he is coming up here?
Who's this Patty?
What is he trying
Yes.
to do? What is he trying to do? I mean,
I've got that engaged signal in my head all out. Can you hear that, babe? That's our engaged tone.
that's our engaged.
You know when you're on the phone, when you're on a house phone. Well, we don't do anymore, but that's the engaged tone if you phone someone.
I don't even know what the hell
It's all-
engaged means in English.
Well, you know, if you phone someone on
Uh-huh.
normal telephone, a regular house phone, and you get the ringing tone. Well, if someone's talking to the person we're calling, this is the tone we get. That means they're otherwise engaged.
Oh, well, y'all are dumb. We get fun little ring-a-ding-dings, and sometimes we get music played for us, so suck it.
Oh, suck it and made up for you. I don't want that. We got that in the doctors.
No, you don't. You don't have it like we do. We have it on the
Next time
phone.
I'm on the doctor's,
We have it.
I'll
We have it at the gas station. We have it in doctors'
gas
offices.
station
We
shit.
have it.
No.
We have it. We have TVs at our gas stations. How about
So do
that?
we have
So
that.
suck
We
it.
have our foods and cakes and everything.
Oh, we got
And
even
we have
better. We got
roasted
better.
chickens.
Hey, I tell ya. Lisa's a cardiac nurse. I'll defibrillate her.
Hi,
Oh,
Lisa,
Lord.
I need you because I'm going to have a heart attack if this carries on much longer like this.
My daughter-in-law is a cardiac nurse, and what's funny is Well, it's not funny, but it's, oh, somebody's ring-a-ding-dinging.
Did you hear that? That's
High
mine.
tea.
You know what it is?
High
It's
tea.
Timu.
MJB said it's high tea.
Timu. It's Timu. Timu, Temu, whatever you call it, use Americans. They always beef with me. Get a
Don't you
free
say
gift.
American like a
Free
cuss
gift.
word like that?
What am I saying?
I'm just kidding. No, my daughter-in-law is a cardiac nurse as well, and my oldest daughter is a heart and kidney recipient, and my daughter-in-law actually works for the doctor who performed the heart transplant on her. And y'all, I loved that doctor. I mean, he no nonsense. He knew his business. He was confident. All that stuff, right? I loved him. But do you know somebody's crying? Are you crying, Maggie?
No, Irish said someone's got the wings. That means to me, if you got your wings, you're a cabin crew on an airplane, are you? Or someone is?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean?
Someone got their wings. That means you were having sex on a plane, right?
All right, pursuant to our discussion,
Yeah.
that portion
No,
may
that's
be.
the Mile High Club.
Oh,
It's
I
at
mean, I
15.
think it's something else.
Okay,
I
thank you.
don't know. I'm confused.
Sir,
It's a wonderful life.
directing your attention now to January
My mom's a
16th,
heart doctor.
2023.
My mom's heart doctor was
Did you go
scary.
skiing that day?
His ears were full of hair.
Cora.
And was it just the two of you?
No, we went with another dad and his son,
And who was that dad?
Adam Schwabach.
And
Oh, when an angel, I get it.
was
now.
Lindsay
A
home
Wonderful
with
Life
Callan and
film.
Dawson that day when you went
What a
skiing
movie
with Cora?
Americans say.
Were there any issues or problems that you're aware of when she was home alone with the kids all day?
No,
No.
And was she able to communicate with you throughout the day?
yeah.
And how was that communication done?
Texts. I might have called her. I'm not sure.
And do you recall texting each other back and forth photos of you with Cora and the boys at home and what they were doing?
Yeah.
And so she was able to take those photographs and send them to you without any apparent problem, correct?
Correct.
That's what she's thinking in
So
her
you, Lynn.
minds.
The 3 text messages would be attached photos of you.
That lady was not covering her mouth. I feel the heebie-jeebies. You can tell when someone's covering their mouth. She was coughing out loud in front of everybody. I ain't digging that.
Thank you. And sir, are these accurate copies of the text messages with the photos that were sent between yourself and the defendant on January 16th, 2023?
Yes.
If I could move to have these marked as the next 3 exhibits. Your
They,
Honor.
they may be.
She's toast. Look, she's drawn. Her face is drawn. Oh. Feel I need to go and sit by her nose and hands. Oh, Leanie's sign,
So
guys.
showing you the first photo, which was marked exhibit 16. Did you start off the conversation by sending the photo of you and Cora?
Why are they showing now?
And showing you exhibit 17, did Lindsay respond by taking and sending this photo of Dawson?
Yeah.
Oh.
And then did she respond again, sending you selfie she took of herself and Callan?
Oh.
So this is the day that she ended up killing them or not? Is this that
No,
day?
this is the 16th January.
Okay. Okay.
And you felt comfortable leaving Callan and Dawson home with her that day?
Yeah.
And why is that?
She seemed to be doing a lot better.
In what ways
that
did she
lady.
seem to be doing better?
Her mood seemed better. She was more active, and she was able to partake in more things.
She was also going to the gym during that time as well, correct? The Kingsbury Club?
That sounds right. Yeah.
Inappropriate. Love it.
It just looks like he's on the
Were you
end of his
hopeful at
life
that time
there.
that things were getting better?
Yeah.
Did Lindsay's parents visit you the weekend of January 21st through the 22nd?
Yeah.
And whose idea was that? Do you recall?
I think it was theirs. I think they were just coming to visit to say hi.
And what did you guys do that weekend?
We just hung out and went to a friend's house on Sunday. They left after we got back from there.
And whose friend's house did you go to that Sunday?
The Carneys.
Carney's, okay. And who went to the Carneys?
Lindsay, myself, Dawson, and Cora.
And what did you do there?
There was a fire, and I think we roasted marshmallows or something like that.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was quieter that day. So, I mean, that was the extent of it.
Was she able to interact with the Carneys?
Yeah, but she's quiet.
Okay. And you said you returned home and then her parents left?
Yeah.
Now to a fire, Irish, to do marshmallows.
Do you recall Lindsay and her mom taking a picture together that weekend?
Yeah.
Is this that photo?
Yeah, that's it.
You could have this marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 19. And Lindsay
Me
seems to be
too.
doing better that weekend, correct?
Overall, yeah.
Were you aware that her mother had sent her a text saying something to the effect of, "I'm glad you're doing so much better"?
I became aware of that later, yeah.
And just showing exhibit 19. And I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't mark the still photo from the
Go on,
Museum of
give me a
Science. You could have
second.
that as the next.
Sure.
Exhibit 20.
Can you read them writing stuff down? My God, she's going like the clappers. Shut up, Pliny.
That Monday, after her parents had gone home to Connecticut, so Monday the 23rd of January, did Cora and Dawson go to school?
Yeah.
And do you recall Lindsay
for the
picking them up that
break,
afternoon?
Yeah.
When Lindsay returned
Go on.
home with Cora and Dawson, did she discuss with you that Cora was having some stomach issues at school?
Yeah.
And were you familiar with the stomach issues that Cora had been having?
Yeah.
And did you have an idea of what was causing those stomach issues?
Yeah, it wasn't unusual. She was embarrassed to go to the bathroom at school. So she just held it all day.
Okay. And so this was a common occurrence?
Yeah.
And were you aware that Cora had her 5-year physical scheduled for the next day, Tuesday, the 24th?
No, I didn't know that was already scheduled. I thought she called it in and set it up. So yeah, it's news to me.
Okay. So would it have been Lindsay who would make those kinds of appointments, the physicals and all of that?
She usually handled that, yeah.
Okay. And going to Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, were you working that day?
I'm sorry, you said on the 24th?
Yes, Tuesday,
Yeah.
the 24th.
Yeah.
That morning
Remember them dates
was Cora's
we
doctor's
used?
appointment at 8 a.m.
Yeah.
And who took her to the doctor's appointment?
Lindsay.
And did anyone have to go with her, or did she drive herself and Cora there?
It's just Lindsay and Cora.
And you were home with the boys, is that right?
Yeah.
And while you're with the boys and Lindsay's with Cora at the doctor's, are you sending text messages and photos back and forth?
Yeah.
And why did you send a photo of Dawson to Lindsay that morning?
Because he dressed himself completely for the first time.
And he was excited about that?
Yeah.
And did she respond back with a photo of Cora?
Yeah.
Are these the photos you sent back and forth?
Yeah.
I could have the photo of Dawson as the next exhibit and the photo of Cora as the
Oh,
following.
God.
All right, they may be admitted.
Exhibit 21 and 22 somewhere? Publishing these. Exhibit 21. And exhibit 22. And while you were texting with Lindsay back and forth, were you able to understand her text messages?
Yeah.
Did she seem to understand
Yeah,
yours in
Jennifer.
response?
Yes.
Did she return home?
Yes.
And do you recall around what time she got home that morning?
8:30.
And once she got home, what did you do?
I think I got ready for work.
And while you were downstairs working in your office, do you know what Lindsay and the kids were doing?
They built a snowman and they did some art projects.
And how did you know this was happening?
She texted me a picture.
So Lindsay was continuing to text you and send you photographs throughout that day?
Yeah, and I went up to say hi at one point.
Okay. First, I just want to show you the text messages back and forth. The text being on the right-hand side. If you want to look through there and just see if you recognize the messages going back and forth between you and Lindsay that morning. That day.
Right. This is activity sensor.
Excuse me?
I think this is something else.
So starting at 7 a.m. on the 24th, and we go to 8:17 a.m. This is the photo you sent of Dawson, and then the replies going to 8:18 a.m. Is this the reply from Lindsay? And then throughout the day, just messages back and forth.
Probably because they didn't want to talk, Lee.
Page 940, where Lindsay sending you the photos of the kids in the snow. Is that correct?
He's texting the one on
You
the
have
side
text messages marked,
and
as
just
the-
send some pictures today to keep it quiet.
Exhibit 23. And just look at one photo. Is this one of the photos you sent? We have a photograph marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 24.
Leanie, is there a
How
death
often do
penalty
you
on
think
this?
do you remember going upstairs that day to interact with Lindsay and the kids?
Once or twice. It was a busier day than usual.
And when you did come up to interact with them, how was Lindsay's mood?
She seemed happy.
Happy? And how could you tell that? What was she doing?
She was playing with the kids, and she seemed in a good mood.
At any point during that day when you came up or while she's texting you, did she tell you she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did she tell you she was having thoughts of harming the kids?
No.
Did she ask for help or anything that caused concern?
No, she's having one of her best days.
One of her best days? I want to direct your attention to 4:53 p.m. that day. Did you receive a text from Lindsay about dinner? And approximately how many times had you been there to eat?
Probably 3 times.
And so you had all gotten in the car and driven from your home to 3V restaurant in Plymouth approximately 3 times?
Yeah, sometimes we were already out somewhere, but yeah.
Okay, but been there 3 times. Had you ever done takeout from there before?
No.
Where would you typically do takeout when you were going to do takeout at home?
The Chestnut Grill. I think another one was West End Grill.
Were those closer than 3V to your home?
Yeah.
So Lindsay suggested 3V and you agreed, is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. Did she send you another text at 4:56 p.m. asking you to take a look at the menu?
Yeah.
And did you send a text at 5:06 p.m. About Callan?
Yeah, I asked if he had taken a nap.
And did she respond?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
That it was a shorter nap and he was awake.
And at that time, did you also send a separate text asking what she was getting at 3V?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
I don't remember what she ordered.
Do you recall a Mediterranean power bowl?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And did she ask you what you were getting?
Yeah.
And at 5:08 p.m., did you respond?
Yeah.
And what did you tell her?
I forget what it was.
Do you recall scallop and pork belly risotto?
Yeah.
That was it?
Yep.
Who called in the order to 3V?
Lindsay.
Once the order was placed, what did you do?
I came upstairs. I took Callan for a minute, and then I rocked him by my knees, kissed Cora on the head, and I said, I'll be right back.
And what was Dawson doing when you were leaving?
He was eating chicken nuggets on the couch.
And do you recall if he was using a bowl or a plate?
It was a bowl.
Do you remember what the defendant's, well, first of all, where was the defendant seated when you left the house, or was she seated?
She was standing in the
And where
doorway.
was she?
In the doorway of the living room.
And was that the doorway by the front door or the doorway by the basement door?
This doorway by the basement door.
Okay. And did she have Callan or where was Callan?
She had Callan.
Okay. And what was her demeanor?
Normal.
Counselor, could I see both sidebar here?
No, where's that engaged tone again?
Yeah,
Go on, what was you going to say before? And you said, tell us in a minute. Go on. You won't
I
remember because I
forget.
can't.
Can't remember. I would have to write that down.
Does anyone remember?
Do I remember what I was talking about?
Would it me and Leanie never
Nobody knows.
remember anything?
I'll
So we
remember
have
like in
sometimes-
10 minutes or something.
Yeah,
but
when
then-
Leonie's talking and she's going, I'll say like wardrobe, and she goes, yeah, wardrobe. And then when I'm talking, I go, and she'll come up with the words I'm looking for. It's terrible, terrible. So
You've
if
been
you hear
around
us
each other so
talking,
long.
please take notes, because we might say to you in 5 minutes, does anyone know what I was going to talk about?
That's right. Pardon me.
I will.
Thank
You're
you.
never going to forget something like this.
I wonder if he will stay in the courtroom after his testimony, because
Yeah.
whoever's being called to the stand
Members of the jury,
is not allowed in the
we're
courtroom
gonna,
until they testify.
break at this
So
point
can he
today.
stay once he's
All right.
testified?
Yeah.
So
Listen,
what we're
is the
gonna
death
do
penalty
is,
on the table,
gonna-
Leonie?
No,
Excuse you
no,
till
no, no. Not on
Wednesday
this one.
morning. All right, so you don't have to
Wait,
come in here tomorrow.
is it over?
Just remind you, I'm going to ask those same questions I asked you this morning, whether or not you did any research or you saw anything that would affect your ability to remain fair and impartial. You have to still keep an open mind. So don't do any research. Don't talk about this case with anyone. Don't
Not
go
today, by
online,
the
look at
looks of it,
anything.
Jennifer.
Don't take any road trips.
Or they're letting
and
him go.
We will see you on
Oh,
Wednesday
no.
morning.
Mm.
Same with the same instructions that you got from the officers in regards to that. So again, thank you so much for your time and your effort, and I'll see you on Wednesday. Okay.
All rise. Good. Go, please. On your chairs.
Well, there we have it, you guys. That is the
So what
end
time
of
is
day
it for you
one.
now, Lee?
So the
2
same
o'clock?
time for them.
3
No,
o'clock?
it's 3 o'clock right now, even in
Yes,
Massachusetts.
so it's 8 o'clock here,
I
yeah.
don't.
What-
I'm not sure if that's how long courts usually go through. No road trips. Yeah, don't
Yeah,
go on
it's
any road
different,
trips.
isn't it? Isn't it all the time? My saying that, I've followed about 2 cases that I can remember in my brain, and they finished around this time.
Some of the ones that I've watched, though, they finish around 5 o'clock. But who knows? I know
maybe.
that something's going on tomorrow.
Please be seated.
Council,
Let's
anything
see
else
if you're
you
gonna
need
say
to
any-
address
Hold on.
before
I'm going to have to
Wednesday?
look it up.
I'm not sure if you want to discuss the view.
Hold on.
Oh yeah, let me see it, Council, over here.
Again?
What was that?
So he's already dismissed the jury for the day and for tomorrow, because remember, tomorrow we're not live tomorrow, you guys. There was either the judge or one of the lawyers, I think, has a funeral
a
to go to.
funeral. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's being said. And it's going to resume again on Wednesday morning, 9 a.m. our time, Eastern Standard Time, I should say. 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will be with you guys for part of the morning, and I have an appointment to get some my eyes checked out, which I need really, really bad. And so Maggie will cover the rest of it when we're gone. Listen, we plan on covering this trial
Right
until
through.
it's over with, seeing it right
Yeah.
through. There's going to be days that I need to take. There's going to be days that Maggie needs to take off. But and maybe some days, God forbid, but maybe some days that neither one of us could be here. But I will have this playing
what I was
on
saying.
our channel. So if you want to come in and just hang out and chit chat with each other now that we've gotten to know each other, and you've made a friend. You got a Maggie. What's the song?
You've got a friend.
You got a friend. Keep going, Mags. Come on.
Once we're going to get done. When
In
the
me,
night
when the
is
night
lonely,
lonely,
and you need a helping hand.
a hand,
And
a
I
hand.
don't know the words, so you're gonna have to tell me.
Ever
Close your eyes and think of me.
think of
And
me.
if I'm making words up, they can't get you, Leanie. So get on that YouTube.
Hey,
But
shut up, Taffy. Don't tell us, Ethel. Go ahead, Maggie.
Shut up, you, trashy.
Who does Trashy think she is coming in here
Who she thinks
calling
she is?
Ethel on
Getting up,
us?
getting up out your bed and coming in here and
Coming
causing
in here
me.
late,
I think
Trashy.
so.
Calling us, calling Ethel on us, okay? Just for the newbies in
Calling
here.
Ethel who she
You
thinks she
guys,
is.
when we call Ethel, it means to shut up. Okay, it's a nod to our matriarch, who's probably still sleeping over in Arizona right now.
Oh, Barbara.
Our Barbara. So when we say Ethel, that means stop everything. I got something to say, or just shut the hell up. So Trashy, look, you can't come in here
All right.
when we haven't had any sleep.
Hang on.
I want to thank
Sleep.
everyone.
Need someone to
And
push
so we're
it,
going
look.
to be recess on this matter until Wednesday at 9 a.m. All right, so
Why
we'll
is she
be in
crying?
recess.
Court, all rise.
All right, the judge is leaving the building.
That's
Look at how much her
it's
sister, it's got to be. Looks just like her,
Yeah. Why is Lindsay crying?
which means that the sisters are not going to be called to the stand, but her parents aren't in there.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't see her dad. Did you guys get to see her dad?
I don't
I
know
didn't
who was
see her
that is.
dad.
I never looked up at that.
Well, yeah, because remember yesterday when we played her lawyer had an interview outside the courthouse,
Oh yeah.
and he
Oh yeah.
pulled in her
Yeah.
parents.
Yeah.
She looks
Oh,
just
yeah.
like her dad. She's got
Yeah.
dad's smile and stuff. You guys hear that mean bee leaning calling her trash?
Trashy.
Oh,
Yeah.
you can call her trashy too. She's used to it. And listen, I'm spleeny leany. I am the cheese whiz, y'all. Listen,
Shut up, donuts.
you're gonna learn it all. You're gonna learn it all.
Everyone's got names.
Everybody's got names, but I found out I'm the cheese whiz. Listen, there's only one higher than me, you guys. That's the big cheese, the head cheese, if you will. But
I
and
don't
then
even know what that means. Cheese
and
cheese.
you don't know what cheese whiz is because your
No.
country doesn't have good snacks. That's
No.
why.
What
That's
is
why.
it?
Cheese whiz it's exactly like it sounds. Like you squirt this cheese out of the can. It's a brand name. Cheese whiz. Or it's
We
me.
have that chase.
And listen, the same person that calls me cheese whiz, y'all, she came out and she was saying that other people were the cheese whiz, and I got offended by that because I'm sorry, but you can't give me a title and up my resume here on YouTube, on the YouTube streets, and then give everybody the same title. No. I am the cheese whiz. The rest of y'all are sliced cheese. Okay? Yes, they don't have good snacks. I'm letting you know that right now. They got no good snacks. MJD, Mary J. Doe, nut is donut. Listen, all y'all
I
are going to
don't
hear
even
names.
like
Don't be
cheese.
offended by it. It's great fun when people call us names, and then it becomes our favorite pastime to make fun of it. But
Hang
don't
on.
think you're going to become a cheese whiz because you're not. You're sliced
The
cheese. What?
newbies, can you put in chat where you're from? I'd like to know where you're
Oh,
from.
yeah, that's cool.
Lainey's from Indiana and I'm from Liverpool. So where are you from?
Ivy says it's
kind of.
block cheese.
What?
Ivy said she's more like block cheese. Maggie doesn't really have a name, so we gave her one.
He's
It's
trying to
Cat.
call me. What would you call me?
Cat in the Hat.
Maggie in the hat.
Mag in the Hat. Yeah.
Mag in the hat.
All right. So we've got Irish Hottie from Cali. Tosh, we know where you're from. It's from Queensland, Australia.
Oh,
Lisa is from Austin, Texas.
Why aren't I saying that?
Because it's none of your business. Mind your business. I'm sitting here trying to read this.
Listen, do you know what? I'm going to definitely lock you
We've been
down.
together way too long today. How many hours have we been together? Oh my God, 6 hours.
So hang on. So Ivy's more like a block of cheese. We'll call her Chunk because she's a chunk of cheese.
Miss Melissa is from Washington State, and Dolores is from South Carolina.
Washington.
Lisa, it was so nice to meet you guys. It was nice meeting all of you guys. We appreciate the support.
Yeah, it was lovely. And you kept the chat going, and we all had loads of combo. It was great, all discussing it right the way through. I loved it.
I loved it too. And listen, chat is what it's all about. And mostly what I want to say is thank you for your honesty, especially those that shared their stories with us. That is a big deal. And there's not a lot of people that are that brave.
The honesty.
And listen, I'm tell you what, these mods, me and Maggie, listen, it takes a lot of bravery to be honest with yourself and honest with other people about things you've been through. And listen, nobody comes in here and talks shit about you. They're out of here. So you're welcome to be as honest as you want to be here. And listen, I'm so grateful. I just have to tell you guys, just so grateful for the chat. So grateful. Ivy says, I don't melt easy, but very yummy when I'm spread over everything. That would be my commercial statement. MJD is from upstate New York. And we love you guys too. Listen, I'm going to let Maggie close this one out because I think I've talked too much already. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for the new friendships that we've made. Hope to see you guys back on Wednesday. Keep an eye on our community page because that is where we keep letting you guys know about updates with Maggie's in My Lives. 9 a.m. Wednesday morning, we will be back here, rain or shine. Love you guys. Thank you guys so much. Mags, you're the best of the best. You're the scousiest of the scouts. And
the scousers of the scousers.
Yes. And I think you are the most wonderful person ever, no matter what Nancy Grace says about you. Love you guys so much. Y'all be good or be good at it. Bye, guys.
See you later, girl. So, I really enjoyed that, but it's frustrating, isn't it? I mean, the wait for... So, take care, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye.